Of course, what he most hopes is that the human race can win. In this way, he can also cooperate with the human race and protect the rest of the Belunga race. Wooly didn't think so. He shook his head and sighed when he saw the comparison of combat power. "You think too much," Dan Bao retorted. "No one wants a neutral party to exist. Even if the Gula is indifferent to this battle, he will not allow variables to happen, and I am a strong man of the Pelunga clan. It may not be lost. It is impossible to sneak attack and be slaughtered." After speaking, he glanced at Wu Li contemptuously. Jian Wushuang also despised this. Despise Wu Li, there is no dignity of a strong man. If everyone is like this, there will still be fights. There will be no fights, then the strong will come. It would not be better for everyone to get stuck in the Emperor and wait for death. Look at the battle first. The three of them sat around the crystal ball and unconsciously took out the fruit wine. Wu Li felt that something was missing and took out the hind legs of a wild beast from his mustard seeds. He set up a grill at random, put his hind legs in, and a magic flame rose up at the touch of a finger. Jian Wushuang just felt that this was a bit inappropriate, but the smell of meat wafted, and the desire to swallow the divine body was aroused, so he endured it. He took out a small bone knife and took the initiative, drinking and eating meat. The flesh and blood of this desolate beast contained a strong divine power. It's a pity that his divine power can't be improved now. Can only simply enjoy this delicacy. Dan Bao smelled the scent of meat and looked at Jian Wushuang with embarrassment. Jian Wushuang also understood very well, and took out a small knife inlaid with expensive gems and handed it over. The three were drinking, eating meat, and watching the cruel struggle outside. Down the mountain, one after another, the terrifying power erupted. Fighting is on the verge of... Baloo stared at Gula, then looked at the female emperor on the human side, and spoke to the people behind. "This is an opportunity. We must quickly solve these people. There is still a chance." Although he is not a wise Belunga tribe, Bru's fighting talent is extremely high. The opponent used the worst refueling tactics. It is indeed their opportunity. Just take advantage of the time when the opponent hasn't reacted and burst out in an instant, killing all these opponents in the battle or seriously injuring them. Can't be dragged. Dragging will be fought by wheels. The people behind nodded secretly. The plan has been made. On the other hand, the strong people on the human side and the genie side are very relaxed. Jinnah moved his wrist and said, "The strongest one, leave it to me, and you will share the rest. That thin man, leave it to me. He'll deal with the fat guy." They seemed to be dividing up their prey. The strong man on the human side was delighted in his heart after hearing this. Picking out all the 6 tribulations realm, then the remaining 5 tribulations realm would be nothing to worry about. The demon moon of the Sirius tribe is the strongest, and has more than 45 tribulations realm powerhouses, while on the Belungia side, there are only more than 35 tribulations realm. Some have to be separated to deal with the 6 tribulations realm. There are less than 20 people left. On the human side, there are twice as many people, and each is the master of the universe, and the combat power is also stable. The advantage lies in the human race. Bru also felt the fighting spirit of Kinho, immediately shouted and rushed first. "Kill!" The people behind followed along. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The shout shook Long Shinshan. Chapter 58-63. Jinnu led the people, directly stopped several 6 tribulations realm powerhouses headed by Bru, and chose to fight in midair. The 5 tribulations realm is below, mingled with the 4 tribulations realm. As soon as the battle started, it was already a little messy. Although there are many strong people on the human side, they don't have any tactics. Basically, they are fighting each other. A small circle was drawn out. The strong on the side of the country huddled together for warmth. The side of the secret realm is not so united, and is not familiar with it at all, and can only fight separately. This gave the Boluan family a great advantage. Elder Jones and Zakri continued to shuttle, each attracting more than 10 5 tribulations realm powerhouses. This also eased the rest of the Belunga clan's powerhouses. Elder Jones and Zack are both in the 5 tribulations realm, and their supernatural power is only about 750,000. It is not at all an opponent of dozens of Five Tribulations Realm Cosmos Masters. But they just want to procrastinate. Drag until Brew broke out. The core battle is still in the sky. Blue versus Kinu. The four great sons of Belunga Holy Land are the 5 and 6 tribulations brought by Jinyu. The core battle circle is currently flat. The battle between Keanu and Blue has just begun, and the winner is not so fast. And Jinyu didn't show up all his strength. He has been playing around with Blue. Haha, I originally thought your strength was good, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. Jinyu dodged Bru's punch, raised his foot, and kicked Bru's chest, directly kicking Brew into the battle group of the 5 Tribulations realm below. But this kick hits Bru's arms. Blue, who fell into the strong human race, stretched out his hand, fell from the top, and pushed deeply, killing several 5 Tribulations realm strong in an instant. Standing in the sky, Jinyu also noticed Bru's small movements, but he didn't take it seriously. However, in order not to waste time, I went down slowly and took the initiative to search for Blue. Elders Zack and Jones attracted dozens of 5 Tribulations universe masters behind them, and they had already arrived at Bru's side. The three nodded each. Beulah's hands emitted countless light waves, directly impacting the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm universe, who overtook him. Boom, boom, boom. The human side suffered heavy losses in an instant. The Empress frowned too, but she was not going to send anyone to support. Because she had already seen it, Gula didn't care about the battle at all. Moreover, the people of Kinho have also been teasing the strong men of the Belunga tribe. In that case, let them play well. It's better to be finished together. You coward. Can you only bully the waste of the 5 Tribulations realm? Jinyu swooped down and reached the ground. Stop Brew's attack. Raising his hand, he said that the divine light wave sent by Brew bounced off. If you don't sweep away these trash fish, I don't want to fight with you. Brew sneered, and the speed skyrocketed and pulled away again. Begin to behead the 5 Tribulations realm on the side of the secret realm. The powerhouses of the 4 great nations have already retreated to the extreme edge, afraid of affecting themselves. Jinyu threw himself into the air again. His face became cold, and he wanted to kill a few Belunga strongmen, but found that those Belunga strongmen were hiding behind Brew. This makes him extremely annoyed. This is to look down on him. Avoid the battle. If this is the case, then I will help you. Jinyu leaked his fangs, looked at the surrounding 5 Tribulations, stretched out 2 fingers, suddenly lifted, and a terrifying power instantly swept around. Whether it is the strong on the human side or the strong on the Wavell Plus side, all have turned into powder. Even the Dragon Mountain was split in half. The 3 people watching the battle on the top of the mountain quickly picked up the hip flask on the ground, worried about spilling the wine. How about it, can you fight me now? Kinho stretched out his hand, his face grim. Brew didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless, attacking directly and indiscriminately. Seeing this scene, the Empress took a deep breath without saying anything. To her, this is nothing. In order to become a saint, she gave up a lot. Gu can never lose this time. No amount of death can be said. Moreover, the strong people of the kingdom behind her, or the strong people of the secret realm, are also watching with cold eyes. Almost all the strong people who participated in the battle of the human race were on the whole team. No one left behind. Anyway, I went there, and there was no one of my own below. At this time, who will speak to them? It's best to die. The strong human race on the field is also unlucky. Without the protection of the 6 Tribulations realm, it is just a lamb that has been slaughtered. After Brewy's bullying, Jinyu also came to join in the fun. Thank you. A smile leaked from the corner of Bru's mouth, and he rose directly into the air. Most of the 5 Tribulations realm on the ground are the strong men of their Belunga tribe. If you don't go up, after Jinyu is about to do something against the 5 Tribulations realm powerhouse of their Belunga tribe. Upon seeing this, Kinho also soared into the sky and once again fought with Bruce. Elder Jones and Zack had a sullen face, surrounding the 5 Tribulations realm powerhouse on the human race side. Now they are the advantage. There were only 7 or 8 five-tribulation realm powerhouses left on the human race. They couldn't retreat without the order of the Empress. Retreat? I am afraid that the Empress will kill them. I knew so. Why bother to see this gluttonous feast? There are already 5 tribulations realm powerhouse desperate. This time the fight of the holy meeting has just begun. In the past few scenes of annihilation of the team was staged scene by scene. The 5 tribulations realm powerhouse of the Balunga tribe, with huge advantages, chooses to drag some human races one-on-one with the 5 tribulations realm master of the universe. The rest are going to besiege the remaining 5 tribulations realm universe masters. Very efficient. In just one stick of incense, all the 40 masters of the universe on the human side were beheaded. The Lord of the Universe in the 4 tribulations realm had the same fate. Awful. Except Jin Wushuang and Wu Li watching the battle. And those old guys from the ancient wood school, Holy Land, were watching the battle. Seeing all the strong in one's own kingdom or secret territory fall. These robbers jumped in anger, one after another on the Vietnamese side of duty. The ancestor of the 7 tribulations realm of Yu Kingdom closed his eyes tightly. He has become accustomed to being scolded. Li Sheng converted the wild beast and was scolded once. Jin Wushuang took refuge in the Balunga tribe and was scolded again. It is now the Empress Fengshen. Watching her hand go to death, she doesn't care about it. Every time, they're doing things in Vietnam. Although he was scolded, his heart was dark and cool. It's best to die. Really clean. Only Fengshen was left. Even if the mission cannot be completed, the position of the saint must fall into Fengshen's hands. Not to mention, that's what the Empress thinks now. Of course, this is only the worst plan. She still wanted to defeat Gula with her own strength to complete this task. Become a saint again. It doesn't matter how many humans on the human side die. She also doesn't worry about being troubled by outside forces. She is now the lord of the 6 tribulations realm universe. And it was the pinnacle of the 6 tribulations realm. Although she hasn't reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm yet, after going out and becoming a saint, she will soon be able to reach the half-step 7 tribulations realm. Chapter 58-64. Will you still be afraid of those loose robberies? The future master seedling of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm. Guma faction will also protect it. People who die now are worth it. You will be successful. The battle below has ended. The powerhouse of the Balungia family killed all the powerhouses in the 5 tribulations realm and the 4 tribulations realm at a very small price. Now only the spectator is left, waiting for Brus eruption. The battle in midair was extremely fierce. The 4 great sons of Longshan Mountain have fought back and forth with those of Jinyu. Both are more than 800,000 supernatural powers. There is no way to tell the winner for a time. Also look at Bru. Bru is the core. It's the same with Keanu. In the current battle between the two, Jinyu alone has the upper hand. Kinyu, with 900,000 supernatural powers, played against Bru, with 890,000 supernatural powers. Both of them are magical Mahayana. No treasure is used. The pure fist and foot attack, as well as the waves of energy gathered by the divine power, made the world look pale. Boom! After the two collided again, they each stepped back, opened a distance, and looked for the next opportunity to shoot. After Jinyu took a breath, he said loudly, "It's so happy. It's been a long time since I met such a strong player. I really don't want to solve you." Bru sneered, and after glancing at the people below, his voice was cold and said, "I really want to see how powerful your divine power is, and whether it is as powerful as I imagined." Jinyu laughed, randomly clenched fists with both hands. A roar of supernatural power directly broke 900,000. "Then I tell you, my supernatural power is 930,000. Keanu began to explode, the tendons on his forehead violently, and his divine power began to soar. In the later stage, every rise of divine power is extremely difficult. Often a difference of 10,000 to 20,000 can determine the victory. Keanu continued to explode, and it really reached a power of 930,000. The female emperor took a deep breath. She had expected Jinyu's strength, but she did not expect it to reach 930,000. Even Gula was very excited and praised loudly. Keanu, your progress is fast. The king is optimistic. When I kill him, I will clean up the rest. After Jinyu completely exploded in strength, he became even more relaxed. In midair, doing a series of strange movements. The Gula below, with a blushing face, whispered, "Come again." After seeing the other party's eruption, Brust's expression moved, and Kinho's supernatural power was somewhat beyond his expectation. But 930,000 does not mean that it cannot be defeated. What? Bru clenched his fist and raised his head and yelled, and his divine power began to soar. What? The white skin behind him was shattered. The divine power directly reached 900,000. Jinnu was very calm and commented, 900,000, which is really good. If you're not a Balunga, you can come to my Jinnuite team. He had just finished speaking, only to discover that Brust's divine power had reached 900 and 100,000. You still have to hide, but 900 and 100,000 should be the limit. Jinnu pretended to relax and commented casually. But the corners of his mouth rose, and he burst out again, and his divine power went so far as to directly increase by 20,000. It reached 930,000. This is already on par with Keanu. Kinho was also a little panicked. I didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. The key to Beulah's breath is still rising. 94,000. Kinho's expression changed drastically. $95,000. The people watching the battle from below also exclaimed together. The face of the Empress changed. Wooly at the top of Gu was even more fascinated. He saw Brust's eruption of 950,000 supernatural powers, and after stabilizing his head, he happily pulled Dan Bao to celebrate. As long as the strong of the Balunga clan can stabilize, the two of them will be able to escape. Seeing Brust's divine power explode, he was naturally happy. How about it? Are you satisfied with the 95,000 5,000 power? Bru moved his neck, and the corners of his mouth rose randomly, and a flash came directly behind Jinnu. The arm was raised slightly, and then an elbow struck Keanu on the neck. Kinho's mind sank, and he just came up with clarity, wanted to counterattack, but found that Bru's figure was no longer visible. I'm here. Bru didn't know when he was in front of Keanu again, and he pushed Bru out tens of thousands of feet on top of his head. Bru did not rush to solve Keanu. After repelling Keanu, he took advantage of the trend to the battle group of the four great sons. After flashing in, it was a massacre. The Gula below was also anxious and shouted angrily, "Stop him!" Kinho rushed back desperately, but Baloo has already solved a Six Tribulations realm powerhouse. 95,000, fighting against the Six Tribulations realm with more than 800,000 supernatural powers. That would be overwhelming. Now the four great sons are playing against the Six Tribulations of the four Kinuite teams. Completely flat. But Bru has a big advantage against Kinu. Now is the time to solve the battle. Brutal's eyes leaked killing intent. Holding his left arm with his right hand, he began to distance himself with supernatural power. A powerful and unshakable force has been condensed at his fingertips. The Gula who issued the message quickly reminded, "Hurry up and get away. It's a pity it's too late." Bruce pointed his finger at Keanu and shouted, "The devil is used to killing waves." A branch line burst out instantly. Gina's figure was startled, wanted to hide, but couldn't get out. Because the devil is used to killing waves, he can be locked on, and there is no escape. He can only cover his chest with his arms. Boom! The condensed divine power of this light wave exceeded 950,000. It reached 980,000. It's Brust's limit. It is also his trick. Enough to kill Kinu in seconds. Just when everyone felt that Kinho was going to die. Keanu covered his front with his arms, but he leaked an unnoticeable smile. Jian Wushuang saw this detail. No good, fraud. Jian Wushuang had just finished speaking, and sure enough, something happened. After the light wave passed through Jinyu's chest, Jinyu disappeared. Elder Baloo was also taken aback. This is his strongest skill. It is impossible to be evaded. Just when he was surprised, the light wave reversed its direction and charged towards Bru. How could it be? Bru exclaimed. This attack comes with tracking the enemy. Now rush towards him. Then Keanu is behind him. When he wanted to turn around, he was locked from behind by Keanu. Kinho's arm was like a cage, tightly bound to Brew. "Haha, you're gonna die under your own stunts," Kinho sneered. "And I'm the ultimate winner." There was Bruce in front of him, and the attack he received would indeed be much smaller. Brew also panicked. He knows his skills best. If you stay together like this, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. If he is seriously injured, only the four great saints are left, and they can't stop Gula at all. But Kinho locked him, unable to break free. "What?" At the last moment, Brew yelled angrily, and his divine power skyrocketed again. The golden light on her body flickered. He broke free of Keanu directly. Chapter 58-65. Gula below narrowed his eyes slightly, and the moment Bulu exploded, his divine power approached 1,000,000. This had to arouse his attention. Gula's eyes condensed, and he directly fixed Bruce in the air, unable to move his figure, although only for a moment. But Jinnu reacted faster and locked Bruce again. Just now, Bruce's eruption fell down again in an instant. However, Keanu was still extremely shocked. The terrifying supernatural power just now has almost broken 1,000,000. Thinking of this, I was afraid for a while. But this time, Brew will be completely finished. Light wave rushed and directly pierced Bruce's chest. The divine body shattered directly, and the origin was collapsing. There is only one breath left. Kinhu, who had locked Brew, was no better there. This time, a hole was punched out of his chest again, which was not an afterimage. It's a real deal. Even if the light wave weakened after passing through Brew, Jinus' divine power was not as strong as Brew. So his condition is similar to Bruce. Both are seriously injured. But he still has something to do. The backhand took a fruit from the mustard and swallowed it. Divine power is also constantly rising. And Bruce has fallen. Jones and Zack on the ground hurriedly stepped forward to help. But Gula stared intently, and the two of them were seriously injured and retreated. The female emperor's eyes also flashed. She originally hoped that Brew would defeat Kinho and then lead Gula to take action. Gula is now shooting, but not completely. It seems that a little help from her is needed. Empress Feng Chun. Her figure flashed, and she was in midair. Jinyu saw Feng Chun arriving behind him. He was taken aback and quickly wanted to back off. But the body trembled unconsciously, unable to move. Empress Feng Chun, with a touch of red lips, her cold eyes, she just blinked, and when she opened it again, there was a corpse left in front of her eyes. Jinyu, who had a divine power of 920,000, was instantly killed. Although he was injured, he could recover more than 800,000 supernatural powers. It just died. Jian Wushuang on the top of the mountain stared at the crystal ball, and his eyes trembled. He didn't even see the shot of the Empress just now. Keanu was destroyed. You follow him in the funeral too. The female emperor ran her fingers across her waist, and with a single tap, the 4-6 Tribulations realm fixed herself. Although the four great sons of the Balunga tribe were surprised that the Empress would take action against Jinyu, they did not hesitate to take action immediately. Completely beheaded all four of Keanu's men. Then they fell to the ground one after another, standing in front of Brew. Gula frowned, glanced at the stinky fish and shrimps behind him, and then looked up to the sky. This game shouldn't have ended so early. At this moment, Gula got up for the first time and walked off the throne. The Gula, who is short and thin, is the strongest person on the court. The breath shook suddenly, and the entire Dragon God Mountain was trembling. The sword watching the battle on the top of the mountain was pale and white, and he hurriedly said to Dan Bao, "Let Bu come back. The human female emperor will definitely not be able to stop Gula. Let Bu come back to restore her supernatural power, and go to fight again." Dan Bao was stunned for a moment, but he felt that Jian Wushuang's words were reasonable, so he transmitted his voice to Bulu and the others. The powerhouses of the Palunga clan at the foot of the mountain also knew that the horror of Gula was beyond their reach. Taking advantage of Brew regaining some consciousness, he quickly activated the long Shinshan formation and teleported Brew back. A circular black hole appeared in the air, and Bulu jumped in along the black hole. With this blood on the corner of his mouth, Bru fell directly to the ground. Dan Bao hurriedly stepped forward to help Bru recover. But Bru was injured too badly, and he didn't want to recover so quickly. Jin Wushuang could only be anxious. Looked at the crystal ball again. The remaining powerhouses of the Balunga clan should also come back. To stay is to wait for death. Gula personally and the Empress is also preparing to fight. The two strongest confront each other. The female emperor stood in the air, with one hand on her hips, staring at Gula, but in private she was a powerful person who transmitted her voice to the human race. After she fought with Gula, the other strong men of the human race took the opportunity to kill all of Gula's remaining men. No one can stay. By the way, I also snatched the Dragon Ball. Can't let those people stand there to eat dry food. Gula moved his wrists, spread his hands, and said calmly, "Can you start?" "Anytime." The female emperor retreated suddenly, flicking her sleeves, and flew out of the world. The red cuffs surrounded Gula. Trapped into a ball. "Do it!" Dozens of Five Tribulations realm powerhouses on the human side rushed directly to the men of Gula like a torrent. There are only a dozen Five Tribulations realm left that can block the human race army. Li Sheng panicked and wanted to shout loudly, saying that they were all his own. But when the words came to my lips, I found that I looked like a wild beast. No one believed it. If you believe it, no one will keep it. Simply exploded divine power, ready to escape. The remaining subordinates of Gula can resist for a while after Sabo transforms. The rest were unable to resist, was besieged, and fell in an instant. Although Gula was wrapped, he also felt the changes below. With a fierce force of both hands, he broke free directly, seeing countless people below robbing his Dragon Ball, and suddenly furious. Want to take action to stop those masters of the human universe. The female emperor would let him go, and the two sleeves struck again. This time it was the treasure of the female emperor's natal universe. The perfect treasure of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. Even Gula's millions of supernatural powers can't even break open quickly. The two sides were pulling with divine power. The divine power of the Empress soon reached 990,000. It is still not so easy to break 1,000,000. Gula's supernatural power has been maintained at around 1,000,000. Suddenly, they were in a stalemate together. The battle below is almost over. In order to save his life, Li Sheng held a Dragon Ball and fled. Don't tremble with those people. He wanted to run to the Empress side, and the voice transmission told the Empress his identity. And Gula thought that Li Sheng was protecting Dragon Ball, which was extremely appreciated. His own divine power exploded again, directly soared from 1,000,000 to 1.08 directly shook the female emperor away, and caught Li Sheng with a quick catch. "When I clean up these people, I will come to you to settle the account." Gula's eyes revealed the killing intent. The Empress, who was shaken away, was extremely shocked by Gula's divine power. It was able to explode to 1.08 If this is Gula's strongest power, she may still have hope. The Lord of the human universe below, who was still robbing the Dragon Ball, was stunned when he discovered that Gula rushed forward. They scolded the Empress for waste one after another. Can't stop Gula, they still have to let them grab the Dragon Ball. Feng Chun didn't care about those people anymore. He didn't even look at it, but turned to look at the Six Tribulation realm powerhouses of the Balunga clan. Gula led Li Sheng to the Lord of the human universe, her expression gloomy. Chapter 5866. Just you trivialities, I dare to my treasure. Gula roared and shook everyone back. But this was not over yet. His figure flashed, and he went to a Five Tribulations realm powerhouse holding a Dragon Ball, squeezed the opponent's head with one claw, and threw the Dragon Ball to Li Sheng. Li Sheng followed steadily. Once again, the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe has fallen. The rest of the people are already frightened. There is no power to resist at all. If they all go together, they may all be killed by Gula. This holy meeting, I have no hope. I should give up. This thought sounded in everyone's mind. The Four Tribulations realm powerhouse has already begun to retreat and run for his life. The angry Gula did not intend to give up any of them. directly into the air. His fingers shot out beams of light in succession, and each beam of light could instantly kill the five tribulations realm powerhouse. One breathing time is tens of thousands of beams of light. Don't kill all those present. Four dragon gathered around Li Sheng, but his eyes were staring at the corpses all over the floor. Gula lightly clenched his fist and coughed dryly. Dirty creature. Looking at these corpses made him feel very uncomfortable, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful storm erupted, instantly raising all the tens of thousands of miles to the ground. The corpse also disappeared cleanly. A shocking scene, still staged. It's a pity that there are not many strong humans present. The female emperor doesn't care about this, and is now lobbying the powerful Belunga tribe to cooperate. Although Jin Wushuang and Wu Li were not present, they were frightened stupidly. Only Li Sheng has experienced and witnessed it personally, although he doesn't care about the life and death of these people very much. But seeing so many powerful men being slaughtered by the Gula, I was frightened to see. At the same time, I was fortunate. Fortunately, he became a desolate beast. Next time I saw Jin Wushuang, he would be polite to kowtow to the opponent. I must thank you very much. Speaking of it, he has been in the human race for such a long time, and he hasn't turned into a desolate beast to receive as many goods in a month. Perhaps it is because in the face of this huge opportunity, everyone has this opportunity. This opportunity allowed him to reach the pinnacle of the five tribulations realm. Although he became a beast, he never regretted it. Master Gula, Li Sheng bowed, completely reduced to a running dog of the human race. Gula and Li Sheng passed by and walked in the direction of the female emperor and the Belunga clan powerhouse. When passing by Li Sheng, she said, "I'm optimistic about Dragon Ball. When I kill these people, I will guarantee you to enter the six tribulations." As soon as he said this, Li Sheng's eyes changed a few colors. "Protect you from entering the six tribulations realm." This sentence kept backtracking in Li Sheng's ears. Six tribulation realm. He is also the Lord of the Universe. That is the Lord of the Universe in the six tribulations realm. In Guma continent, they are all influential figures. He can even open up a secret realm, allowing the family to move to the secret realm and become the Emperor of Fong Tuesday. The Lord of the Six Tribulations Realm Universe. No matter where you go, you will be taken seriously. You can even break through some dangerous secret realms and slowly stabilize your strength. Work towards the Seven Tribulations Realm. This temptation is too big for Li Sheng. He had to consider whether this was the greatest opportunity in his life. Once missed, you may regret it for life. Six Tribulations Realm. Li Sheng murmured. He never dared to go to the realm of delusion. Before entering the infinite world, the most maddening thing he said in the Li family was that he could be ranked in the top 3 among the 4 calamities of the Yu Kingdom. However, there were not many masters of the 4 tribulations realm universe in the Yu Kingdom. Being in the top 3 counts as a fart. Just in the blink of an eye, he witnessed the fall of dozens of masters of the 5 tribulations realm, and hundreds of thousands of the fall of the 4 tribulations realm. Here, the 4 tribulations are weeds, and the 5 tribulations are also ants. Even the 6 tribulations realm could not interfere with the battle. What happened today really surpassed his previous knowledge and cognition. This had to make a slight change in his mood. The female emperor frowned when she saw the Gula, who was constantly approaching. She still couldn't lobby the wave will strengthener. Can only fight separately. A bunch of idiots. In order to maintain her divine power, the empress didn't want to face Gula, especially when you are alone. The body shape flashed, and he wanted to rush to Longshan Mountain. Gula was one step ahead and blocked the emperor's function. Where do you want to go in such a hurry? The speed was so fast that it surpassed everyone's thought power again. I can't see clearly at all. Top of the mountain, Jin Wushuang asked anxiously. Isn't it okay? Now the empress is fighting Gula alone. She is definitely not an opponent. If the empress is gone, there is little hope for the rest of the people. When he and Wu Li want to escape, they may not have much chance. Bru and the empress must be made to join forces with each other, Gula. Only then can there be hope. If it doesn't work, he can also perform super eternal changes and sneak attack Gula halfway. And he has a back player, Li Sheng. It's just that he doesn't know that Li Sheng is already stunned. Falling into the delusion of Six Tribulations realm. Call! Dan Bao sat directly on the ground, while Bru's breath reached the peak. But looking at Dan Bao's complexion, he should have reached his limit. There is still no way to compare with his vitality. However, he was able to restore a super powerhouse whose divine power reached 950,000 in the Six Tribulations realm, which was also quite remarkable. If this is sent out, no matter which power it is in, it will be a guest of honor. No wonder the Great Elder and the elders of the Holy Land both value Dan Bao extremely, and once said that if the Holy Land is destroyed, let him run away with Dan Bao. It seems that Dan Bao also has a lot of secrets. Quickly, the people outside can't hold it anymore. Jian Wushuang glanced at the crystal ball, then turned his head and said to Bulu, "Together with the human race empress, there is still the possibility of winning. In fact, he knows best whether he wins or not. Agula, who hasn't transformed, has won. 0.8 million supernatural powers. Now that Bru and the Empress are teaming up, there is indeed a little chance of winning. But definitely can't win the Gula after the transformation. But if you don't join hands, you can only wait to die." Bulu also looked at the crystal ball, but he had no plans to cooperate with the Empress. Let's find a chance and prepare to escape. His eyes turned, and he glanced at the room where the Great Elder was. Surged again. After speaking, he disappeared in place. Appeared again, has come to the foot of the mountain. The battle between the Empress and the Gula continued. It's just that the Gula is extremely relaxed. After all, there are still some gaps between the two sides. After Bru appeared, he rushed towards Gula without talking nonsense. Although the Empress also killed the Palunga tribe, the biggest opponent now is Gula. After solving the Gula, it is not too late to clean up the Empress. "Ha! I just came here. If I don't come out again, I'm going to fall asleep." Gula yawned, stood in the air with one hand on his hips, glanced at the two of them. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his figure suddenly rushed out. End of this chapter. Chapter 5867. That speed makes people unable to react at all. The divine power of the Empress is a little stronger than Bru, and she can resist with difficulty. But Bru returned to the peak, and only had 95,000 divine powers. The gap with Gula's 1.08 million is too big. Come up and be ravaged. Gula shot Bu out of the sky with just one punch, and then rushed to the Empress again. After a miss, there was no shortage. His figure suddenly turned, and the palm shot out with his backhand. Boom! The Empress also fell from the sky. Too weak. Gula shook his head and fell from the sky. Bru got up and rushed again. The female emperor also struck from another direction. The two flanked them, but they flew into the air. Gula leaped up, and two powerful waves of aura broke out with open arms, directly blasting Bulu and the Empress back into the mountains. The other powerhouses of the Balunga clan wanted to step forward to help, but they were powerless. The four great sons only have more than 800,000 divine powers. Rushing over is also to die. Elder Jones stood up at this moment with a gloomy expression and said to the four great sons, "It's time to use the last whole card." The four great sons were all taken aback, and when they looked at Gula, they fell silent again. The top of the mountain, Jian Wushuang saw the conversation of Elder Jones and others through the crystal ball but couldn't hear the voice, so he tried to ask, "Dan Bao, what are they doing, discussing countermeasures? I think they are ready to run away. How else are they fighting? The second fight is ravaged. It's better to run early and give the Dragon Ball to Gula." Wu Li shook his head and sighed all the time. Dan Bao didn't pay attention to Wu Li but looked at Jian Wushuang and explained, "Elder Jones, maybe I have to use the strongest secret technique of the Balunga clan." "The strongest secret?" Jian Wushuang and Wu Li said in unison. "What is the strongest secret method?" "Fusion technique." Dan Bao stood up, turned his head and glanced at the house of the Great Elder, and then said, "Fused Superwave Wheel plus Warrior Fusion Technique." "Super Fighter." Dan Bao's explanation shocked Jian Wushuang's heart. The fusion technique of the Palunga tribe is very special, because the blood of the entire Balunga clan originates from the Great Elder. They can actually be integrated. For example, the intelligent Balungia people, after fusion with the combat-type Balungia people, will give birth to super warriors with both wisdom and combat. The reason why Brew is so strong is because he has been fused. Fusion technique, Jian Wushuang whispered. This reminded him of the Shanjun of Qishan Temple. Mountain King, Ancient King, Demon King. This was transformed by Kishan's Avenue. Later, the Mountain King divided into the Heart Demon, the 10,000 Demon, the Wind Demon, and the Blood Demon. It can be divided, and it can be merged again. This is why extinction takes them away. Once merged again, it will be able to restore the peak. The Demon Lord alone is at the level of the 6 Tribulations realm. The 3 elements of demons, ancients, and mountains are integrated into one. Even without Kishan's original peak combat power, I am afraid he would have the top combat power of the 7 Tribulations realm. The Qishan at the beginning, but half a step in the 8 Tribulations realm, even rivals the 8 Tribulations realm. Swallowing one, it is Kishan's pinnacle avenue. Just like Jian Wushuang's kendo. Can that be normal? I hope there will be a miracle. Jian Wushuang once again focused on watching the fight under the mountain. The Empress and Bulu have already suffered a lot of injuries. If he drags on like this, he will only die. On the side of the 4 great saints, dozens of 5 Tribulation realm and hundreds of 4 Tribulation realm powerhouses surrounded the center. Elder Jones closed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Let's get started." Hundreds of breaths began to condense. A soaring breath suddenly erupted. The Gula in the distance was stunned for a moment, turned to look at the strong Balungia clan, and sneered. Any surprise? They were all ready to kill. Finding that the Balunga tribe still had a back player, he was no longer anxious, and dispatched a joint attack by Brew and the Empress. Then rushed to the 4 great sons. It takes time to merge and see Gula rushing. They are also deserted. Once interrupted, all previous efforts will be lost. The top of the mountain, Jian Wushuang suddenly got up and hurriedly shouted at the big elder in the house. "Hurry up and send me out." Although the great elder is in the house, he can see the situation below through the crystal ball. He hesitated when he heard Jian Wushuang want to take the initiative. But now there is no other way but to do it. Jian Wushuang had just stood up before he appeared at the bottom of the mountain. The aura gathered on his body was long enough for him to perform super eternal changes. Super eternal change. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. His figure suddenly exploded, and his divine power soared to 800,000. Seeing Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared, Gula was also taken aback. Looking up at the top of the mountain, I understood. There are still people who are not afraid of death. Gula sneered. He could see that Jian Wushuang had only 800,000 supernatural powers, which was nothing to worry about. But the enchantment above the top of the mountain is a bit obtrusive. It can also be teleported. In order to prevent someone from escaping with the Dragon Ball, Gula's hands condensed a dark red beam of light and shot it towards the enchantment on the top of the mountain. Boom! The supernatural power of this blow is definitely more than 100. Jian Wushuang was frightened. Seeing Gula attacking the enchantment, he didn't rush to move. He wanted to delay time for the 4 great sons of the Palunga tribe behind him. At the same time, it is also waiting for Brew and the Empress to come. When the time comes, drag Gula together. Standing far away, Li Sheng saw Jian Wushuang appear, and he also exploded with 800,000 supernatural powers, which was also shocked. He didn't know that Gula could transform, and now he saw the Balunga clan explode again. Jian Wushuang also rushed out. For a time, I felt a little anxious. Wooly at the top of the mountain was shocked to discover that after Jian Wushuang had transformed, he had 800,000 supernatural powers. Originally thought that this time he could surpass Jian Wushuang. Unexpectedly, he was still crushed. Jian Wushuang. When the rushing Empress saw Jian Wushuang, the corners of her eyes trembled. Jian Wushuang also looked at the opponent. His eyes were watery, and there was also some sadness. Blame the Empress for abandoning them. Leave without saying a word. Leave him with Jin Shun. The powerhouses of the Yu Kingdom have all fallen. This is more like a miniature, because all the masters of the universe who followed the Empress have fallen. The human race that is still alive. There are only 3.5 left. Ukanungshu. Calm that half is Li Sheng, who turned into a wild beast. When I came, everyone was fine. The result is all gone. Those who are alive are lucky one by one. The moment I saw the Empress, the words were on my lips, but I couldn't speak. This kind of taste is uncomfortable. Brew also turned over and rushed over at this time. The three of them surrounded Gula with an encirclement. You flies! The Gula who was stopped was a little annoyed, but at a glance he shook the three of them back and blasted towards the barrier again. This time Brew stepped forward and started to burn his divine power. End of this chapter. Chapter 5868. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, and the sound transmission said, Elder Bu, how long does your previous move take? Brew, who burns the divine body, has reached 1,000,000 in divine power. If you perform the previous trick again, you might be caught off guard. It also takes some time for Gula to transform. If you can force Gula to be killed in the opponent's transform, then you can make a lot of money. 3 breaths. Bulu forced Gula's punch with both hands and looked at Jian Wushuang as he retreated. He also understood Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Want to end directly to Gula. Add fuel tactics. To deal with Gula is to find death. Even if the 4 great saints could produce a flower, it would not be of much use. 4-6 Tribulations realm, no matter how strong they are. That means there are 4 more blues. Maybe it can block the current Gula, but absolutely can't stop the Gula after the transformation. Song. Jian Wushuang directly drew out the 10,000 Tribulation sword and said indifferently, Leave these 3 breaths to me. Turning his head and glanced at the Empress again, the other party's divine power had already begun to be unstable. Whether it is reliable or not is a question. Therefore, he must resist these 3 breaths on his own. Gula, now your opponent is me. Jian Wushuang slashed horizontally with his sword. The wings behind him shook, and his speed was already equal to that of Gula. This shocked Gula. It was impossible to avoid that sword, and suddenly it was a little messy. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so fast. Jian Wushuang had only 800,000 supernatural powers, and Gula naturally didn't care about it. But now the speed suddenly caught up with him, which made Gula worried that Jian Wushuang's divine power would suddenly skyrocket. But after feeling the power of that sword, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought your speed was as powerful as your divine power. Gula held the sword of 10,000 tribulations in one hand, and his divine power shook Jian Wushuang away. Jian Wushuang, who was shaken away, was unstable and slowed down. At this time, Gula rushed forward, with both hands behind. A head hammer with a sharp threaded angle directly pierced Jian Wushuang's chest. Puff! The blood remained along the breastplate, and Jian Wushuang's own divine body broke directly. The difference is still too far. Although his supernatural power reached 800,000 after his super-eternal transformation, and his origin was doubled, he was still an emperor after all. The life force is running wildly, and if he wants to recover his injury, it consumes more than it grows. Gula's head slammed to the ground fiercely, directly slamming Jian Wushuang from the sky into the ground. Boom! Jian Wushuang, who fell to the ground, directly smashed a huge pit. The injury on his chest was extremely serious, and it had penetrated the origin universe. No matter how quickly the vitality recovers, it cannot be restored instantly. This is the gap. If it is the same level, or just a stronger player than him, it will not be so embarrassed. But for the super strong with millions of superpowers, Gula, he has no way at all. 2 breaths. Jian Wushuang laughed at himself, his body unable to move. This time he really didn't move. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Empress, and said in the bottom of his heart, Block him and give Brew a breath of time. We still have a chance to win. The female emperor's body trembled, and the divine body had begun to crack, and the time for 2 breaths was to gather energy. Now some breath has just gathered, and it's starting to be unstable again. And Jian Wushuang is about to fall. Little guy, The Empress was also a little moved. This time the position of the saint is already hers. In fact, there is no need to lie down in muddy water. Even if the mission is not completed and the position of the saint is unsuccessful, she will earn enough to see the holy meeting this time. From half a step to the six tribulations realm, to the peak of the six tribulations realm, the many prices paid are all worthwhile for her. Why do you continue to fight like this? And Jian Wushuang was a dying person. There was no need to save him. It's better to take this opportunity to escape. Seeing Li Sheng hesitating in the distance, she jumped anxiously. If Jian Wushuang was gone, he wouldn't be transformed into a human race. Gula killed all the strong people in this place, and he could not return to the 16 kingdoms. At that time, in this infinite world, even if it becomes the six tribulations realm, what's the point? He couldn't watch Jian Wushuang die. The same goes for Wu Li at the top of the mountain. Now Jian Wushuang is dying, and his plan to enter Wanlu has also been ruined. I told you not to go. Don't go. Wu Li shook his head, reached out and drew out the 3-foot wooden sword, turned his head and glanced at the house of the elder. His breath suddenly changed. Just as Wu Li was about to take a shot, the Empress was moved. She didn't go towards Gula, but rushed towards Li Sheng. "My lord, help me!" Li Sheng shouted and threw the Dragon Ball directly. This is his plan with the Empress. Use Dragon Ball to lead Gula away. Hearing the shouting, Gula turned his head to look at the position of the Empress. Had to stop. Damn, you flies completely angered me. Gula clenched his fist. He didn't want to play anymore. The female emperor just rushed to Li Sheng's side, but was suffocated by the breath of Gula. The colors of the sky are beginning to distort. Gula's divine power also began to beat continuously. Jian Wushuang at the bottom of the pit took the opportunity to turn over and leaped into the distance and loudly reminded, "Be careful of his transformation." Boy, you actually know the identity of this king. Gula looked extremely embarrassed. This was a sign of transformation. What he didn't expect was a human kid who knew he could transform. As far as he knows, there are no frozen demons in the outside world. Jian Wushuang, who fled to the distance, took a breath. A trace of thought power has been on Baloo, and the opponent's stunts have been condensed. Just wait for an opportunity now. Frozen demon race. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to say, "Gula, I killed a frozen demon race. He looks a lot like you." This sentence is slightly provocative, but Gula didn't care about it. The strong of the frozen demon race, although rare, but it is not as united as the Balunga. It has nothing to do with him. What he cares about is that someone knows his whole cards. This makes him very upset. Originally, I thought that in front of these people, come to show off. As a result, don't puncture it now. Since you know, let you be the first person to kill after I transform. Gula's figure shook, and his divine power skyrocketed again. Jian Wushuang turned his head and said to Baloo, "It's now." A beam of light surrounded by black aura rose to the sky, and Bulu spelled out the power of his whole body, exhausted the last trace of his strength, and shouted angrily, "Magic light kills waves." Boom! This air column is like a Changhong circling the sun. He rushed to Gula in an instant. Gula, who was still about to transform, turned his head to look, and he was already in front of his eyes. The bloodshot eyes burst, and he exclaimed, "What?" End of this chapter. Chapter 5869. He just didn't pay attention to Brew at all. His mind was all on Jian Wushuang, and he wanted to know how Jian Wushuang knew he would transform. Jian Wushuang deliberately attracted his attention at that time. Now it seems successful. This time, Mo used to kill the waves has exceeded 1,000,000 supernatural powers. That's a full 1,050,000. Even if Gula can't be killed, Gula can be seriously injured. He was so badly injured that he couldn't transform again. They can win. The beam of light covered Gula's body and pulsed directly towards the distant mountain. The Gula's body in the light wave was directly shattered, and the divine body was disappearing little by little. Pass through the Gula completely, without a trace of excess. The light waves passing through the Gula fell into the distant mountains, bursting out a strong breath, and then bursting open. Rumble! A powerful air current blows along, and Jian Wushuang stretches out his hand to block him. In the rear, he felt 4 strong breaths again. They are the 4 great suns. Good things, they are all gathered together. Jian Wushuang smiled, turned his head, and said to the 4 great saints, "Now, give Gula another blow." The damage just now was not enough to make Gula fall. Must take the opportunity to make up the knife, and can't hesitate. The 4 great suns have absorbed hundreds of Balunga clan powerhouses, and now each of them has a divine power of about 1 million, which is comparable to the Empress and Bulu. The 4 of them soared into the air, working together, and hitting countless waves of light, each hitting 1 million or so, although it was not as good as the one that Bruce had just made. But the number is staggering. In just one breath, he played tens of thousands of times. The entire Dragon God continent was destroyed in half. The origin of the infinite world is almost consumed. Jian Wushuang just remembered now. On Gumu continent, it is simply not possible to withstand the battle of the 7 Tribulations realm. The original Soul Heaven Emperor, a big move, directly destroyed the Eternal Kingdom. This is an example. The 4 great suns, a wave of violent bombing, almost destroyed the entire infinite world, which is normal. Anyway, it's not his own home. Jian Wushuang doesn't care, but hopes that the stronger the better. The 4 great suns almost worked out their full strength, not daring to be careless at all. A stick of incense was blown for a long time. Jian Wushuang's thought power has been paying attention, and at the same time he has also moved to Bruss's side. Eat him quickly and send me back to the top of the mountain. Baloo swallowed the fruit of the divine power and recovered some of the divine power, and a handprint directly sent Jian Wushuang back to the top of the mountain. Jian Wushuang dared to breathe a sigh of relief after returning to the top of the mountain. "Benefactor, it'll restore you." Dan Bao walked over, actively trying to restore Jian Wushuang some divine power. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "I have recovered." So fast. Wu Li leaned in at this moment, but the aura on his body had returned to normal. "Slow down, he'll die below." Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "Wait for the result. If Gula is still alive, we will leave." After speaking, he began to gather chi again. He has become normal now. To escape, you can only perform super eternal changes, and then use the 3 shocks to shuttle out of the universe. It's all like this. Can he live? Wu Li pointed to the bottomless pits in the crystal ball. Jian Wushuang's face was pale, and he said honestly, "I can still feel the breath of Gula. He is not that easy to die. It depends on whether he can transform." As soon as he finished saying this, he saw a small black spot floating up from the pit. A closer look reveals that it is Gula. Everyone at the foot of the mountain was dumbfounded. Gula slowly rose from the pit to the sky, but his figure was in tatters. The limbs are gone, and there are many holes in the chest. There are still a few holes in the face. The divine power dropped for the first time from 1.08 million to 800,000. This is already a serious injury to Gula. Heavier, he is almost out of combat power. "You ants actually hurt me. Damn it." Gula's figure shook, and the rotten wound began to recover, gradually turning into a perfect shape. Snapped. Falling to the ground, walked towards Bruce step by step. The 4 great suns stepped forward to block Gula. "Since this is the case, let you see how powerful I am after I transform." Gula sneered, clenching his fists with both hands, and his divine power suddenly exploded. A golden light burst suddenly. The violent divine power began to rise. Jian Wushuang at the top of the mountain already knew that this time he was really finished. "Let's go." Jian Wushuang also condensed his breath to consummation at this time. You can perform super eternal changes at any time. Before the Gula has completely transformed, his speed is still comparable to that of the opponent, so hurry up and run with someone. Wu Li wanted to run early, so he was naturally happy. "That's what I'm waiting for, but when you leave, take the little brother Danbao. He can restore our divine power, which is also a great help." Actually, Wu Li doesn't need to say, he will always bring Danbao. But this sentence came out of Wu Li's mouth. This makes him a little strange. The previous Wu Li didn't care about the death of others at all. Now he has to take the initiative to bring Danbao. It must have found something. He didn't rush to pierce, but he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked at Dan Bao and said, Dan Bao, are you willing to follow us? Aye. Dan Bao lowered his head, hesitating while holding the corner of his clothes with both hands. Hesitation is also normal. After all, this is a holy land, and this time, the holy land was destroyed, and all the people of the tribe fell. This is inevitable. He is just a kid, and how much he can understand. Jian Wushuang also knew his worries, so he said, If you are not sure to pay attention, it is better to ask the elder. Good. Dan Bao nodded, and then ran into the house. Jian Wushuang looked at the crystal ball again. Down the mountain, Gula burst into rebirth in the bursting golden light. The golden light faded, and a familiar figure appeared. It was the same as the ancient temple Jian Wushuang saw. After Gula's transformation, his figure was several times higher than before, and his divine power also skyrocketed a lot. 100. Jian Wushuang couldn't see through. Frowning, thinking about how to escape later. He knew that there was still a teleportation formation on the mountain, but the transmission distance is not far. He still wants to use the 3-shock universe. Wu Li bluntly said, 3 million. The tree in the body, a Khonshu. Calm told Wu Li about the power of Gula. 3 million supernatural powers. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he was not surprised. This is also normal. Before transforming, there were 1.08 million. After transforming, he has 3 million, which is actually not as powerful as he imagined. This divine power can be regarded as a high-level combat power in the 7 Tribulations realm. He had seen Dylan after the outbreak. Divine power is as high as 1.8 million. The upper limit of the 7 Tribulations realm is too high. Millions are just the beginning. Chapter 5870. Like the Soul Heaven Emperor, it is correct to say that he is in the 7 Tribulations realm. However, his divine power is extremely terrifying, and it is possible to guarantee the bottom 3 million. It is the strongest 7 Tribulations realm in the entire Gomu continent. Regardless of the Cosmic Dojo, no one with iron guts is not necessarily the opponent of the Soul Heaven Emperor. In other words, he can't feel his current clone anywhere. It is true that the battles in the infinite world are too frequent. He doesn't have time to care about external affairs. Gula, the biggest threat now, can't be solved at all. Don't have any thoughts. Take care of other things. Those people at the foot of the mountain are over. Jian Wushuang couldn't bear to look again. The Empress couldn't escape, even if she wanted to. He didn't plan to take care of the female emperor, so he would take 2 people at most. Even if you can bring 3, you will not consider the Empress. The other party was completely stunned. Want to be strong? Want to be crazy? Anything can be discarded. When the time comes, she will sell it again. Why bother? Benefactor, the Great Elder invites you to come once. Dan Bao walked out of the Great Elder's house and shouted at him and Wu Li. Although there is not much time now, but if the other party wants to meet, it is better to see once. Maybe there is something left, although I look down on treasures. But chances can't be less. What if the first elder can give them some chance? Wu Li wanted everything, so he pulled him and walked into the house. When he entered the house, he felt a twilight. That is the twilight of death. It seems that the Great Elder is about to die. Even if Gula didn't do it, he wouldn't live for a few years. And Jian Wushuang discovered that Dan Bao's aura had become stronger at this time. He also just noticed it. That breath has reached the level of the ordinary robbery realm. This is quite unexpected. It should be some kind of treasure given by this Great Elder that can make Dan Bao stronger. Jian Wushuang thought like this in his heart. Seeing them come in, the Great Elder Chong gave a bit of spirit and said, Humanity, the Gula, is as powerful as you said. Well, what Great Elder, if you have something to say quickly? We are running out of time here. Wu Li was a little anxious at this time. The Great Elder paused and then said directly, There are some things that I can't say directly. Please look through this jade slip. If you feel that you have hope, don't leave in a hurry. Jade slip. Jian Wushuang turned out to be a small jade slip. I don't know what the Great Elder meant. The opponent is the creator of the Balunga clan, so he shouldn't be afraid of death. After a thought force entered the jade slip, Jian Wushuang was stunned. Dragon Ball can still be used like this? He raised his head and looked at the great elder, somewhat in disbelief. Wu Li was also curious at this time, and quickly avoided the jade slip, and was shocked when he saw the content above. The content is very simple. Collecting 9 Dragon Balls, the elder can use the power of reversing the rules. This force has reversed the supreme rule. Let alone Wu Li, Jian Wushuang has never heard of it either. For a while, I was a little uncertain about it. Reverse the rules. Excitation potential. The simple 4 words contain too much. Wu Li bluntly said, "What level can this potential be stimulated?" His focus is always his best interest. But I don't want to think about this authenticity. Even if the potential is stimulated, can the combat power be doubled? Jian Wushuang didn't think so. If you were so good, what would you have done long ago? The elder's eyelids trembled and tremblingly said, "The potential to stimulate is the source within oneself. The stronger the potential of the source, the stronger the combat power aroused. The source of my Belungia clan is too weak, so I have been." He just used a Dragon Ball to stimulate Dan Bao's potential. This is the only thing he can do. I just hope that the last member of the tribe can be stronger and have the ability to protect themselves. At the same time, it must have its own value. This way it will not be abandoned. Dan Bao said with tears in his eyes at this time. "Elder, a Dragon Ball will reduce your lifespan a lot. If 9 dragon are together, you will fall." "Stupid boy, my limit is coming soon. Even if Gula doesn't kill me, I won't be able to last long." The elder bowed his head and looked at Dan Bao dozingly. Only then did Wu Li realize that Dan Bao's aura was much stronger than before. Although his divine power had not improved much, his origin was much stronger. Dan Bao was not a combat type, and it was useless to increase his divine power. The origin is stronger, and the speed at which it helps others to recover their divine power must be faster. "Brother Wushuang, why don't I try?" Wu Li looked at Jian Wushuang. Obviously want to see Jian Wushuang's opinion. Jian Wushuang didn't stop either and said casually, "If you think you have potential, just try it." He is now the Emperor Consummation, and if he is excited again, he is afraid that he will die. So I don't have much opinion about it, and there are no expectations. Wu Li walked over happily. His supernatural power is 700,000 at its peak. It's half a step in the 5 Tribulations realm's combat power. It used to be a half-step 4 Tribulations realm, but now it has risen to a level. If he stimulates his potential, can Wu Li survive another catastrophe in the same place? Jian Wushuang waited to see Wu Li's joke. The elder held a Dragon Ball in one hand and put the other hand on Wu Li's forehead. A burst of power erupted. With the dragon Shao that followed, a golden light burst out of Wu Li's body. The powerful rule power fell from the sky, and Jian Wushuang was taken aback. "Reverse the rules," he murmured, not daring to talk. "If you don't really go through the catastrophe on the spot, the great calamity in the void condenses." But because of the power in the Dragon Ball, it began to dissipate. Wu Li is overjoyed. He didn't expect that the surprise this time would come too suddenly. A catastrophe in vain. There are no signs at all. The Grand Elder released his hand. His complexion lowered again. Obviously, there is not much lifespan, and it is now in a state of dying. "Human, with my current life, I can use at most 1 Dragon Ball to help you improve." The Elder also felt that what he had just said was a bit too big. 9 dragon to increase their potential together, it would take too much life. He has never tried it, but in his opinion, the potential stimulated by a Dragon Ball is almost enough. A Khonshu. Kam Wu Li half-stepped into the 5 Tribulations realm, transformed himself, and went directly to the half-step 6 Tribulations realm. This is very ridiculous. The dream of Wu Li was the 5 Tribulations realm. Before entering the Wanlu Shenmu, he had reached the half-step 6 Tribulations realm. "Brother Wushuang, it's really useful. I feel I can play Gula now." After Wu Li's origin skyrocketed, the tree man in his body helped him transform all the origin's power of all things into divine power. It means that his divine power has skyrocketed, and it has reached the half-step 6 Tribulations realm. He can madly nibble on the treasures of divine power again, and enhance his divine power. Thinking of this, Wu Li even shamelessly reached out for the treasure from the elder. End of this chapter. Chapter 5871. Eat dry. Nothing is left. Almost done. Clean up. We are ready to go. He was still not tempted. He knew the details of himself best. Wu Li nodded frantically while improving his supernatural power. But in the bottom of his heart, he was still a little unwilling. There are also 4 dragon here, which have improved so much in one go. Then, with 4 dragon ascending, wouldn't he be able to reach the 6 tribulations realm? But thinking of the great elder left a sigh of relief. It is estimated that there is no such opportunity. Can only sigh from the bottom of my heart. Jian Wushuang was just about to perform the super eternal change, but a voice rang in his mind. You go to Xiolia's sacred tree, isn't it just to hit the catastrophe? Now this opportunity is right in front of you. Why don't you grasp it? This voice comes from his original universe. And in his original universe, there is only one person. Weiss. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He thought the other party would not care about him, but he didn't expect to remind him at this time. In the original universe, above Tianqing Mountain, Weiss leaned on a huge recliner while basking in the sun, while directing the created humanoid life to decorate the huge manor. It has been arranged for such a long time, but it still hasn't reached the level of his satisfaction. Hearing Jian Wushuang dare to question, he said calmly, If you don't believe it, you can leave at any time. I believe it. Jian Wushuang nodded frantically. Weiss has spoken. Can he not believe it? The other party is a god. However, since the potential is stimulated, it is stimulated to the maximum. The 9 dragon must be together. There are 4 more from the outside world. If you think of a way, you can get it. If he could really reach the tribulation realm, he would be able to cross the 5 tribulations realm at once without the help of the great elder. Will you still be afraid of Gula? The supernatural power of 1.3 million is nothing more. Once he breaks through the robbery realm, he does not need to use divine power, and he can beat the Gula brutally by using the sword. Origin's supernatural power. The most powerful is the Origin. What's the matter? Wu Li asked Jian Wushuang, astonished as he watched. I was afraid that Jian Wushuang would do something more. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, Don't leave. Have you figured it out clearly? The great elder was also overjoyed. He could see that Jian Wushuang's potential was endless. Although a Dragon Ball is less exciting, it can also double Jian Wushuang's strength. Elder, I think it through, but I want to use 9 dragon to stimulate my potential. 9! Not only was the elder stunned for a while, Wu Li exclaimed, Brother Wushuang, don't be kidding, there is no such condition now. Even if they went out and snatched the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, the lifespan of the great elder would not be enough for him to ruin. I'm sure. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Jian Wushuang was extremely confident. Isn't it the power of life? What he has is. Now he doesn't care about being exposed or not. As long as it can become a catastrophe, everything is worth it. And he created a super eternal change. Once it becomes the tribulation realm, it can quickly reach the 5 tribulations realm. Performing super eternal transformation, his combat power is at least comparable to the 7 tribulations realm. One more thing, that is, his original universe can be accommodated in God's body. In this way, it is equivalent to carrying a moving dojo. The combat power will skyrocket. Killing Gula is not a problem. Even if you go out, you can still save your life. When he arrives at the Lord of the Universe, his 3-shock universe will be unique in Guyu time and space. Except for the Master of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm, no one can catch him. He still has this confidence. As long as he gave him time, he swallowed Dongjun's bones, and his basic divine power could quickly break through 1 million. At that time, it will be used again, the super eternal change with full power. He himself couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. At this time, Wu Li stood up and poured cold water. Brother, this matter is not something you can grasp if you want to, and there are some things you simply can't grasp. What about this one? Jian Wushuang was directly deep in his palm, and his thought power mobilized the life force in his body and instantly gathered in his palm. This scene directly suppressed everyone. Wu Li's eyes glowed, and the tree in his body almost ran out. Life force, Dan Bao also exclaimed. At the same time, he thought of the treasure in his body. He is able to possess the power of all things to transform divine power and life because of a treasure. But Jin Wushuang's life force is the most pure innate life. When the turbid eyes of the great elder saw the life force, a faint light was also leaked. This light spot keeps zooming in. Jin Wushuang walked to the side of the elder and directly injected the life force into the body of the elder. The great elder of the Balunga tribe, after receiving that vitality, began to slowly change from an old and exhausted state. I couldn't open my eyelids before. Now he can actually stand up. This is simply a miracle of life. Brother Wushuang, you must be crazy. Wu Li reacted at this moment and pointed towards the sky. The meaning is clear. Everything they do here can be seen clearly by outsiders. This time the holy meeting is over. After a while, there will be countless robbers rushing. The 8 tribulations realm will all end. Jin Wushuang didn't care and said, "The soldiers will come to cover. The water will cover the earth." Very courageous. The great elder stood up, looked at Jin Wushuang, and said, "The life you gave me is enough to stimulate your potential with 9 Dragon Balls. Now I can see that you are the Emperor. It's amazing." "It's nothing." Jin Wushuang also became frantic and said casually, "Only in the tribulation realm can we reverse this crisis. There will be no need to flee at that time. I will also give the vitality to the great elder, so that the Balunga clan will live forever. I believe in your potential." The great elder of the Balunga clan was as confident as Jin Wushuang at this time. Wu Li stood by, not knowing how to do it well. Escape, it also depends on the strength. How would he run without Jin Wushuang? Wu Li! Jin Wu was serious on both sides, looking at the other side and said, "And the senior in your body, now every word I say will swear to the supreme rule. As long as you help me wholeheartedly, a Khonshu I will pay you back for. Come in the future." This time was a good idea for them. As long as you help him get things done this time, everything will be good in the future. No matter what Shuren's plan is, what is his status, he will go all out. Help the other party achieve their goals. Treasures can be picked first by them, as long as I can help him this time. Wu Li's eyes flashed, and he swallowed, but his heart was tangled, and at the same time, he was waiting for the tree man to tell him what to do. He is not allowed to pay attention by himself. Strength is one aspect, and so is knowledge. Promise him. Chapter 58-72. Wu Li's eyes moved and nodded. A smile appeared on his face for an instant, and he walked to Jin Wushuang, patted his chest, and said, "I'm all my own. Even without you, I will stand by you." Although this sentence is a bit false, the listener is comfortable. In fact, the reason why Wu Li listened to everything was because he was not strong enough. Even if he was half a step into the 6 tribulations realm, his divine power would only be more than 800,000. This bit of supernatural power is also given for nothing. After helping Jin Wushuang to grab the Dragon Ball, he also needs the support of the Tree Man. Thanks. Jin Wushuang was grateful this time. Wu Li originally wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but when he thought of something, he raised his hand halfway, patted the air, and said embarrassingly, "Small things. How long do I need to resist?" Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and was already sending a message to Li Sheng. Grab Dragon Ball will be fast. But to break through this matter, something needs to be done. The elder also understood the risk this time, and he paused and said, "I have already transmitted the sound to Brew. As long as you resist the time of a stick of incense, Brew will merge with the 4 great suns again and become the best of my clan. Strong super soldier." A stick of incense. Wu Li gritted his teeth and nodded in response. "Everything is ready. Then let's start." Jin Wushuang directly performed the super eternal change, put a hand on Wu Li's shoulder, and then said to the elder, "Trouble the elder to send me out." "He'll go too." Dan Bao also stood up at this time. Jin Wushuang originally wanted to stop, but thought that Dan Bao could quickly restore their supernatural power. Also a helper. He couldn't help other people to restore his divine power by then, although the life force had been exposed, but Gula was waiting for him. Snatching the Dragon Ball will surely make Gula take revenge wildly. It must be fast. There is too little time left for him now. The strong outsiders must have noticed him. In fact, it's almost the same as Wooly said. Now the whole ancient wood Holy Land is in chaos. Dozens of scattered robbers at the Seven Tribulation Realm level are already negotiating with the Gumu sect. To say that it is a negotiation is actually to force the palace. Let Gumu faction teleport them to the infinite world. The matter has reached the whole point. The Shimu king came personally, it was useless. But these people, if they know that the current Shimu king can still exert peak combat power, I am afraid they would not dare to make such a fuss. Everyone, no matter what, the holy meeting is not over, no one can enter. This is the rule set by the Shinmu king, and no one can break it. Humph! A Seven Tribulation Realm powerhouse in the secret realm stood up and said loudly, "If you say you don't let it in, you won't let it in? Who knows how many people you have sent in?" The rest of the Seven Tribulation Realm powerhouses also quarreled with each other. The head teacher of the Ancient Wood School was also unlucky. Now that the bigger one can't come out, let him bear the small one outside. Although he is a master, he is only managing trivial matters. The real big things are still in the care of those super elders. And there is the Shinmu king. Now, these people don't know where they are all gone. Let him fight all alone. These old guys. The madness of scattered robbery. The silence of the Lord of the universe. Tongha Sword Immortal sat with the powerhouse on the side of the Stone Country, and the current powerhouse on the Stone Country. In addition to refining the stars, all went to the Gumu sect to teach. Even the ancestors of the Yu Kingdom were also in the lead. This is the son-in-law of Yu. On the bright side, he stood upright. Senior Xing Lian, not going to join in the fun? Tongha Jinxian looked at Lian Xing, but the other party did not go, which surprised him. Although the vitality of star refining is still very strong, it is time to plan ahead. Lianxing grasped the pendant in his hand, smiled, and said, "I still prefer to be passive. It's not good to be too active." Of course, it also depends on who takes the initiative. They know Jian Wushuang's potential best. It would be that simple. There must be an end to the Eight Tribulations realm. This time should not be the most anxious. Among the holy grounds of the Ancient Wood School, 4 of them came from the 10 great and 7 calamities in which Emperor Bobby sat down. It's not easy. All 4 people present recognized Jian Wushuang. Now it's up to Bobby D's plan. In the turbulence of the void, the space boat drifts aimlessly. Cabin. Bobby D had received the news a long time ago. Already led people around Jian Wushuang's clone. It's just that Jian Wushuang's clone now doesn't have any consciousness. It seemed to be pinched off. "Master Bobby, why don't we go directly to the Gumu faction and grab his deity before we speak?" Dylan stared at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes at this time. Because of the secret method of Bobby D, the others have less desire for life force now. Moreover, I also knew Jian Wushuang's life force before, and there was not much fluctuation. Bobby's paw rubbed his chin, obviously thinking about something. Compared with Jian Wushuang, his plan is more important. The reason why he valued Apei Wushuang was because of extinction. Only life can defeat life. He wanted to use Jian Wushuang to defeat Daisheng. He had to control Jian Wushuang first. It's a pity that I can't hold it anymore now. It's not that he didn't think about the Ancient Wood School Holy Land. There's also the willow, the things contained in it. Even he can't see through it. But inside, there are key treasures about the secret method of resurrection. Resurrection. This is the nickname of Bobby D for the secret law. It is also his biggest plan. Resurrect all the sabotages, thus becoming the gods of the 9 time-space sabotage powerhouses. Bobby D, who has experienced a lot in the starry sky, knows that this world has gods. Only those gods can stand high. The robbery is just a joke. The 9 tribulations will also fall. Emperor Bobby will use the 9 great time and space to disperse and achieve his own path to the gods. This plan is crazier than the extinction one, but he now has this capital. Qi Jiu Xiao, it's time for you to move. Emperor Bobby raised his eyelids. leaking his ticking eyes, and the cold light shrank. Ancient wood pie. Soon it became the core of the entire Guyu time and space. And all this is because of Jian Wushuang's exposed life force. Infinite world. Jian Wushuang and the others have already begun to act. At the same time, above the infinite world, at the core of the formation, there are dozens of superpowers who are destroying the core of the formation together. The formation was established by the Guma school. Now they dismantled it themselves. It's just a bit slow to dismantle. It takes at least 1 day to enter the infinite world. In this day's time, as long as those 7 tribulations realm existed to stop the outside world, they would be able to take the lead in controlling Jian Wushuang. Who arranged this formation back then? An old man wearing a green crown asked. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then explained. It was arranged by the 7th elder. Old 7. The old man with a high crown was silent for a while, and continued to destroy the core of the formation without saying anything. Chapter 58-73. This old man with a high crown is exactly the creator of the ancient Wood Continent. At the beginning, the ancient Wood Continent was still barren. It was he who led the 8-star Zoman Ancient Wood sect and opened up a large territory. He is also the most powerful person in Guma Continent. I will definitely take you this time. Shenmu Wang stepped on the void and looked at Wanlu in the wild core area with greed in his eyes. The power of innate life reappears. In the eyes of King Shenmu, this must have something to do with Wanlu. Taking down Jian Wushuang is equivalent to opening Wanlu. The peeping and speculation of countless strong men. Jian Wushuang didn't know it at all, although the bottom of my heart is prepared. But this time he is about to face the strong. It is unprecedentedly powerful. The top of Longshan Mountain, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li stood side by side. This time, I must win. He clenched his fist. The purpose of coming to Gyue time and space is to become a tribulation realm and master the universe. He must win. Wu Li took a deep breath, but the divine power on his body began to change. The terrible divine power did not belong to him, but the tree man was controlling his divine body. Although you shouldn't ask, I still want to say, even if you go through the 5 tribulations at once, but there is no universe here. You can't create another one. This is indeed a big problem for ordinary people. The primitive universe bred in time and space is all in quantity. There is no primitive universe long ago. You can only refine the universe by yourself. This will take a long time. There is no time now. Jian Wushuang has exposed a lot this time, and he is not hiding anything at all. He turned to explain to Wu Li. I have a way to condense my original universe in a short period of time, and the growth of divine power can be achieved quickly as long as I break through. Success. In half a day, I will be able to reach the 5 tribulations realm. He is confident. Wu Li didn't say anything anymore and directly exploded with the divine power injected into him by the Trant, and his aura skyrocketed. Action. Wow! The two disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, Wu Lishan stood in front of Gula with a sword in his hand. After the transformation, Gula had a supernatural power of 1.3 million. The female emperor fell to the ground severely wounded, reluctant to live or die. Bru and the 4 great sons could not stop Gula's punch together. They all began to despair. Unexpectedly, there are still people who dare to come down from the top of the mountain at this time. You guys go. Bru was a little anxious at this moment. The original plan of this great elder was different at all. The original plan of the great elder was to make them stand up. If there is a possibility of winning, it is naturally the best. It's impossible. You can only ask Jian Wushuang to take Dan Bao away. Looking at it now, they have lost. Wu Li's face was pale, and a smile leaked in front of him, and he said, "The universe is uncertain. We still have hope. You can't stop the time for a stick of incense." Bru shook his head. The great elder had just transmitted a message to him for the final fusion. But Bru needs too long. Unless Gula is sleeping in place and waiting for him, it is impossible to merge successfully. You can't rely on Wu Li in front of you. After Wu Li broke through again, his supernatural power was more than 800,000, and he already had the combat power of the Six Tribulations realm. But compared with Gula, it's just a drop in the bucket. The mayfly shakes the tree and does not know what to do. Just let you see my true strength. Wu Li's voice fell, and his divine power increased again. His face was also pale and embarrassed. This is the inability of the divine body. That violent divine power has accumulated too much. It wasn't his own divine power, but now that it is used, it has a big backlash against him. But the tree man told him that as long as he had a breath, whether it was Dan Bao or Jian Wushuang, he could restore him to the peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't fight like this. Gula was also bluffed by the people in front of him. He didn't care about it, but after feeling that Wu Li's divine power reached 1 million in an instant, he was a little uncomfortable. You are really difficult. Gula frowned and rushed to Wu Li immediately. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, started his hand. He reached Li Sheng's side at a very fast speed. I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang let out a wicked smile and directly took away all the 4 dragon from Li Sheng's side with a wave of one hand. Li Sheng gritted his teeth, but finally didn't make a move, just watching Jian Wushuang leave with the Dragon Ball. Gula, who had just rushed out halfway, found a strong aura fluctuating behind and knew something was wrong. After seeing the Dragon Ball next to Li Sheng disappear, he was completely furious. Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the void, was shocked by the breath. You ant! I will let you die first. The furious Gula's supernatural power was still rising. I leaped and rushed to Jian Wushuang's face. Jian Wushuang immediately shouted toward the top of the mountain. It's now! Ha! Boom! Gula blasted a fist on an afterimage, and Jian Wushuang had already left. Before he could react, Wu Li rushed over. The 3-foot wooden sword can cut the sky. The wooden sword struck from the depths of the void, and the moment it pierced into the space, the entire infinite world was trembling. At this moment, Wu Li's supernatural power is as high as 1.3 million. Gula was stunned, and hurriedly used the sword with both hands. But when his hands touched the blade, his divine power continued to decline, shattered the void, and pierced the space. How could the power of this sword make Gula stop? Wu Li shot again. Several swords slashed out, but the divine power consumed was continuously recovered by the tree man. He was the only opponent who made Gula feel pressured. No one could do it before. In the distance, Bulu and others have begun to merge. When I felt Wu Li's breath, my heart was also extremely shocked. This time, maybe they can really win. And you don't need Jian Wushuang to win. The Great Elder is also paying attention to this battle. It's also incredible. He couldn't see through Jian Wushuang. Can't see through Wu Li. In his opinion, Wu Li's potential is not that strong. Maybe in this life, he can't jump out of the 5 tribulations realm. But with the current outbreak, Wu Li's future has begun to change. The 5 tribulations realm changed from a mountaintop to a starting point. This is the current change in Wu Li. The space shook, and Jian Wushuang had arrived in front of the Great Elder with 4 Dragon Balls. Let's start! He put down the Dragon Ball Akanshu. Calm, and the 5 dragon around the Elder gathered together. The 9 dragon are all together. Before the start, the Elder took a last look at the situation outside and reminded, don't be under pressure. This time maybe Wu Li and Bulu will be able to solve the Gula. This is the best. Jian Wushuang nodded. He wished that Wu Li and Bru would succeed. Then he has no worries. The Great Elder didn't say anything. He directly used his thought power to infuse the Dragon Ball. Bursting out a powerful breath, directly broke through the house and flew into the sky. The rules of heaven and earth are instantly separated. The outside world can no longer see the situation here. End of this chapter. Chapter 5874. Jian Wushuang's figure floated unconsciously. His divine power and origin began to skyrocket. There is no of the supreme rule. He has no limits of any realm. Can practice crazy. Robbery. Jian Wushuang looked up at the sky. Then he said in a deep voice, I just need to stop the rule immediately. I have to follow this robbery. Originally, according to the plan of the Great Elder, he didn't need to deal with the first difficulty of Tribulation Realm. But now he felt it unnecessary. The clouds gathered in the sky, from broken to condensed. An extremely dangerous catastrophe is brewing. The Shinmu King and others who were destroying the core of the infinite world were stunned. Suddenly found that the formation could not be destroyed. The entire infinite world is cut off from the outside world. It's that old guy. Shimu looked embarrassed, thinking of the Great Elder of the Belunga tribe. The world of infinity is the most special in the world suppressed by the Guma school. This time, the holy meeting, the reason for choosing to be in the infinite world. In fact, there is another conspiracy. Otherwise, Gula won't be messed up. Go to clean up the Gula long ago. Although the robbers could not enter, it was nothing to destroy the formation for the sake of so many masters of the universe. It was the Gumu faction that concealed it, so it didn't go to rescue. On the contrary, it adds to the fire. Their purpose is not to be practitioners. It's Gula. If anyone can defeat Gula, that's fine. The real goal is the 9 Dragon Balls. Go to open a treasure land. That treasure land has a relationship with Wanlu. All this is one bureau. From the beginning, it was linked together. Anyone can sit in the position of the saint. But the opportunity that Wanlu opened was only once. As for why not get together the Dragon Ball by yourself? This is related to the oath in Dragon Ball. The dragon back then took an oath. Only the Great Elder of the Belunga tribe can open it. Gula is just a cover. What they want is to let Elder Belunda unlock the 9 Dragon himself. Regardless of the purpose, which treasure will lead to. Only the appearance of Jian Wushuang disrupted the layout of the Gumu sect. Now, it is double happiness. In the eyes of King Shinmu, both benefits are related to Wanlu. Now, he is bound to win. The supreme rule is isolated. That shows that Dragon Ball played a role. It is a pity that they have not yet entered the infinite world. This point made Shimu Wang's heart a little unstable. Feeling a threat is slowly approaching. He thought this threat was in the infinite world. This is not the case. This threat comes from Bobby D. It's also just right. Just to give Jian Wushuang a delay. The bias of automobile transportation has come. Dragon Mountain. Jian Wushuang floated in the air, facing the first difficulty. This is the difficulty of hitting the Tribulation Realm. It's also a robbery. Is there really no need to stop? The Great Elder below hesitated, feeling that now is not the time to be a hero. He thought that Jian Wushuang didn't have to fight hard at all. Jian Wushuang faced this difficulty. His complexion was flat. He didn't feel any threat and said calmly, I must take up this difficulty. Otherwise, I won't be able to master the time. Time? The Great Elder was stunned. Although I don't understand, the strength of this Jian Wushuang after breakthrough is related. Don't say anything. Jian Wushuang looked up at the clouds that gathered in the sky. Eyes are like waves, watching the past, and the clouds dissipate. Instead, a great light descended, covered him directly. The time rule also falls at a speed. For Jian Wushuang, this difficulty is as simple as drinking water. The clouds in the sky disappeared. The supreme rule of isolation is here again. The outside world can again see the situation below. Shimu Wang and others just saw Jian Wushuang in the sky. This kid is hitting the Tribulation Realm. He is afraid that he is not crazy, and now he is attacking the Tribulation Realm. He is not afraid of Gula's destruction. King Shimu first glanced at Elder Belunga, then looked at Gula and said, Gula was stopped. Go and check if the one named Wu Li is related to Hungmu. There are more and more surprises now. Hungmu at the time seemed to have been involved in this battle. The treasures he had obtained from Hungmu made him regain his previous ambitions. He also had the confidence to reconcile with the 9-star Zoman Guyu Ejiao. How could a big man be subjugated to others? The ancient would holy land, those 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouses who are still making trouble, are already planning a storm. Now wait for an 8 Tribulations Realm great power to take the lead. The ancestor of the 8 Tribulations Realm of Stone Kingdom will soon come. At the same time, the powerful saboteurs of the major forces are also rushing. When the time comes, the Gumu faction can't fool them anymore. While waiting for others, they were also watching Jian Wushuang all the time. After a short interval, when I saw Jian Wushuang again, I was stunned to find that Jian Wushuang was hitting the Jia realm. Obviously, these people can't understand Jian Wushuang's operations. This kid doesn't think that he can defeat Gula by becoming a tribulation realm, right? Tian Jiao is like this, always thinking that he can match everything. Wait, he will soon despair. Each of these 7 tribulation realm lords has more than 1 million divine powers. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to it at all. Although I saw that Jian Wushuang could burst out in an instant 800,000 divine power, I thought that that divine power did not belong to Jian Wushuang. Otherwise, why would you have to gather chi in advance? There is still a time limit. What if it breaks through to the robbery realm? They don't think Jian Wushuang can raise his supernatural power to 1 million in a short time. Not to mention how many treasures are needed. Just say that this time is getting too late. Behind these people, Lianxing stared at Jian Wushuang, who was assaulting the tribulation realm, and said secretly, "Little guy, you have too many secrets. I hope you can survive this crisis." Refining stars is not like other Sanjia. Although I have known Jian Wushuang for a short time, I know the strength of Jian Wushuang the most. Dazzling again and again. Jian Wushuang is like the brightest star in the night sky. Maybe it will become a meteor. Maybe it will become the eternal sun and moon. No matter what, he is still optimistic about Jian Wushuang. He didn't move Jian Wushuang because of the power of life. If he needs this kind of life force, he only needs to say it, and someone will send it up. Jian Wushuang was able to survive this crisis. Same thing. If he needs it, Jian Wushuang will give it to him. So there is no need to go to this muddy water. Just watch it. Maybe Jian Wushuang will surprise everyone again. Jian Wushuang, who hit the robbery realm. I didn't think about it. Instead, he entered into the rules of time with all his heart. Fusion with time becomes one. At the same time, it also left the mark of the supreme rule on the body. The avenue of time has taken shape. He has already started. In Moro time and space, or the time and space of the primitive universe. He is already in a robbery state. Only now he is in Guyu time and space. Chapter 5875 did not notice the special relationship with the Emperor. It's just that the upper limit of origin and divine power has been improved a bit. The catastrophe is simple, and the most important thing is to condense the universe. One thought of the universe. This time the universe directly covers the entire infinite world. The movement was so loud that all the powerful people from the outside world were suppressed. He has directly become the Lord of the universe. Impossible. The universe is so easy to condense. Even if he crosses the 3 tribulations at once, but does not even fall, the universe is condensed. This is different from the rules of Guyu time and space. The head teacher of the Gu Mu sect was also watching Jian Wushuang's breakthrough, and he reminded him loudly at this time. Maybe Jian Wushuang is not a practitioner of Guyu time and space at all. This sentence awakened everyone. You must have inquired about his fortune, but I have checked the time and space. Jian Wushuang is a reincarnated person, but he has never mentioned the memory of his previous life. Moreover, the reincarnated emperor can reach his level. I am afraid that Guyu time and space will not find one. The emperor has hundreds of thousands of divine powers, whether it is from the long river of history or the contemporary Guyu Ejiao. No one can compare with Jian Wushuang. After the head of the Guma school said that it was indeed the case, they all speculated that Jian Wushuang might have come from the other 8 time and space. In the 9 great time and space, Guyu time and space is the weakest. The emperor here cannot be compared. In other time and space, there may be a figure like Jian Wushuang. The emperor is comparable to the 5 tribulations realm. Some people even suspect that Jian Wushuang came from the stars. Anyway, the more you guess, the bigger. Everyone felt that Jian Wushuang's identity was not simple. Don't do it now. Perhaps a certain big man will appear and pick up Jian Wushuang. Think of reincarnation as experience. It's also difficult for the imagination of these strong men. The more you guess, the higher. just never thought that Jian Wushuang, the ultimate emperor who reversed the rules, could also appear downstream. In an infinite world, one thought of the universe completely let go, constantly expanding, until the entire infinite world is wrapped in it. This diameter is much larger than the original universe of the Lord of the Six Tribulations realm. That's why the strong outsiders were so shocked. This is what happened after he performed the super-eternal change. Otherwise, his universe is at the consummation level, as big as the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe. But after the super-eternal change, it's different. The super-eternal change was actually the source of the increase in the beginning. It's just that his divine power has increased the upper limit because of his breath. During the Emperor period, his divine power also surpassed the power of the source. Therefore, I have been calculating my own combat power with divine power. It's different when it comes to the Lord of the universe. This time, his origin will completely surpass divine power. In super-eternal change, the original increase can reach 100-fold. The increase in supernatural power is only 50 times. The first robbery. The breath of his body was shocked, and at this moment his origin was already the pinnacle of the Five Tribulations realm. This has not yet crossed the catastrophe. The calamity of the supreme rule falls directly into the universe. But like a drop of water, it fell into the universe. Negligible. Those strong men who were watching him were all normal at this time. This time, I'm not surprised. They felt that Jian Wushuang wouldn't even have a problem in crossing the Five Tribulations. This is just the first tribulation. But while waiting for the catastrophe to pass, Jian Wushuang's increased source was stunned for all of them. Jian Wushuang couldn't help shaking himself. That violent power kept surging up. What? He raised his head and roared, thinking about the universe, once again being true. The origin is expanded again. It's a pity that this place is so big. Otherwise, his original universe could expand once again. After the baptism of the Supreme Rule, the number of black holes in the original universe also skyrocketed again. Every time you cross the catastrophe, it will make the source strong. The same is true for the calamity of the divine body. Liang Jie treated his 800,000 divine body like a tickle. There is no harm. Instead, it improved a wave of basic supernatural power. Make him very comfortable. The basic divine power has also come to 450,000. An increase of 50,000 at a time. This is already pretty good. Second calamity. Jian Wushuang spent all his thoughts on the origin universe. There is not too much attention to measuring the robbery. It was almost the same as the first tribulation, without any threat. He just got through it easily. The origin universe is once again true. The number of black holes has also doubled. It seems that the universe that my emperor thought was complete is not the same as after the tribulation realm. The original universe will not change anymore. Unexpectedly, it continues to expand and become stronger. It has now doubled. There are a total of 20,000 black holes. The third tribulation. This time his universe will become the real universe. It is also a sign that he has reached the Lord of the universe. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Coming to Guyu time and space is for the Lord of the universe. The goal is about to be reached now. He is more excited than anyone else. Come on, witness with me. He went up with one hand to welcome the third calamity. Even though those scattered robbery realms from the outside world are bluffing. At the same time, he laughed at Jian Wushuang. Even if you become the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe, you will be besieged and seized by a group of mighty powers. But in the bottom of my heart, they are very jealous of Jian Wushuang. Why is Jian Wushuang so powerful? Originally, Jian Wushuang was a senior to a junior. But seeing Jian Wushuang's constant strength, he was already approaching them. Be jealous. Lamented that he had become a sabotage, and there was no opportunity for improvement. But it has witnessed Jian Wushuang's strength step by step. The third calamity has begun. As long as the condensed universe is summoned to the real space, this kid will be the master of the universe. Damn it. If he pretended to be, how could he condense such a perfect universe ahead of time? It's really lucky. It's a meteor after all. Many people still mock coldly. Without even realizing it, in Jian Wushuang's original universe, there is a super existence that can truly end the nine great time and space. Origin Universe. Tianqing Mountain. Weiss stood in front of his manor, holding his scepter in one hand, and watching Jian Wushuang cross the robbery behind the other. Such a big universe. It's not so easy to pull back to reality. Weiss chuckled. You reading www. Akanshu. Kong. The third robbery fell. Jian Wushuang originally thought it would be a little different, but when he fell on him, he didn't feel any change. The original universe began to vibrate, and in the end it just doubled the number of black holes in the universe, reaching around 50,000 black holes in Le. The base divine power has also risen to 600,000. But this is not the point. His universe did not become real. This is the key. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang panicked. The strong from the outside world was stunned for a moment, and then started to comment. End of this chapter. Chapter 5876. Haha. I knew that he was so against the sky would accept him. So dumbfounded now? The universe cannot be condensed into reality. It is a bubble. An old man in the Seven Tribulations realm looked very comfortable, and said with a strange yin and yang aura, "You can't say that. Jian Wushuang is also the #1 emperor in the entire time and space. By choice, he has the innate vitality and can maintain his peak state all the time. So, isn't he a special life? No. Special beings don't need to cross the catastrophe. Jian Wushuang in the infinite world, but his heart is cold. The great elder of the Belunga tribe was also unbelievable, although he doesn't know much about the Lord of the universe. But common sense is still understood. Seeing that Jian Wushuang had survived the 3 tribulations, but failed to turn the universe into reality. Also understand that it may have failed. Under Dragon God Mountain, Gula hadn't noticed what was happening on the mountain. It just feels like the infinite world has changed colors. I didn't think it was special. Instead, the battle with Wu Li made him a little excited. It's just that Wu Li's divine power is constantly declining. Blue, the time for a stick of incense is past. Haven't you merged yet? Wu Li couldn't hold it anymore. The supernatural power the tree man gave him has fallen to 1.2 million. It's not Gula's opponent at all now. But he had to hold the opponent and had to fight head-to-head with Gula. Otherwise, the other party will go to trouble with Brew. The integration of Brew's side has also reached the most critical moment. He didn't answer Wu Li, but stared at Wu Li extremely firmly. "I'll give you 10 breaths again." Wu Li forcibly endured the backlash, and once again forcibly increased his divine power. Tree people are also constantly injecting divine power. Otherwise, Wu Li would have finished. The divine power injected is completely different from the divine power stimulated by oneself. It is no longer possible to distinguish between congenital and acquired. It's like a well, and there will be a steady stream of spring water from the ground. The current Wu Li is just a dry well, but someone pours water from a river into his well. How could he not be uncomfortable? The body is almost destroyed by the tree man. Can you still improve? Gula found that Wu Li's divine power had risen to a level again, somewhat surprised. Back to 1.3 million. He didn't think there was any fun this time. It was a little jealous of Wu Li. Gathering chi with one hand, a wave of light rushed out. He followed Guanghua and rushed towards Wu Li. He suddenly wanted to resolve the battle quickly, because Bruce is still fusing. In case something happens and it is overturned by these people, that's not good. Although Gula was waved ahead, once he made up his mind. The person he wants to defeat must die. Wu Li was also bewildered by the unexpected attack. Hurriedly held the sword to split and got the light wave condensed by divine power. But Gula had already arrived in front of him at this time, placed one hand in front of Wu Li, and the light waves condensed at close range directly blasted on Wu Li's face. Boom! Wu Li's body was blasted back quickly. The divine power just mentioned began to waver again. But Gula's supernatural power is constantly rising. It has reached 1.35 million. Now Wu Li completely imagined Jian Wushuang's words. After the transformation, the frozen demon race has improved a lot. On the way back, Gula appeared behind him ahead of time and directly blocked his blasted body with a punch. This punch directly caused Wu Li's divine body to crack. The ascended divine power began to languish rapidly. My lord, if you want to die with 9 breaths, you won't be able to resist 10 breaths. Gula sneered, and his arm directly strangled Wu Li's neck. The other hand was constantly bombarding Wu Li's back. Wu Lilian couldn't spit out blood. A hole was cut in his chest. The physical body is okay, and there is a hole that can recover quickly. But there was a hole in the divine body, and it was over. This is equivalent to his dry well sealed. The divine power directly began to decline. Even 1,000,000 can't be maintained. It's over, Wu Li said secretly. The tree man was also panicked at this time. Unexpectedly, this time it was really a big game. You can only use that trick. Shuren's voice sounded in Wu Li's mind. Wu Li gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no other choice now. If he didn't perform that trick, he died. What was lost was just a treasure. If you're not willing, you will lose 2 lives. 1 corpse, 2 lives. They are finished, Balu will be finished, and Dragon God Mountain will disappear. Jian Wushuang? Thinking of Jian Wushuang, Wu Li hesitated. After such a long time, he felt that Jian Wushuang should be about to break through. Fight! The aura on Wu Li's body suddenly changed, and a ghost fell from the sky. The catkins flutter, and the power is infinite. A sound of resonance from heaven and earth sounded, shook the entire infinite world. Gula, let you, a frog at the bottom of the well, see the real fear in this world. After Wu Li finished speaking, he quickly lifted his figure back. Only a sapling was left on the spot. The sapling of that class is constantly growing. A life force is also erupting. That is the life force released by the tree man. Let that sapling keep growing. A grass. It can cut the sun, the moon, and the stars, and it can also give birth to all things in the universe. In the blink of an eye, the sapling turned into a towering giant tree. After a breath of time, he reached the realm of a catastrophe. Between the 3 breaths, his supernatural power broke 1,000,000. That terrifying power is still skyrocketing. What is this? Gula didn't dare to be careless, and quickly backed away. But he seemed to have entered a maze, unable to escape the encirclement of catkins. Giant willow grows. Divine power gathered to 1. For 1,000,000, countless catkins began to wrap the Gula. Gula also felt the terrifying power. Never. 1. For 1,000,000 supernatural powers, this is enough to make him seriously injured. This time, you can't resist hard. Even though he was fast enough, he still couldn't break free of that restraint. The sapling grows into a giant willow, overlapping with the phantom. After the Gula was completely restrained, there was a sound that shook the world. Rumble. The goodness of the entire Dragon God World car was turned into ruins. Udkinshu. There are only peaks left on Longshan Mountain. Below it is a big hole with no bottom. Gula's figure also disappeared. Wu Li panted heavily, already running out of strength. After the breath calmed down, Dan Bao rushed towards Wu Li quickly. Seeing Dan Bao coming over, Wu Li laughed and said, "Fortunately, I have you, otherwise I will really lose out this time." Touched Dan Bao's round head and laughed. Dan Bao could only touch Wu Li's knee with his hand, and grabbed Wu Li's thigh and began to recover from Wu Li's injury. End of this chapter. Chapter 5877. A warm current enters. Not only Wu Li was restored, the Shuren also felt a familiar breath, and when he looked at Dan Bao, there was some greed in his eyes. Dan Bao's face was startled at this time, and suddenly he felt a pair of eyes were watching him, and there was an aura that made him fear in those eyes. Dan Bao backed away frightened, and pointed at Wu Li. Wu Li was very surprised. He didn't know what the Shuren was thinking, or why Dan Bao had to retreat, and seeing Dan Bao's pale complexion must have seen something. Just when he was about to turn his head to look, a speed of light directly penetrated his chest. The speed of light followed Wu Li's chest and rushed towards Dan Bao. At this moment, Bru completely transformed into a super soldier of the Palunga tribe. With a little tiptoe, he flashed directly in front of Dan Bao, raised his hand violently, and directly shook the beam away. Wu Li slowly turned around, seeing the person behind him as he fell. Gula! The other party is still alive, but there are also some wounds on the body. The tail is cut off. Standing on the only mountain peak, Gula pointed to the fallen Wu Li and said resentfully, "Damn human race. I want to kill you all." Several light beams burst out from the fingertips and rushed towards Wu Li again. Baloo didn't intend to look at it. His figure flashed again, rescued Wu Li who had fallen, and raised his hand again to bounce off Gula's attack at will. "Take him back to the holy mountain. Just leave it to me here." Baloo squinted at Gula and handed the sleeping Wu Li to Dan Bao. Wu Li was now gone. Only half a breath left. A little carelessness may fall. Even if he recovers, he must go to the top of Dragon God Mountain in the enchantment. Dan Bao resisted Wu Li's huge body and reminded, "Elder Baloo, be careful." And Bru nodded, and then confessed again. "Tell the Elder, don't make senseless sacrifices. I can win this battle." Bru's voice was full of air, with absolute confidence. Dan Bao nodded, without saying anything, and returned to the top of Dragon God Mountain through the barrier. Just coming back, I found Jian Wushuang sitting decadently on a fallen waste rock. The Great Elder also stood lonely on the side. What happened? Dan Bao gently put down Wu Li and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't answer and looked at the Great Elder again. However, the Elder motioned not to speak and pointed to Wu Li, asking him to recover Wu Li's injury first. On the other hand, he walked towards Jian Wushuang and said, "Maybe some things are just as destined by God. But I don't believe this." Jian Wushuang shook his head. The Great Elder of the Balunga tribe, however, leaked a wise look and then said, "Then do you believe that there is a in this world?" These words awakened Jian Wushuang. He still has Weiss. After the 3 tribulations, he couldn't control the universe. You can ask Weiss about this matter. I believe it. He seemed to have found confidence again and stood up directly. The Elder smiled and said, "At the beginning, Lord Dragon God, he was a god. He once told me that if I fall, the Balunga clan will be destroyed, but I don't believe it." At the end of hearing, he was stunned in embarrassment, and he didn't know how to explain to the other party. After thinking for a moment, he patted the shoulder of the Elder and reminded, "Actually, you don't need to die. Now you don't need to stimulate your potential. And if you really don't want to live anymore, you might as well integrate with Baloo so that you won't die. Can make Bru even stronger." Fusion, a word to wake up the dreamer. This time, it was the turn of the Elder to think about life. However, Jian Wushuang didn't have this leisurely time, and his figure jumped into his own mind power universe. Tianqing Mountain. Peak. Weiss, you only think of me at this time. It seems that I have no place in your heart. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. Jian Wushuang didn't have time to fight the opponent, haha, and asked quickly, "I'm already in the 3 tribulations realm, but I can't grasp the universe. Where's the problem?" Simple. In order to let Jian Wushuang know how good he is, Weiss also missed a hand this time. At one point of the scepter, a miniature starry sky was condensed. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. "Simply explain to you. You are too anxious, eager to perfect the universe, but such a perfect universe is just a matter of paper. After all, it is not the real universe, so you have not seen the essence of the universe." Weiss' finger pointed the universe evolving in the starry sky continued. "But no matter if you are lucky, being able to draw a perfect universe on a piece of paper is now helping you." Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard it. Now he can't condense the real universe, so why did he say it helped him? Could it be said that in the future, I will use one thought of the universe? Use a piece of paper in the dojo. That's not a joke in the whole time and space. He can't afford to lose this person. Not to be ashamed of Teacher Schwani. In this state, he still went to Teacher Schwani. Isn't it shameful? Since you can't control the universe in the 3rd calamity, you can do it a few more times, and when your strength becomes a little stronger, you will be able to master the universe when it matches your original universe. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, and he said in surprise, A few more calamities? But he can't feel the supreme rule now. How to cross the robbery? He immediately posed the problem. When Wes heard this, he chuckled and said, "This is even easier. Simple." A drop of sweat leaked from Jian Wushuang's forehead, feeling that Weiss was bragging more than him. If the supreme rule is simple, everyone is in the 9 tribulations realm. How can this kind of thing be simple? But he hasn't waited for him to read these words carefully. In the sky, layers of robbery clouds condensed again. This time he really believed it. Anything. He raised his head and glanced at Ji-yoon in the sky, then glanced at Wes. Even the highest rules can be controlled. This is the true God. Now even if Weiss let him go to the 9th calamity, he believed it. Too frightening. Even the highest rules can be controlled. True God. Jian Wushuang raised his mother's finger, then jumped up, began to welcome the 4th robbery. The strong outsiders found that Jian had condensed again, and they were all stunned. They cannot see the existence of Weiss. Naturally, it is not clear what happened. Only after seeing the decadent Jian Wushuang and the great elder of the Belunga tribe, they had a few conversations, and their confidence skyrocketed. Returning to the universe of one thought once again, it only took a while to trigger the 4th culpa. But Jian Wushuang didn't master the real universe. So why did he begin to cross the calamity? Everyone can't believe it. Around the sky, no one of the tribulation realm spoke. Just now he was sure that Jian Wushuang was over. But now I can only watch Jian Wushuang cross the 4th calamity. At this time, some people didn't believe in evil and said, "Let's go and see. It violates the supreme rule. The 4th culpa is definitely not ordinary, and maybe it will be gone after a while." End of this chapter. Chapter 5878. Close your crow's mouth. Many people looked viciously. If Jian Wushuang dies, what good will it do to them? Jian Wushuang, who is not dead and wasteful, is good for them. The dead Jian Wushuang was as uncomfortable as his own father died. After all, they all counted on Jian Wushuang's innate life force. Lianxing and Tonghe Jianxian were also excited when they saw Jian Wushuang preparing to cross the tribulation again. "Little guy, I knew you could." Lianxing clenched his fist with light in his eyes. Although the relationship between Tonghe Jianxian and Jian Wushuang is not close, they are both Jian Xiao, but they cherish each other. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang is now comparable to him. The master of the universe in the half-step 7 tribulations realm, with a divine power in his early millions, is almost the same as the Gula who hasn't transformed. Now Jian Wushuang, who has crossed the 4 tribulations, has reached 700,000 basic divine power. The 4th calamity was passed in a flash. The rest is the supreme tribulation. Everyone squeezed a cold sweat for him. I hope he can get through it successfully. There are still many people who worry that Jian Wushuang won't pass, and they will be finished again. The 4th calamity came crashingly. There is an essential gap with the first 3 calamities. This time, Jian Wushuang was able to truly feel that powerful catastrophe. It is like an iceberg falling into his universe. Still trivial. Jian Wushuang was also a little worried at first, but now it looks like that. 4 tribulation realm. He clenched his fist, trying to manipulate the origin universe, but found that it was still a bit difficult. This is just the universe of mind power. Like Weiss said, it's just a piece of paper. But he can't even manipulate paper, let alone turn this piece of paper into a real universe. Prepare for the 5th calamity. Weiss looked up at Jian Wushuang and nodded. The supreme rule operates again, gathering the 5th calamity. Ancient Wood Shrine outside. It seems there is no pressure. Many people breathe a sigh of relief at this time. The 4th calamity is past, and he still can't grasp the real universe. It seems that he is going to cross the 5th calamity. It's almost the same as expected, but his strength has increased somewhat quickly. Everyone nodded. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's surface strength is now. They can deal with it. Jian Wushuang changed back to normal. His supernatural power was only 700,000. The strong ones outside naturally looked down on it. But after Jian Wushuang performed the super eternal change, his supernatural power was 1.4 million. This combat power is enough to make the ordinary Seven Tribulations realm jealous. Now that the basic divine power is 700,000, that is not the limit. Jian Wushuang had not absorbed the divine treasure yet. He had such a high base divine power. Once the bones of Dongjun were swallowed, the basic divine power easily broke 1,000,000. Now is not the time for him to calculate his own combat power. The next fifth calamity is his starting goal. After this time, he hopes to successfully control the universe. Let's start. The breath rose suddenly. The amount of robbery was the first to come. The divine power of 700,000, resisting the fifth calamity, is not too strenuous. But the pressure has already come. The Four Tribulations realm has 700,000 divine powers, which are already comparable to the Five Tribulations realm. It's normal to go through the fifth calamity, but it won't work in the sixth calamity. The fourth supreme calamity increased the number of black holes in his original universe to more than 70,000. This time I am afraid it can reach 100,000. The robbery that came into being descended from the sky, converged directly to his original universe. This time it feels to him. It is no longer an object falling into the universe. Instead, I felt a storm condensed in the universe. Jian Wushuang also started to get serious. This power is actually eating away. He suddenly became angry. He is the only one who devours others, but he still has the power to devour him. This has to teach this power a lesson. He came directly to the core of the storm, really felt that the storm was absorbing the power in his original universe. With his hands open, he can't manipulate the power of the entire universe, and he can't manipulate these more than 70,000 black holes? The power of 70,000 black holes gathered in the body. Jian Wushuang's origin uttered a hum. His current source power is no longer comparable to the Seven Tribulations realm. Instead, it reached the Eight Tribulations realm level. This is because Guyu time and space is dominated by divine power. If converted to the original Morwa time and space, it is not a problem that his current source power is comparable to the Seven Tribulations realm. The power of 70,000 black holes burst out in unprecedented breath, dispersed the entire storm directly. The supreme calamity collapsed abruptly. Whether it was a strong person watching from the outside world or the great elder of Dragon God Mount, they were all shocked. The outside world exploded. They could see that Jian Wushuang could survive the 5 tribulations in succession, but they had never thought that Jian Wushuang would be able to force the 5th supreme tribulation to disperse. This is the power that destroys the supreme rule. It's incredible. Even West leaked a surprised expression and whispered to himself, "It seems I didn't pick the wrong person. He has a talent for destruction." Only Jian Wushuang felt that this was normal. Not much. He hadn't paid attention to the 5th calamity. He just wants to quickly master the universe. 5 calamities come down. The number of his black holes skyrocketed to 100,000. A universe, 100,000 black holes. If it is 10,000, it is perfect, and a super universe is born. Then the condensed universe of 100,000 black holes is the ultimate universe. It has reached the limit of rule writing. I am afraid that the who made the rules could not think of future generations who could surpass the rules. The beginning of 1 yuan, 100,000 heavens. This is a truth that has been understood since childhood. Now he once again verified what the limit is and what is beyond the rule. Wow! Raising his hand slightly, he can easily manipulate the ups and downs of the universe. In the past, the universe was dead, unable to move at all. Now he wants to let it move whatever he wants. Let me see what you really look like. He condensed the origin and began to evolve the universe into a real universe. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Failed again? Is this endless? Even in the 5 tribulations realm, they couldn't control their own universe. He has collapsed. Those strong from the outside world is also about to collapse. This is the 5th calamity. This kid hasn't controlled the universe yet. Doesn't it take him to the 9 calamities to control it? Crow's mouth, it's really going to the 9th calamity, will be killed by a headshot. The 5 tribulations realm has 800,000 divine powers, and the advantage is still mine. A strong man in the 7 tribulations realm comforted himself. Then the seven tribulation realm powerhouses began to face reality. Emperor Jian Wushuang could burst out 800,000 supernatural powers. It doesn't matter where the divine power comes from. In case it can break out, now doubled again, it's 1/6,000,000. The seven tribulation realm powerhouses gathered here are not ordinary people. Divine power is more than 1/5,000,000, and there are more than 2 million superpowers. Chapter 5879. But their supernatural power is dead. Jian Wushuang is alive, still getting stronger. Now that the universe hasn't been in control, it's so powerful. If you control the universe, it's worth it. Jian Wushuang's face was black at this time, and he didn't know what to do. Looking down at Weiss, the other party nodded to him and reminded loudly, "As long as you have confidence, my ninth calamity can help you draw it down." This sentence made him tremble with fright, and hurriedly waved his hand. No, one more time is enough. He also has limits. After crossing the sixth calamity at most, he won't have the strength to break through. 5 calamities at a time is his bottom line. The limit is 6 culpas. Then start. Weiss stretched out his scepter and moved a little towards the sky, and the robbery clouds gathered again. Jian Wushuang also began to take it seriously. Taking advantage of such a short time, quickly swallowed all the divine treasures and the mustard seeds. His origin has always been in the limit state, and he can't improve at all. Every calamity caused his origin to change once, becoming stronger, faster than swallowing treasures. However, the increase in divine power is indeed very small. Now the basic supernatural power has reached 800,000. 5 tribulations realm, 800,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is the peak and the limit. But in his eyes, this is not eating enough. Quickly swallowed all the treasures of divine power, except for Dongjun's bones. After all the treasures he had obtained in the infinite world had been collected, he discovered that it had added hundreds of supernatural powers. It seems that those treasures are too rubbish. It takes at least 800,000 to complete the 6th calamity. If you want to be stable, you have to increase your divine power again. The power of the beast god. 3 times. His divine power began to soar, breaking 1,000,000 in an instant. The origin of the beast god soldier was also scrubbed once, reaching the level of the 5 tribulations realm. Now you can use 5 times the power of the beast without armor. But he felt that 1,000,000 supernatural powers were enough to deal with the 6th calamity. If 1,000,000 divine powers can't pass the 6th calamity, it would be too ridiculous. Liang Jie penetrated his divine body, leaving a lot of injuries. This was the first time he was injured during the robbery. The life force was running, and it was restored to its peak in an instant. The amount of robbery can be considered to have passed steadily. The strong outsiders breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that innate life force again, these people are even crazier. The most important thing is the 6th supreme calamity. His Hunyuan stones are enough. It depends on what level his origin can excite. Without the increase of the real universe, he is under a lot of pressure. Cold talk from the beginning. Come on so far. They are like Jian Wushuang from the first robbery to the 6th robbery. Every face is serious. He said silently, pass, 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 pass. For a time, the whole holy place could hear the deep voices. The Shenmu King and others, who were still destroying the origin of the infinite world formation, were also very anxious. I was afraid that Jian Wushuang would not be able to cross over and would become a useless person. Now Jian Wushuang is also considered and has high hopes. Facing the 6th calamity, he had great confidence. The universe is divided, and countless forces gather. Several holes were blasted out of this piece of paper in an instant. The 6th calamity is indeed not simple. This time he felt the horror of the supreme rule. As long as it is a robbery, no matter how powerful it is, it will be suppressed by the supreme rules. No one can avoid it. Which goddess fell under the catastrophe of Guyu time and space. That is to say, the gods can escape this bondage. Come on! Jian Wushuang opened his hands. although there was no increase in the real universe. But he has an increase in the universe. It also gave him a lot of improvement in strength, manipulating the entire yin universe to deal with the sixth culpa. It is also his success or failure. The gathering storms shuttled to every part of the universe. The wings on his back kept shaking open, rescuing his own universe everywhere. The Hunyuan stone is constantly being consumed to restore the universe. But its universe is too big, 10 times as much as the master of the universe at the peak of the normal 5 tribulations realm. Consumption of mixed stone is also more. Fortunately, the current universe is condensed with thought power, and he can also use thought power to repair the universe. Boom! Another secret realm began to collapse. It is still the most important Tianqing mountain in his universe. Wes is on it. He rescued from below, and Wes was basking in the sun and drinking small wine. It was in sharp contrast with him. No way, this is the gap. Who makes his strength impossible? The water disaster of the sixth calamity, the origin of the universe, completely turned into the sea. There is not even a piece of land. There are only 5 secret realms suspended. 100,000 black holes, only 5 secret realms. Obviously, it was not enough. What this catastrophe tested was the support of his universe. This catastrophe can't be sustained. How to conceive a stronger life? It is better to die. No, I can't be too busy alone. Jian Wushuang shook his head, knowing the current situation very clearly. If one person can't do it, then 10,000. He still has a clone. He is extremely powerful in all things and can breed countless clones. Wow! 1.2, 2.4, 4.8. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of clones appeared, and they ran around to rescue in an instant, stabilize the black holes, and fix the timeline of the connection. This is time to open up the universe. The disorder of space is because of time. Time and space just need to be steady. Then the problem is not big. The time Jian Wushuang is building now is not the time to comprehend it before, but to establish the time that belongs to his original universe. This is completely different. There must be light in this world. Jian Wushuang raised his hand and pointed, and the huge sun at the center of the universe was instantly extinguished. Only in the darkness can the existence of light be confirmed. The world has changed from white to black, from black to white again. Yin and yang have been formed, and what is left is everything. 1 is divided into 2 for yin and yang. 2 begets 3, and 3 begets everything. Time and space, there are clones to stabilize. What he has to do is to completely build his own universe. The 5 secret realms are raised at the same time. Take Tianqing Mountain as the core. In an instant, the entire universe was completely stabilized. The water disaster of the 6th calamity was also solved. At this moment, his universe became more and more real. Call, with a heavy breath, made the sword move. He can feel the breath from the universe. The first life is about to be born. In his own universe, Jian Wushuang is omnipotent and knows everything. In a flash, he has reached the depths of the ocean floor. He had a trace of life force with his own eyes, and he condensed a strand of plant-like organisms with life. The first life is a special life, not a reproducible ethnic group. This is normal. Now, it is difficult for him to let him create a race that can multiply, but being able to appear special lives, then it means that one's own universe has come true. End of this chapter. Chapter 5880. He has also become the coveted Lord of the universe. 6 Tribulations Realm. Jian Wushuang exhaled deeply, and he did it. Raising his hand to make a fist. In his dojo, the increase in his original power reached its peak. The core swordsmanship broke out with countless sword sounds. That power that can destroy the dryness and decay is enough to kill the 7 Tribulations Realm. Now, he himself doesn't know how powerful his combat power is. It's time to go out and solve everything. Master of the universe, Jian Wushuang. The powerful outsiders also felt the oppression from Jian Wushuang. His divine power is obviously only 800,000. How can the strength he showed when he just made a fist make me feel terrified? That is his origin. Soon there was a great power in the Seven Tribulations realm, and he noticed the special origin of Jian Wushuang. The power of the source surpasses the divine power. 100,000 black holes. At the beginning, Kishin's peak universe had only 100,000 black holes. The Qi majored in the origin of time and space, not a divine power. In the ancient moon time and space, the master of the universe in the Eight Tribulations realm, there are probably not 100,000 black holes in the original universe. Speaking of the origin alone, Jian Wushuang could already disregard the entire Guyu time and space. But the supernatural power is far worse. Break through 10,000 laws with one force. His strong origin does not mean that his divine power is strong. The power of the origin is comparable to the top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm in Guyu's time and space. When converted into divine power, there are more than 5 million. Of course, this is just his normal state. Once the super eternal change is performed, plus the blessing of the original universe. That's not good. Great Elder, please also use Dragon Ball to shield the sky from the outside world. There is no need to shield the highest rule. Jian Wushuang fell to the top of Dragon God Mountain. The whole person's temperament and breath have undergone tremendous changes. The Great Elder couldn't see through Jian Wushuang anymore. He could only see that his divine power was only 800,000. But it is not clear at all about the source that has just been strong. It's easy. The Great Elder once again urged Nine Dragon to isolate the infinite world. Jian Wushuang raised his hand as palm moved. The huge universe began to shrink. From covering the entire infinite world to the size of a palm, it was just a moment. Looking at his original universe, Jian Wushuang's mouth leaked a smile. After waiting too long, he finally did it at this moment. When he was in control of Jidao, he looked up at the stars, still looking forward to the Lord of the universe. Now he did it. And he is also the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. He is very close to his goal. The teacher made a promise to meet in the future. It's coming soon, and he is no longer afraid of extinction. It is also time to return and eradicate life. Everything happens soon. I thought I had to be among the willows before I could attack the tribulation realm. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hold the palm. The origin of the universe enters the body. You can accept your own universe. The Great Elder was extremely shocked. Although he was not the Lord of the universe, he knew from the memory of inheritance that the Lord of the human race. Only by reaching the Eight Tribulations realm can one be able to accept one's own universe. Jian Wushuang was able to do it in the Six Tribulations realm. It's incredible. No wonder it cut him off from the infinite world. Otherwise, the sensation will be even greater, and it will expose one's own cards. Jian Wushuang also pleaded at this moment. Elder, please help me keep this matter secret. After all, it is a whole card and cannot be easily exposed. This is natural. The Elder nodded. It's just that the appearance is vicissitudes again. The hand controlling Dragon Ball was also shaking. Now the life force is not enough. Great Elder. He looked at the wise man in front of him with admiration in his heart. This time, he could attack the Tribulation realm ahead of time and also be able to reach the Sixth Tribulation realm in one fell swoop. But it all depends on the Great Elder holding his life to fight. Fortunately, he has vitality and can help the Great Elder to recover. Just when he stepped forward to help the Great Elder recover, the other party shook his head. It's useless. My lifespan has come to an end. No matter how much life force, I can't survive. This is my end. The Elder shook his head and stopped Jian Wushuang's help. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth when he wanted to say something. He didn't insist on thinking of something. Maybe it really is dead. It is meaningless to live any longer. The will has been wiped out. What is the meaning of living in the flesh? Wow! The outside world saw that the infinite world was blocked again and thought that Jian Wushuang was going to survive the Seven Tribulations. After the Great Elder removed and saw Jian Wushuang had successfully broken through, they were all relieved. Jian Wushuang in the Six Tribulations realm, their single-on-one has no advantage. Don't talk about the Seven Tribulations realm. At that time, I am afraid that only the master of the universe in the Eight Tribulations realm could capture Jian Wushuang. Crossing 6 calamities at a time, the first person to come back and forth between ancient and modern times. Li Yangxing's eyelids throbbed, thinking of what I said to Jian Wushuang back then. But I didn't find it would be confirmed so quickly. This is only a few years. He has already reached the 6 tribulations realm. Even if someone said that Jian Wushuang could reach the 8 tribulations realm, I'm afraid someone would believe it. Amazing everyone again and again. There is nothing impossible to do. Many 7 tribulation realms are now starting to raise money in the bottom of their hearts. Ahem, everyone, let me mention it, said an extremely powerful 7 tribulation realm expert. Jian Wushuang, this little brother, although has vitality, he is also his own. Don't force it. We have to exchange it for the same value. Hey, that's what I think. When we go in, we also have to talk and talk to others. This is the glory of our Gomu continent. I think this fellow Taoist will also give us a face. Yeah, many people see that the direction of the wind has changed, and one by one has changed faces. I didn't think about going to besiege Jian Wushuang again. Instead, I was going to discuss with Jian Wushuang to exchange his life force. Of course, there are also some radicals. These 7 tribulations realm, I want to spend money, but the life force also wants it. Then you can only grab it. Outside the formation of the infinite world, the strong man of the ancient wood school also hesitated. But Shimu Wang did not change his mind. Jian Wushuang had reached the 6 tribulations realm, and he was not his opponent at all. Why bother to reason? The truth is for the strong. For the weak, there is only force. In the infinite world, this time Jian Wushuang broke through the 6 tribulations, and it only took 3 hours. It hasn't been a long time yet. It's time to solve Gula. Jian Wushuang moved his eyes and nodded at the elder. Before the great elder sent him out, he directly rushed through the dragon god's barrier. The barrier that can block millions of divine powers is like thin paper. When I came to the bottom of the mountain, I realized that there was no place to stand. After Wu Li was recovered, he played again. Bru became a super soldier with a supernatural power of 1.4 million. The two besieged Gula together. It even got the upper hand. Chapter 58-81. He doesn't seem to be needed anymore. Jian Wushuang was hiding in the depths of the void. No one could find him. Only the strong from outside can see him. This is because of the formation. Once the formation is broken by the Shimu King, he wants to leave. The 8 tribulations realm powerhouse comes, and it is difficult to stop him. The current Gura's divine power has stabilized at 1.45 million. When he first transformed, there were only 1.3 million. Now the more war is getting stronger. The 3 people are fighting, and it's time for selflessness. Each is injured. He can't stand it anymore? Wu Li's 3-foot sword, a Hunyuan slash, directly split Gula's body into 2. Bru chased and hit the upper body. Wu Li chased after herself. Both of them have already cooperated. Wu Li's swordsmanship became more sophisticated, and his divine power was extremely stable. This is also thanks to Danbao. With Danbao's healing, Wu Li was not afraid to go back. Have a good experience of the power of 1 million supernatural powers. But under the circumstances that he kept fighting, the divine power from the outside was also constantly absorbed by him. Although it is still 5 tribulations. But his supernatural power has reached an astonishing million. Coupled with the divine power injected by the tree man, his current divine power can also be maintained at more than 1.3 million. Has the combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. Below, there was a figure in the dark pit. After Jian Wushuang saw that figure, he moved behind him. Brother Li Sheng. That figure is Li Sheng. The female emperor has disappeared, but the aura is still there. She should have escaped. After Bru broke out, the empress took the opportunity to escape. Only Li Sheng dared to stay, because no matter which side wins, Li Sheng is the beneficiary. He who watched the game was also the most tortured. At this time, I was shocked when I heard Jian Wushuang's voice. After turning around to see Jian Wushuang, he just breathed a sigh of relief and said anxiously, "Why don't you go and help?" take the opportunity to solve him. Back! Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he heard this, and asked, "Isn't he already transformed? What else can he have? If you really have something to do, why bother to drag it? It's been 3 hours now. What makes Gula so bearable? Rather than being besieged by both Bru and Wu Li, they don't want to use it." Li Sheng sighed. "This is what I heard from Jinu. Gula's real strength is far more than this. His peak of divine power is more than 1.5 million, but now it stops at 1.45 million. I must be planning something, or it takes time to condense the breath. More than 1.5 million. Jian Wushuang raised his brows and then said calmly, "That's not anxious." His vitality was exposed, and the strong outsiders stared at him, and he was not in a hurry. Besides, it is a Gula. He has to wait for the other party to give him a surprise. That's the secret about the 9 Dragon Balls. Gula looked for Dragon Ball to find a treasure. He is very interested in this, so there is no rush to shoot. Another reason is that Wan Lu didn't plan to give up. Wan Lu is involved. The value is also greater. In the past, the strength was not enough, and anyone who was sneaking into it had to go in. Now that the strength is enough, there is no reason to give up. This is a super mystery that fascinates all the strong. When he arrives at the Lord of the Universe, he needs more treasures. To cross the 7th calamity, you need a mixed stone. He didn't have any. There are also some auxiliary treasures. All this needs to be collected. His current origin has lit up the first universe in the starry sky. Follow-up will continue to light up other universes. Knowing his limit, there are 100,000 black holes. Then you have to build the second universe according to this specification, until the entire time and space are lit. Even the starry sky. The road has been drawn, so I have to go. Many people want to go, but they can't come out this way. There is supernatural power. Dong Jun's bones, he is brewed in the original universe. Only now did he realize that the aura left on Dong Jun's bones was the 8 Tribulations realm. In the starry sky, the leader of the human race. The lord of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. Beheaded and killed. Speaking of which, this is his disciple and grandson. This hatred is also counted on the head of extinction. Originally taught him how to fish. Now give it back. Somewhat embarrassing. I don't know which apprentice is doing. It may have fallen. After all, the span is too big. Extinction flows from the starry sky to this, and I don't know how long it has passed. But no matter how long it takes, the divine power on the bones is extremely rich. As soon as he merged now, he felt the beating of the divine power of his whole body. Just an instant divine power increased by 10,000. The foundation divine power continues to rise. Fortunately, his divine body is enough to guard against the sky. The fusion is fast enough. According to the original standard of swallowing, only 20% can be taken. It can also make his basic supernatural power easily reach 1 million. Even more. 1 hour. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged and said to Li Sheng, "If you want to go out, I can send you to see the Empress, or when everything is over, I will take you away personally to protect your Li family forever." Live? Li Sheng swallowed, with loneliness in his eyes. He even hoped to hear what great opportunity Jian Wushuang would give him. But thinking that Jian Wushuang could hardly protect himself before. There is no such thing as Gula, so he didn't talk about it anymore, but replied plainly, "I don't care anymore. I just want to change back to the identity of the human race and return to the U country to take care of the family." "What?" Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Is there no confidence in this?" Li Sheng is now the pinnacle of the 5 Tribulations realm. After returning to Yu Kingdom, except for the Empress, he is the Lord of the second universe. Coupled with this sacred meeting, the Lord of the Universe in the entire Guma continent has been drastically reduced by half. At this time, Li Sheng can go to some big forces or take the initiative to join the Guma sect. There is still hope in the 6 Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang, it's all because of you that I can have such a chance this time. Li Sheng took a deep breath and proactively admitted, "If you weren't there, I might have died in Sang Mo's hands." At the beginning of the Roman River, the Empress abandoned them and left. Li Sheng, The master of the four tribulations realm universe, was left behind. Without Jin Wushuang, he would really not survive. There will be no luck in the back. The luck in the back was also related to his conversion into a desolate beast. If it weren't for turning into a desolate beast, how he would survive in the Roman River would be a problem, and he would still be able to go ashore and encounter that kind of opportunity. Jin Wushuang saw Li Sheng as if he saw those ordinary mediocre masters of the universe. Compared with the masters of the universe, Li Sheng's luck is indeed against the sky. It's okay to say that he is the chosen one. So many lords of the five tribulations realm universe have fallen, but Li Sheng is still alive. It also became the five tribulations realm. Take this. There's a pill for transforming into a human race. Jin Wushuang threw a mustard seed to Li Sheng. End of this chapter. Chapter 58-82. He remembered the previous time. Naturally, he will not treat each other badly. He didn't know what Gula promised Li Sheng. But these are the only things that can help. Becoming a super strong in the future can protect the inheritance of the Li family. You can also keep Li Sheng from dying. After catching the mustard seeds, Li Sheng didn't rush to use the conversion pill, but just collected it into his body. But when he looked at it with thought, he was taken aback. This? He looked at Jin Wushuang in disbelief. Jin Wushuang nodded indifferently and said, "Don't be surprised, it's for you, but I have to speak out." He raised his finger and pointed to it, indicating that someone was staring at them. Were the strong outsiders watching? If he knew that he gave Li Sheng the power of life, it would have harmed him instead. Not enough. Please ask me at any time. Everyone knows the power of life anyway. He will not pick so again. Li Sheng didn't know. Thinking that Jin Wushuang had pulled out Wan Lu, he nodded quickly. Those life powers are useless now, but they will be of great use when they become Sanjia in the future. After the explanation, Jin Wushuang closed his eyes and began to absorb Dongjun's bones to enhance his supernatural power. The outside fighting continues. Gula did have a problem. The breath in him keeps rising. The Vietnam War gets stronger. Now the divine power has reached 1.47 million. Wu Li and Bulu also felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, at his speed, it won't take long. When Wushuang brother becomes the master of the universe, we don't need to worry about it. Wu Li comforted Bulu, but there was nothing in his heart. Imavraidi can't hold it. There are more than 2 hours left. Bulu thought that the elder was still urging Dragon Ball, so he didn't dare to ask by voice transmission. Can only be immersed in fighting hard. Although the Gula side became stronger with the Vietnam War, they did not have a completely desperate posture, but tried to delay the time. At this time of the war, Gula also saw it. These opponents of his are all equipped with unique skills. From less than 1 million supernatural powers at the beginning, to now everyone has more than 1 million supernatural powers. Has made him numb, also a little scared. Fearing and pressing, Bru and Wu Li broke out again. So he planned to gather his energy and end the battle in one wave. The so-called gathering of Qi is not to gather greater and powerful divine power. Instead, gather enough Qi to prepare for the second transformation. Transformation for the first time from 1 million to more than 1.4 million today. The second transformation requires his divine power to reach 500,000 before he can use it. So he has to hold on. Once transformed for the second time, his supernatural power is enough to crush everyone. At that time, he didn't have to be trembling. And he had already thought that once the transformation was completed, he would kill these people instantly. Never waver again. Wait! Gula gritted his teeth. His body was already devastated. This is the first time someone can push him to this state. The oldest barbaric era. Those powerful 7 tribulations realm desolate beasts did not force him to this point. Gula's divine power has reached 1.49 million. When Wu Li was shaken open, his divine body began to crack. Bulu quickly reached Wu Li's side and helped Wu Li resist Gula. Go where Dan Bao. Wu Li nodded. Such a high-intensity battle can still be easy to do because of Dan Bao's existence. As long as Dan Bao is alive, he will be able to restore them to their peak time and time again. On Jin Wushuang's side, At the moment when he felt Wu Li's divine power drop again, he was just about to take a shot, and he realized that Dan Bao had already begun to restore Wu Li's divine power. This made the corner of his mouth move, and he continued to improve his supernatural power. Millions! Now his basic supernatural power has reached 1 million. Only half of Dongjun's skeleton remained. According to his speculation, it can also increase by 200,000. It's just that the later, the slower he will improve the divine body. Even if there are treasures of divine power, go to unlimited supply. Still can't improve quickly. Said it is an hour of time. But he accelerated the time to 1 million times in his original universe. Almost 100,000 years have passed. Only 200,000 were raised. This was because of the divine power in Dongjun's bones, which was too pure. Almost without too much transformation, it can be absorbed. If you use some treasures, I'm afraid it will take more time. And slower. After 1 million supernatural powers, he absorbed it again, but found that it was too slow. The threat from the outside world is no longer Gula. It's those ancient robberies. Originally, he didn't pay attention to King Shimu, but from where Wu Li learned that King Shimu had been showing weakness, he didn't dare to be so careless. What now needs to be considered is how to deal with the 8 Tribulations realm. 1 million of supernatural power is enough. The 6 Tribulations realm would be capable of 1 million supernatural powers. It's almost reached the limit. The female emperor had this supernatural power at the beginning. Breaking the limit is nothing to him, but he also needs some chance to assist him. Just like that power. If I were to perform super eternal change, my supernatural power would be 2 million. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. You can't look at the surface when you look at people. His basic supernatural power is only 1 million. But that is not his true strength at all. Not to mention the super eternal change. With the current power of the beast god, he can easily use it 5 times. Doubled by 100,000. 5 times is 500,000. His current combat power can be divided into 5 grades. The first grade is the supernatural power under normal conditions. The second grade is that he uses the power of the beast god. The third grade is his original kendo under normal conditions. In the fourth grade, he performs super universal changes. The fifth gear is the super eternal change, which coincides with the blessing of the origin of the universe. At that time, it was his strongest combat power. With his strength improved so much, he has to make some changes to his fighting style. After all, it was in Guyu time and space. Fight more with supernatural power. The division of combat power will also be compared with divine power. Just like his original kendo. Now you can use the third sword. Reincarnation sword. He hadn't used the power of this sword before, and he didn't know it. But the first 2 swords, because of the strong origin, have also become stronger. The current sword of life can reach a combat power of 2 million supernatural powers. The sword of death is similar. And the third sword is the power produced by the opposite of the 2. One can imagine how powerful it will be. So in the future, you have to hug a little too. Can't see an opponent, went all out. The more exposed, the more targeted. Although he didn't plan to stay long in Guyu time and space. But also pay attention. Comparing the 9 major time and space, there are contacts with each other. He didn't stay in Guyu for a long time, but that didn't mean he didn't go to other time and space. These 9 core time and space will accompany him for a long time. And now Guyu time and space, there are still some tricky things waiting for him to solve. For example, get together the original 10 people. This difficulty is not small. Now I have to protect myself. End of this chapter. Chapter 5883. It is also a headache. Come step by step. Call. Breathing out a suffocating breath, Jian Wushuang slowly got up, stood side by side with Li Sheng, and reminded, "Get ready to switch. The end of Gula is here. I thought you would keep watching." Li Sheng was a little surprised. He couldn't see through Jian Wushuang before, and now he can't see through. It just felt that Jian Wushuang's temperament had undergone a certain change. Jian Wushuang shrugged and said indifferently, "Don't you know, the strong are the last to come on stage. Get ready to witness." After speaking, the figure flashed before Gyula's eyes. The power of the beast also ran crazily, and the divine power reached 1.5 million in an instant, 5 times the power of the beast god. Raising his hand, he directly sank Gyula's face into it. Boom! Gyula's figure is even more like a meteor sliding backwards, falling into the lowest abyss. When Wu Li and Bulu saw him, they were both happy. "Brother Wushuang, you finally broke through." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Wu Li. He knew that Jin Wushuang had a trick that could double his divine power. This doubling is not a doubling of combat power, but the divine power has doubled. At the beginning, from the basic supernatural power of 400,000, it soared directly to 800,000. The breath and hair turned blue. Wu Li saw clearly. As for the dark red aura right now, he knew that this was Jin Wushuang's innate treasure of the universe, the divine power that inspired it. Just use the treasures of the innate universe. There will be 1.5 million divine powers. If you use that trick, I'm afraid the divine power can reach 2 million. Wu Li's speculation is indeed accurate. Now the gula is completely over. Thanks for your hard work. Jin Wushuang turned his head to look at Wu Li and Bulu, throwing out 2 groups of vitality at will. Go directly into their bodies. Shock leaked from Bulu's eyes, and the divine power that had been languished was instantly restored to its peak. Faster than Dan Bao's recovery. Wu Li was even more surprised. He is more sensitive to the force of life. When I felt the force of life, my eyes were almost staring out. "Brother Wushuang, did you pull out Wanlu?" Wu Li said in disbelief. In his opinion, this kind of innate life force is only among the willows. "No, this is the life force that belongs to my Jin Wushuang." Turning to the pit where Gula fell again, his hands condensed huge life force. Aiming at the pit, it is a huge light wave containing life force. This blow smashed the core origin of the entire infinite world. Now his combat power can indeed destroy the entire infinite world. Seeing such a large group of vitality, Wu Li hugged his head and exclaimed, "This is too wasteful. Or you can give me a shot. I will destroy the gula." I heard this request for the first time. He was a little speechless. If he tells Wu Li the force of life has emerged from the force just now, and there is still a little force of death, he would not say that. Those powers of death are the powers of acquired death that he used the power of life to reversely deduce. There is a gap between the power of innate death and extinction. But after being integrated into the power of life, the reversal power produced is still extremely powerful. Wu Li cheered up and leaned forward and said excitedly, "Surely you have mastered the power of life, right?" When he saw Jin Wushuang's unawareness of the power of life, he was a little skeptical. Now that Jin Wushuang took the initiative to say it, I really believed it. Jin Wushuang was not so sensitive to the force of life at first. It was mainly the first time to leave Qishan Temple. He has mastered the power of life in Qishan Temple, and only one person kills the life against him. There is no defense at all against other people. It was only found in Guyu time and space. The life force is so sensitive. Only then did the power of life in the Juyin sword be absorbed. At that time, Wu Li had indeed doubted it. But it was a pity that Shuren had not recovered at that time. After it recovered, Shuren couldn't see through Jin Wushuang, so he didn't think much about it. Until now, Jin Wushuang is not hiding it. They only determined that someone really had mastered the innate life force. In this way, it is too simple to open Wanlu. Killing Gula, they will be able to go straight to Wanlu without the need for those twists and turns. "Why? Do you want to solve Gula?" Jin Wushuang gave up his position and let Wu Li step forward. Wu Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'll spare him once. You just broke through the 9 Gula to practice your hands? 1.5 million supernatural powers. Bru can't solve both of them. Only Jin Wushuang can kill Gula." At this time, Li Sheng also transformed into a human race. He could see that Jin Wushuang had already reached the Lord of the Universe, and beheading Gula was not a problem. There is no need to stand on both sides. Waiting for Jin Wushuang to kill Gula, he will be able to leave with Jin Wushuang. Bulu also noticed Li Sheng at this time, with anger in his eyes. "Brother Li Sheng, let me show you the direction. Your Majesty fled towards the assembly area in the southeast. You should be able to catch up with him now." Wu Li quickly relieved Li Sheng. Otherwise, when Gulo is resolved, Bru will start to attack Li Sheng. Both sides helped him and Jian Wushuang. But there are also priorities. Obviously, they care more about the powerhouses of the Belunga tribe. And Danbao has what the tree man wants in his body. Standing in the distance, Li Sheng clasped his fists, knowing his embarrassing situation. That's it for meticulous work. Even if the original appearance is leaked, it is difficult to be accepted. What's more, he killed a lot of Pelunga people. It's also embarrassing to stay here. Then he turned his head and walked towards the place where he came. Now the Dragon God continent has been destroyed. There was no desolate beast to stop it either. It can go directly to the Roman River, where he is more familiar. Without King Tiamu, those wild beasts in the Five Tribulations realm would not be able to threaten him. The Empress can be found safely. Then leave the infinite world with the Empress. Regardless of whether the other party has become a saint, he is considered complete this time. There is also the promise of Jian Wushuang. Worry-free for a lifetime, and it's good. How could the Six Tribulations realm be that simple? Seeing where Li Sheng disappeared, Wu Li secretly sighed that the other party was lucky. "Gula, won't you come out yet?" Jian Wushuang shouted toward the abyss below. "If I don't come out again, I will go down." After speaking, he rushed directly into the abyss. The other party's divine power reached 1.5 million, which was similar to what Li Sheng said. There is really a 150 supernatural powers. Wouldn't think that you can win by dragging it all the time. Entering the dark abyss, relying on the power of mind to feel the deepest gura. He knotted his hands, constantly blasting the divine power in his body. "Want to force Gula out? You're really interesting." Jian Wushuang shook his head, and his supernatural power immediately returned to normal. But he drew the sword of 10,000 tribulations. Since the opponent can't come out, let the battle be resolved in the abyss. Song. The sword of 10,000 tribulations was pulled out, and the cold light illuminated the entire abyss. For changes today, 2 changes yesterday. End of this chapter. Chapter 58-84. It also made him see the Gula below. At this time, the Gula divine body shrank into a ball, and a black halo was still surrounding the body. He was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This seems to have something to do with the transformation of the frozen demon race. He has witnessed 2 frozen demon races, and he also has experience. Unexpectedly, Gula could still transform. Can't stay. The sword of 10,000 tribulations split instantly. Although it was just a random sword, its power also exceeded 1.5 million magical attacks. In an instant, Wan Jian fell. This is enough to kill the Gula in this state. But just when Jianing fell, a golden light burst. Gula shrank into a ball and stretched out his arms in an instant. A roar from the ancient demon directly shattered the abyss. Countless huge crusts began to fall. "I made you successful in transforming." Jian Wushuang shook his head. His figure flashed out of the abyss. "In that case, wait for the opponent to come out for a fight." Boom! The abyss collapsed. When Wu Li saw Jian Wushuang coming out, Nian Li also felt the change in Gula. Why is he stronger again? Bru was also surprised. The 2 of them were scared of being beaten. After discovering that Gula had become stronger again, he looked pale and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "Little things, don't be so scared." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ball of light burst out of the buried abyss. "Go straight in his direction." The divine power soared directly to 1.6 million, displayed 6 times the power of the beast god. Both hands directly resisted the golden light and shadow. After blocking, it was discovered that Jin Guangzhong was the Gula after her transformation. She was golden, and even the threaded corners on the top of her head were gone. Boom! Jian Wushuang felt his hands numb and let go, while Gula used his round head directly against his chest. "You!" His divine power once again forcibly increased, his hands blocked again, and Gula fiercely threw out. This time, Gula was not as embarrassed as before, and his figure stopped after just a pause. A pair of evil eyes glanced at them. With a squeeze of both hands, the entire infinite world was trembling, and the rubble scattered below began to fly towards the sky uncontrollably. This force has interfered with the gravity brought by the source. You are really honored, Gula said with one hand on his hips, and pointed at Jian Wushuang and others. It is to be able to witness the final state of this king. It is the greatest luck of your life. Wu Li's legs were shaking, and he said in disbelief, "Since you are so strong, why don't you transform yourself sooner? Transform earlier. It won't be boring. I just let you experience the feeling of suddenly falling into after just experiencing the victory." Gula sneered, but he forgot the plan before the transformation. It was originally intended to quickly resolve the battle, but once the words were opened, they couldn't stand it. Mainly want Jian Wushuang and others desperate. Now my divine power is 1.8 million. Who else can stop me? Gula broke out again and directly shook Jian Wushuang and others back. Very arrogant. It's too early for you to be happy. Jian Wushuang shook his head and drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations backhand, thinking of the scene when he killed the ancient temple. It seems to be staged again. Gula saw Jian Wushuang drawing his sword and sneered. Why are you going crazy? Don't worry, I will be very fast this time. You can go and meet those human races below with a bit of tolerance. In the abyss, he could see that Jian Wushuang's divine power was at most 1.6 million, which could not threaten him at all. Thought Jian Wushuang was scaring him. It's you who should be crazy. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand, and the origin within the ice blue blade suddenly exploded. The origin within the sword of 10,000 tribulations instantly rose to the level of 6 tribulations. The sword of death condenses instantly. That powerful breath shocked everyone. Even those powerhouses in the 7 tribulations realm from the outside world are extremely surprised. This sword can kill most of the scattered robbers in the 7 tribulations realm. After all, it was converted into a supernatural power, a full 2 million. It was already the peak state of the top 7 tribulations realm. Not every 7 tribulations realm dispersal tribulation is as powerful as the Soul Heaven Emperor. Gula's whole burst, I can't believe it. I don't believe I will lose. Even less believe that Jian Wushuang would be so powerful. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Gula kept backing away. He was unwilling to accept this result. Until now, he finally transformed into his final form. The supernatural power is 1.8 million. He could have one easily. Yi. Gula fell into a state of madness. Before Jian Wushuang could take a shot, he flew towards the sky and jumped to the top of the entire infinite world. Going up is the enchantment of the formation. That barrier, even the Shimu King, is very difficult to destroy. Of course, this is because Shimu Wang is hiding. If you don't hide your divine power, the time of a stick of incense can be broken. As for Gula, his divine power is only 1.8 million, and he doesn't know how long it will take to break it. Jian Wushuang would not give the opponent this opportunity. Gula pressed his head against the barrier, gritted his teeth, suddenly turned his head, and looked at Jian Wushuang and others below. The black sword shadow erupting from the icy blade had already rushed. There is no escape. Then die together. Gula clenched his fists, his figure swelled in a circle, and his divine power once again increased in a large range, and it was almost close to 1.9 million. Released his fist, opened his hands, and gathered the supernatural power of the whole body randomly, gathered between his hands. A huge dark red ball of light condensed in his hand. This is his strongest blow. Even if he couldn't stop Jianying, he would destroy this infinite world. If the origin is destroyed, all life will disappear. Gula threw the dark red sun towards Jian Wushuang with all his strength. The black sword shadow passed through the dark red sun and hit Gula's divine body. Crackling. Gula's divine body was like a mirror, shattering instantly. But there was still a trace of faint aura remaining. Jian Wushuang below was not in charge of Gula, but headed toward the dark red sun. The breath on the body also began to change. A Khonshu, calm from the power of the white origin, it instantly transformed into the power of the blue starry sky. Super eternal change. He jumped up suddenly, and when he was approaching the dark red sun at that moment, he kicked to the top of his head and directly through the huge dark red sun that Gula was proud of. It happened to hit the remaining breath of Gula. The breath instantly turned into powder in the dark red divine power. The dark red sun was bombarding the barrier. Boom! It's as if the whole sky is going to fall down. At the core of the formation of Infinite World, many of the supreme elders of the ancient Wood School all leaked unbelievable expressions. With the blow just now, even for them, it would be difficult for them to follow. Chapter 58-85. Jian Wushuang was easily resolved with one kick. This combat power has surpassed many of them. The 9 great elders of the Gumu sect each have 2 million divine powers. Ordinary elders also have more than 5 million supernatural powers. For example, the head teacher of the Gumu sect has the same divine power as the Gula. It is a pity that he is not too elder. He is also a puppet in the Gumu sect. On the surface, no one actually has any rights. Just like this time, the good thing didn't find that head teacher. Instead, let him stand alone against so many strong people outside. This kind of internal fighting is also inevitable in the 8-star sect. After all, resources are limited. Someone has to sacrifice. Those strong from the outside world are now completely divided. Originally thought Jian Wushuang was similar to them. It now appears that they have surpassed them too much. For a time, 2 forces came into being. The Seeking Peace sect, Star Refining, led the many 7 tribulations of the 16 kingdoms, and they wanted to cooperate with Jian Wushuang and exchange the power of life with treasures. As long as it is reasonable. The radicals are centered on the Lord of Sirius in the Sirius Secret Realm, wooing many loose cultivators and the 7 tribulations realm in the Secret Realm, preparing to Jian Wushuang. These people are still imagining the limits of Jian Wushuang. I thought that the outbreak just now didn't use my own combat power. If you really want them to spend money to buy it, not only are they reluctant, but they don't have the financial resources. So I can only grab it. On the other side of the Guma faction, if the money is not available, the goods are still needed. It is to block everyone. Take down Jian Wushuang alone. There are 3 last hours before entering the Infinite World. Dragon Mountain. Jian Wushuang didn't have much joy after Gula was completely eradicated. Fall into the top of Dragon God Mountain. Danbao is restoring his supernatural powers to Wu Li and Bulu. They are very happy. Gula is dead. Everything is over. But things are so easy. Gula's death has a price. He exposed the power of life. Now the strong outsiders don't know how to talk about him. He can feel the core origin of the formation of the Infinite World, and that power is constantly weakening. Once it is destroyed, there will be countless strong people rushing in. There are also strong people in the 8 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang looked at Danbao and the others and couldn't bear to say it. At the same time, I was also thinking about how not to affect these people. Wu Li, who had recovered to his peak, saw him so entangled, so he calmly stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Wushuang, you are so strong. Why are you so sad? Just say what you want. Come out, don't hide and tuck. We are also people who have fought against Gula. We have never seen anything in the world." Gula! Jian Wushuang shook his head. Next, they had to face a group of Gula and even more powerful enemies than Gula. The Great Elder also watched it at this time. He knew the formation of the Infinite World best. At the beginning, the dragon was to destroy the formation, leading to the arrival of the superpower of the ancient Wood School. And more than one. In the memory of inheritance, there are 9 superpowers. Besiege the Dragon God, and eventually the Dragon God was seriously injured and fell. The Balunga tribe was left behind. Also, after the fall of the Dragon God, the origin of the formation of the Infinite World became stronger. The superpower house of the ancient Wood School has never appeared again. Now that the origin is getting weaker and weaker, it shows that someone is destroying the origin in the outside world. If the origin of the formation is ruined, then the infinite world will enter and exit at will, just like other wild worlds. The great elder of the Belunga tribe knew this, so he understood the crisis this time. Jian Wushuang also looked over at this time, and the great elder nodded. Then I will not hide it from you. After our human race came to the infinite world, we have been kept under surveillance. I have exposed the power of life. Those who are in the dispersion realm will definitely come to me. You should know how mad about the power of life for those powerful saboteurs from the outside world. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and looked at Dan Bao again. The opponent's body also has the source of restoring divine power, and Dan Bao will also be hunted down at that time. Then the remaining elders and Bu Lu couldn't escape either. As for Wu Li, he wants to enter Wanlu. Naturally, it is impossible to give up everyone and go alone. Wu Li's mouth was long, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Everyone, there is not much time. Jian Wushuang shook his head. At present, it is not dead. Wu Li is going to Wanlu. Then everyone can go together. Enter Wanlu Shenmu together. The big deal won't come out anymore. Wait until the strength is enough before going out. Wu Li is now in the half-step 6 tribulations realm. Went to Wanlu, as long as the luck is not too bad. Attacking the 6 tribulations realm is not a problem. It didn't take long to enter the infinite world. Wu Li broke through 2 calamities in a row. Wanlu Shenmu, but the entire Guyu time and space ranked in the top 3 super-secret realms. The master of the 8 tribulations realm universe couldn't get in. How could the opportunity inside be simple? The original Lord of Hengmu had a mediocre aptitude. After entering Wanlu, not long after he came out, he became the Lord of the universe in the half-step 8 tribulations realm. Wu Li's foundation is good. With the help of the Lord of Hengmu, he is naturally much better than Hengmu himself. Not to mention how high the achievement will be. It's always okay to reach Hengmu's original state. Taking a step back, as long as you become the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe. After coming out, he will have the strength to resist the 8 tribulations realm. Of course, except for the Lord of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. However, most of the masters of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm are not in Guyu time and space. There is no need to worry about this. There is nothing wrong with Wu Li. It's just 3 people from the Belunga tribe. Jian Wushuang was very guilty of this. He can quickly reach the 6 tribulations realm. In addition to his own reasons, the most important thing is the help of the great elders of the Belunga tribe. And Wu Li, Balu, and even Dan Bao desperately stopped outside. Don't forget this grace. That's why he struggled. The lifespan of the great elder is not much. Now I have to flee with him. Although brusque combat power was good, he was only at the level of the ordinary 7 tribulations realm. Don't even mention Dan Bao. It's just the combat power of the ordinary tribulation realm. Almost in the subsequent battles, it was equal to no combat effectiveness. What they in this group have to face is a group of 7 tribulations. Once something goes wrong, Yu regrets it too late to read www. Akanshu. Calm. When Bru heard this, his eyes flickered, but he was not timid. Dan Bao is the same. It was Wu Li, with a dark complexion. Originally thought that when Jian Wushuang reached the Lord of the Universe, he would be stable this time. But the Gula was sent away by the front foot, and then the entire Gumu continent was chased and killed in the 7 tribulations realm. Of course there are benefits. Jian Wushuang has infinite life force, or innate life force. There is no problem in entering Wanlu. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's innate life force played a big role in the plan of Lord Eternal Wood. Wu Li's mentality is one with the Lord of Hengmu. He completely believes in the Lord of Hengmu. End of this chapter. Chapter 5886. As long as the Lord of Hengmu nodded, no matter how great the danger was, he could deal with it. Just like when he was still the master of the 3 tribulations realm universe, he dared to take Jian Wushuang, an emperor, to fight Wanli's attention. Speaking of which, he was still a little immature at that time. It's great to imagine everything. If everything is normal in the congregation, now they are still struggling here with a high probability. There is still a long way to enter Wanlu. Everything is speeding up now. The strength continues to skyrocket. The opportunity came in an instant. They are enjoying the opportunity and are also facing danger. Another point Wu Li also just discovered. Since following Jian Wushuang, chances have not been missed. Although dangerous, it can be resolved every time. He hasn't encountered this feeling for a long time. Follow your friends on life and death adventures, constantly getting stronger in chance. This is a very interesting thing. The road to the strong is not alone anymore. Hey, I thought it was something. Wu Li waved his hands and said, "Isn't it just a group of old guys who are about to enter the coffin? As long as they come, we will take him." Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but looked at the great elder. As long as the elder nodded in agreement. Now he asked Wu Li to take them to Wanlu. Before the strong from outside enters this place, they will reach Wanlu Shenmu. He is now the Lord of the universe, and can suppress all the seven tribulations realm at the speed of the three Sheikh universe. Even if it is King Shenmu, he has information to compare with each other. Moreover, he has reached the Lord of the universe, exerting three shocks in the universe, and his aura is restrained. You can take several people. There is no worries at all. It depends on the great elder. Are you willing to leave the hometown where you once lived? Turning his head to see, the entire dragon god continent had turned into an abyss, which was a bit embarrassing. There is no hometown here. There is nothing left of grass. The infinite world may be completely plunged into the turbulence of time and space. At this time has been tortured into ruins by the battle. If you stay, you can't survive. The memories of a lifetime pass slowly in the great elder's mind, and he stood up from the throne tiredly and came to Bru and Danbao's side. Put your hands on the shoulders of the two, and then use the palm of your hand to mobilize the last trace of power to transmit the power of the Dragon Ball to the two. Bulu and Danbao looked up at the great elder at the same time, with surprise and dismay in their eyes. "Elder, what are you doing?" Bruce seemed to see the decision of the elder in his eyes, but he couldn't bear to ask. Although Danbao was small, he understood. The great elder will leave them soon. Two benefactors. The elder looked at Jian Wushuang and Wu Li, and held his fist respectfully at them. Wu Li has a thick skin and can bear it. Jian Wushuang couldn't afford it. He hurriedly stepped up to help the great elder and said, "If the great elder has anything to say, just say it. You are kind to me. As long as I Jian Wushuang can do it, I will never stay. Hand. This is my hometown, but in the face of those strong outsiders, I have to leave. Before you leave, I want to entrust Bulu and Danbao to you, and do not ask them to restore my Palunga. But please be able to keep the two of them alive and leave, no matter where they go, as long as they are alive." The words of the great elder are extremely sincere. Jian Wushuang originally planned to take them away. Even if the elder didn't say anything, he would do it. "Elder, you don't have to be so polite to enter Wanlu. Anyway, there is no quota, and I have a fate with this little Danbao. Don't worry, the outside world can't pretend to be your Palunga clan. They'll give it to Wanlu. You Barunga people have opened up a world." After Wu Li finished speaking, he looked at Danbao with a smile. "Although this is a bit big, but it's not impossible. The outside world can't do it, and setting them up in the sacred tree of Wanlu is also a way." "Thank you." The great elder bowed again. Jian Wushuang wanted to help, but was stopped by Bulu. "This," he insisted again and again, but he could only give up. Feel the weakness of the infinite world formation. The great elder was not talking nonsense, and made the final plan. Fusion. Give his remaining divine body and wisdom to Bulu. Help Bru become a full-body wave-rung fighter. It can even be said that it is the second generation of the complete dragon god. As for Danbao, the elder knew that there was some kind of treasure in Danbao, which was a treasure from among the willows. But he didn't say it clearly, but told Jian Wushuang alone. As long as you are not blind, you can see that Wu Li has been staring at the treasure in his body. Jian Wushuang could see it too, but he hadn't even asked Wu Li or the Lord of Hengmu. This kind of thing can absolutely happen. He will not forget the great elder's sustenance. Hum! A stream of light slid down from the air. Jian Wushuang and his party also started their second march. With a tired body, head to the far north ice field, and then wait for the formation barrier to disappear and leave the infinite world. Go to Wanlu Shenmu. The Grand Elder and Brew are completely assimilated. However, the Great Elder only left his own power, but his consciousness disappeared forever. Achieved brutal peak combat power. The perfect Belunga. It can also be said to be a complete dragon god. The true dragon at the peak of the Seven Tribulations realm. Normal divine power is 2 million. This also made Wu Li speechless. No longer staring at Dan Bao. It originally took several years to travel from the Dragon God continent to the far north ice sheet. Jian Wushuang reached the edge of the barrier in just an hour. Just wait for the formation to disappear. Before disappearing, the Great Elder used Dragon Ball to isolate them from the outside world. They are completely invisible to the outside world now. So at the edge, they are not afraid of being ambushed in advance. After the outside world discovered their disappearance, everyone is in a hurry. The same is true for King Shenmu. After Jian Wushuang entered the infinite world, someone stared at him. Knowing that Jian Wushuang can restrain his aura to the extreme, most people can't find it at all. But Shenmu King is different, not to mention the strength. Just say that the treasure in Shenmu King's body can lock Jian Wushuang's life force. It seemed to him that Jian Wushuang couldn't get out of his palm. Yu reading www.akanshu.com, but now they are completely isolated. How could he not panic? Push all of you away. Now go to the edge of the infinite world immediately. Take this token. As long as the token flashes, send the location to me. Shenmu Wang distributed some tokens to everyone. The 9 Great Elders and the 18 Core Elders did not hesitate. After taking the token, they went straight to the edge of the infinite world. More than 27 Tribulation Realm powerhouses have joined forces to make the boundary of the entire infinite world uncomfortable, just to block Jian Wushuang's way out. After everyone left, King Shenmu isolated all the space in this place. After all preparations were made, the breath on his body began to change. End of this chapter. Chapter 5887. A force that can make all the 7 Tribulations realm tremble burst out. In front of him, the already broken core of the formation couldn't help trembling. Boom! Shenmu King dispatched with a palm, and countless vines appeared on his body and rushed into the source and began to destroy it wantonly. If someone who is knowledgeable sees it, he will definitely be able to recognize that the vine on Shenmu King's body is the Moyun vine that was also owned by Elder Mu Chun. But the Moyunting of the Shenmu King, but the Moyunting of the 8 Tribulations realm level. The level of the 8 Tribulations realm is equivalent to the combat power of an 8 Tribulations realm. No wonder everyone pushes away. King Shenmu has been showing weakness. In addition to Mo Yun Tung, the life force in his god's body is also constantly erupting, enough to supply his divine power attack. With a single palm, you can smash the 7 Tribulations realm. The current Shenmu King was much stronger than his own peak. It was already possible to compete with the Master of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm. After several attacks, the origin of the core of the formation was completely damaged. The appearance of the entire infinite world is also completely leaked out. A wild breath suddenly hit the sky. This movement. In an instant, those 7 Tribulations realm experts in the ancient Wood Sect Holy Land were stunned. What are you looking at? These high-sounding guys of the ancient Wood Sect have already entered in advance. Jian Wushuang has disappeared. Maybe they have been caught by the strong of the ancient Wood Sect, so monopolized. Otherwise, everyone will work together to destroy the holy land of the ancient Wood Sect. The Lord of Sirius was originally the leader of the werewolf tribe in the wild. They're also militants. At this time, it brought the rhythm. The radicals he led reached a consensus in an instant. The head teacher of the Gumu school was completely dumbfounded. This is going to rebel. Now in the entire Gumu sect holy land, he is in the 7 Tribulations realm. How is he going to stop? Gentlemen God, Do you still want to be the master of the ancient wood sect at this time? The power of the serious lord is no weaker than that of the ancient wood sect. Taking a step forward, he came directly to the front of Jiang Menshin. But before the Lord of Sirius took the shot, he punched the door himself and directly withdrew from the ancient wood holy land. Make everyone dumbfounded. In fact, this is completely unnecessary. As long as they flee and control the formation, they will be able to trap them for some time. Then go to inform King Shimu. But Jiang Menshin did not intend to do this, because Bobby D had already notified him. After a few hours, they will arrive at the Guma school. And one more sentence. Today, the Guma sect will be removed. The door is waiting for this opportunity. He had had enough in the Guma school. Now that everyone is finished together, he still has the next family to accept it. It can be regarded as revenge for dissatisfaction in my heart. These greedy guys. The door withdrew from the Holy Land and went directly to the treasure land of the ancient wood school. He cursed the Shinmu king in his heart and was greedy with those overly elders. However, he took the initiative to enter the treasure land of the ancient wood school and began to search for treasures. Anyway, the Guma school will be over soon. These treasures are not taken for nothing, although there is no power in Guma school. But the power to distribute treasures is still there. He can also enter the treasure land, searching wildly, packed all the treasures within his authority, and swept them clean. Then walk away. The guard guarding here wanted to come forward and ask, but after seeing the gloomy face of the gate god, he stepped back. He not only searched the treasure house of the Gumu sect, but also destroyed all the fairy tombs behind the Gumu sect. There are still a lot of 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouses inside, but they have lost their vitality and have been sealed up. I thought it would be a sin which attracted a lot of karma. Unexpectedly, the moral golden light on his body has increased by several feet. It seems that the 7 Tribulations realm buried inside are not good people. Grab the treasure house and destroy the fairy tomb. All in one go. The holy land of the Gumu school was also destroyed at this time. The original magnificent Gumu sect killed all day long. The disciple of the school was almost dead. If the Empress Fengshen knew that the Gumu sect that she had tried so hard to enter would have been destroyed, she didn't know what she would think. On the other hand, Shimu King was already chasing Jian Wushuang, and he didn't care about the Gumu faction at all. Why can the ancient wood school become the 8-star sect? Not because of his existence. As long as he is still there, the Gumu sect will not die. On the contrary, if he is gone, then Guma school would not exist either. Over the years, that old fellow from Shurwa has been staring at him, and the flame also pressed his head. Sooner or later, he will behead these 2 people. Back then, the 8 Tribulations realm powerhouse from the Daughter Kingdom threatened him, so he fell. Few people know about this matter. I'm afraid there are only a few people. He, Shimu King, will never allow other strong men to threaten him in Gumu continent. Nor is it allowed for anyone to dare to peep at his Wanlu Shimu. These little hairy thieves. Sure enough, they are paying attention to Wanlu and Yu Hongmu. It's really great. This time I will completely solve you. My treasure can also be complete. The Shimu King's speed increased sharply. The time of a stick of incense traverses the entire infinite world, heading towards the big world of Wanlu Shinmu. The location of the infinite world is interconnected with the great world of Wanlu Shinmu. They had just discovered the whereabouts of Jian Wushuang, Wanlu Shinmu. After the ancient wood sect Holy Land was destroyed, Lianxing brought the powerhouses of the 16 kingdoms, and Sirius brought the powerhouses in the secret realm, and they also descended to the infinite world. But they didn't know where Jian Wushuang had gone. I don't know where to find it at this time. You can only follow the strong guys of the Gumu sect and head towards the Wanlu divine realm. If you can't find it yourself, then follow the strong guy of the ancient wood school. You won't get lost like this. The strong from both sides march towards Wanlu divine realm together. At this time, in Shangfen of Guma continent, a huge spaceship appeared, is rushing towards Gumu faction. Cabin. The 8 Tribulations realm of the Stone Kingdom did not go. After receiving the call from the 7 Tribulations realm of the Stone Kingdom, Emperor Bobby was a little surprised. But after another thought, that's right, The ancestor of the 8 tribulations realm of Shur Kingdom was actually the weakest of the 8 tribulations realm. Without the help of the flame god, how dare to fight with the Shenmue king? Even if King Shenmue kept showing weakness, he didn't dare to go. The current flame gods are dominated by clones and are heading towards the time and space of Qishan Temple. There was no movement on the deity's side. Qi Temple, extinction. Bobby Emperor shook his head in disdain. This conflicted with his plan, and he didn't want to waste time looking for the trouble of extinction. And now Jin Wushuang's clone, left by his side, also disappeared. He also had no way of extinction. The resurrection plan has reached a critical moment. Originally, I was going to the secret realm of Wuhua. Who would think that Wanli aside was the first to go wrong? Jin Wushuang's deity kept the secret from him and wanted to open Wanlu. How could he agree? End of this chapter. Chapter 5888. Qi Jiuxiao. Exist. The red-skinned Qi Jiuxiao walked out of his cave and stood behind Emperor Bobby, his expression respectful. The appearance of Qi Jiuxiao made everyone unable to hold back. The same goes for the Soul Heaven Emperor. They couldn't bear the sense of oppression. It's so powerful that it's suffocating. Wait, as long as you meet someone who dares to resist, you'll be killed with a punch. Don't keep your hands. Bobby D was very concerned about Wanlu, and naturally would not keep any hands. Randomly looked at the Soul Tiendi and others behind him again. His eyes moved. Everyone understood in an instant and nodded frantically. Bobby D was very satisfied and yearned for this feeling of being superior. It is far from reaching the peak. When he becomes the queen of sabotage, the path to resurrection is also his path to the gods. Resurrection. Bobby D is not the only one seeking this path. Wu Li, who was following Jin Wushuang, was thinking too. To be precise, Lord Hingmu was thinking. Both have the same goal. They are all hitting the road of the gods. Guyu Shirkong is such a strong robbery realm. They are all running towards the 9 tribulations realm. This is putting the cart before the horse. Even if it reaches the 9 tribulations realm, how can it be? It's still a martial artist, only to become a god. Only then can you get rid of the practice and truly enjoy the world. Wanlu Divine Realm. It is also the realm of gods. But the here is a willow tree. A willow tree is actually the top 3 super secret realm in Guyu time and space. The secret among them, so many powerful people ruined themselves. Now, someone stepped into this place again. Jin Wushuang. After they shattered the barrier of the infinite world, they rushed towards this place in an instant. The speed of the 3-shock universe is only a bit weaker than the peak Shenmue King, so they're the first strong people to reach here. How far further? Jin Wushuang looked at Wu Li. Now they have reached the OU Thankserts of Wanlu Divine Realm. There were also a lot of obstacles on the road, but with Bru, the pinnacle powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm, he didn't need Jin Wushuang to take a shot to smooth everything out. So there are not too many twists and turns. But the deeper, the stronger the obstacle. No one has relied on hard power to enter Wanlu so far. Even the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm could not do it. Fortunately, the periphery can still hurry at a normal speed. But after reaching the inner circle, they couldn't make any progress. Wherever there are rules, they're all isolated. Who knows what monsters will appear? There's a lot of vitality in Wanlu. Naturally, many ethnic groups will be bred. These ethnic groups must practice in the 10,000 Willow Divine Realm, and they cannot go out for a lifetime. Although he can't get out, his strength is much stronger than that of the outsiders. After all, it is a minority group. Although the strength of a few of them is not bad, after entering where they are, it is also very dangerous. Wu Li was also a bit desolate at this time, and the Lord of Constant Wood in his body was using that treasure to find the exit where he left. Following that exit, they can go in again. This is also what left behind. After originally intending to become the 8 tribulations realm, he entered Wanlu again. Na Qingxiang was finally picked the peaches by King Shenmue. The treasure was also taken away from the core components and almost fell. Don't worry, it's nearby. I need some time. Wu Li's voice changed directly, It was the Lord of Hengmu who was talking. Wu Li wanted to explain, but was directly blocked by Jian Wushuang. Now there is no time to talk like that. Listen to nonsense. Go first southeast looking for a spiritual field. The voice of Lord Hengmu sounded again. Jian Wushuang's thought power was slightly sensed, and he discovered the spiritual field in the southeast direction and led everyone to the top of the spiritual field. The spiritual field here has definitely existed for more than 1,000,000 epochs, and no one has picked it at all. If it hadn't been in a hurry this time, Jian Wushuang would have to go down and pick the spiritual field for whatever he said. The size of this spiritual field, if it is harvested and sold out, it can sell $1,000,000 mixed stone. He has now become the Lord of the universe, and he needs the Hunyuan stone to practice in the follow-up, and he needs the Hunyuan stone to cross the catastrophe even more. This thing has disappeared in Shi Temple. No matter what, you have to prepare more. Ordinary Six Tribulations realm, only 1,001 era. He is not ordinary. The origin universe is many times stronger than the Six Tribulation realm cosmic masters in Guyu time and space. Only Tongha Sword Immortal can breed 10,001 era. Let alone him. According to his speculation, at least 1,000,000 will start in an era. But he has no time to lay eggs. There are not a few strong men who survive by nurturing the Hunyuan stone on their own. They are all fighting for opportunities and treasures to fight for. Jian Wushuang is the same. He has less time. A lot of things behind are waiting for him to solve. There is no time to nurture the Hunyuan stone here. Especially now. He can give up even millions of mixed stones. Just after stopping, the Lord of Hengmu asked him to walk towards Lingquan in the southwest. When he arrived at Lingquan, he became even more tempted. If a spiritual spring is completely removed, it can sell tens of millions of mixed stones. In the periphery of this Wanlu divine realm, there are probably not many treasure lands that can be compared with this Lingquan. But before he was moved, the voice of Lord Hengmu sounded again. Let him go to another place. Just when he was about to leave cruelly, Wes in the origin universe stopped him forcibly. Jian Wushuang panicked and quickly said, "Master Weiss, this is not the time to be joking. There are a large group of strong men who are chasing and killing me. Stop making trouble. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer." Weiss was on the top of Tianqing Mountain, enjoying various kinds of delicacies, while chatting with Jian Wushuang, who was amused. Jian Wushuang almost collapsed. In the end, Weiss asked him to move this Longquan into his original universe. "You are a god. Do you still care about this treasure?" Jian Wushuang began to doubt the identity of Weiss again. He recognized the strength. But this treasure is also tens of millions of mixed stones. What is it to God? Can it be changed at hand? He couldn't forget now. Weiss went to summon the Supreme Tribulation. UU reading www. Calm the shock at that time was the same as that of Weiss who asked him for Lingquan now. It's changed by myself, and the texture is different from the innate spirit spring. I want to use this spirit spring to make wine, and I will give you a copy after it is made." Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to rush down the Lingquan alone in the surprise of everyone, and move the entire valley that carried the Lingquan into his original universe. The Lord Hengmu who saw this scene was also going crazy and reminded loudly, "Don't move this kind of garbage in the Wanlu Shinmu. I will give you as much as you want." After Jian Wushuang heard these words, he agreed, but all this was not his original intention. Weiss on Tianqing Mountain was a little angry when he heard it. Dare to doubt his vision. Get punished. End of this chapter. Chapter 58-89. Weiss thought for a while, and then said into the air, "I will punish you for having today's luck. Say what you say." After this sentence was said, the sky suddenly darkened. Jian Wushuang had just received Lingquan into his original universe, and he found a group of black crows in the distant sky. This group of crows also has this high crown king. Go! I didn't dare to think about it, and immediately took everyone to flee. He still didn't know that all of this was due to a word from Lord Hengmu. Weiss on Tianqing Mountain carefully pondered, punishing the Lord of Hengmu, and even impairing the coolie Jian Wushuang. Then it was revoked. I got up from the chair, stretched out, and came to the mountain range where I moved in. After I found the Lingquan, I clicked on my finger, and this Lingquan changed its appearance. The divine power contained in the spring water is at least 100 times stronger than before. The value has also increased 100-fold. Turn the stone into gold. The structure is smaller. This spiritual spring is still unusual in Westview. It was Jian Wushuang that they didn't know the goods. Because Lingquan has great potential. After his cultivation, it changed in an instant. If it were an ordinary Lingquan, if he turned a stone into gold, it would only increase several times. For your hard work, I will help you once. Jian Wushuang was taken aback by Weiss' words. Is this going to benefit him? But now he doesn't have the hesitation to ask for it. After coming to a treasure place that the Lord of Constant Wood once again said, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you forget where you are? It's almost a circle." The Lord of Hongmu said in this sentence almost loses confidence. He hesitated for a while. Impossible. I remember very clearly it should take a few more landmark instructions before we can find it. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang could only do so. Who didn't let him know? But when he was about to go to the next treasure, his figure was out of control again. He was just about to ask Weiss. This time he was going to do it again. I found that the surrounding scenery had changed. After seeing this familiar valley, Lord Hongmu said in surprise, "I found it, this is it." At the same time, he was surprised. "How do you know this place?" This sentence stopped Jian Wushuang. But if he said that this was done by Weiss, I am afraid the other party would not believe it. Simply vague. The Lord of Hongmu didn't ask any more. Now the most urgent thing is to open the 10,000 Willows divine tree. After turning his head and glanced at the huge willow tree in the core area of God's domain, he led everyone into the valley. After Jian Wushuang fell on the ground, he also noticed the difference here. There are many carvings here. It seems that someone has lived here. Follow the Lord of Constant Wood and walk towards the depths of the valley. There are more and more sculptures on the road. The sculpture is like a totem of an ethnic group. Jian Wushuang has never seen it before. It should be related to the ethnic group within Shenmue. Wanlu Shenmue has innate life. They can also regard Wanlu Shenmue as a master of the universe. Moreover, he is the master of the universe above the 8 tribulations realm. Such a universe of innate life, the internal structure of the world, and the ethnic group must be extraordinary. Valley Jian Wushuang followed Wu Li and watched all the way. Are these totems portrayed by Senior Hongmu? He couldn't help but ask halfway through. What he saw alone exceeded 100 races. Being able to portray so delicately, only those who have lived in the inner universe of Wanlu Shenmue for a long time can record it. The only one who knew this place was the Lord of Hongmu. Then only he portrayed it. But what Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that this place was not carved by the Lord of Hongmu. Don't be surprised. I am not the first practitioner to enter Wanlu Shenmue. When I left here, I was as surprised as you. There are definitely people who can enter Wanlu, but it's not like I am on the bright side. The voice of Lord Hongmu came from Wu Li. Jian Wushuang nodded, but he definitely didn't believe it in his heart. If someone else had entered Wanlu, how could there be no news at all? And for so many years, few people knew about the things in Wanlu Shenmue at all. The Lord of Eternal Wood must be full of many things for them. Going deeper, the statues are getting bigger and bigger, and each is very lifelike. The upper part also contains divine power. Everyone watching is very careful. Jian Wushuang also became more and more puzzled. Why has no one discovered such a real statue with supernatural power for so many years? Although Wanlu Divine Realm has always been sealed by the Gumu faction. But people of the Gumu faction, there is always a way to come in. They can wander around the periphery and even reach the edge of the inner periphery. Why didn't you find this place? In other words, I knew it a long time ago, but I couldn't get in from here. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned. But I didn't ask much. They walked through the group of statues and entered into a huge lava cavity. The place is abnormally humid. Water seeps from the cracks in the stone from time to time. Here, the voice of Lord Hongmu sounded, and everyone stopped. Wu Li is at the forefront, naturally sees it most clearly. In front of them, there is an altar. The appearance of this altar is very similar to the outside world. It's just that the interior is empty and there is nothing. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, looked around a few times, and asked, "Senior Hingmu, does this altar need the power of life to open it?" At the bottom of the altar, he felt a familiar breath, the force of life. It seems that this place is the entrance mentioned by Lord Hingmu. Now many powerful people from the outside world are heading towards this side. They don't have much time. The altar must be opened quickly. Then enter the universe of Wanlu Shenmu. The Lord of Hengmu walked directly out of Wu Li's body, but it was not an illusory thing. It's the real body. Said it is a flesh body. In fact, it is the flesh body that the branches of the sacred tree of Wanlu evolved into. He walked to the altar, took out a few incense sticks, and inserted them into the incense burner in front of the altar. After bowing twice, he turned his head to look at the crowd and said, "Just as Wushuang Taoist said, this place is where you enter the sacred tree of Wanlu. The channel and the switch to open the entrance are also very special. It requires innate life force. You must understand that the innate life force is the life bestowed by the origin of time and space and the origin of the primitive universe. It has been accompanied by this since your birth life force. In fact, there is another point that the Lord of Hengmu did not raise. The life in the secret realm comes from the origin of time and space. Life in the primitive universe comes from the origin of the primitive universe. But there is another kind of life that comes from the origin of the universe of the practitioner. This kind of life is the acquired life. It doesn't have the power of innate life. After thinking about it, it should be that these people seem to be innate life forms. Chapter 5890. Both Wu Li and the Lord of Hengmu came from the primitive universe, or the 16 kingdoms of grass. The continent of the 16 kingdoms is a continent illuminated by the origin of time and space. Naturally belongs to innate life. The infinite world is also an innate mystery. It also belongs to the origin of time and space. As for Jian Wushuang, let alone, he has the power of innate life. When in Qishan Temple, several big brothers of the giant gods all said that this kind of ability is rarely seen in the starry sky. Arrive Guyu time and space. Up to now, there is innate vitality among the willows. One can imagine how special this power is. Senior, we all understand this. Let's start now. The Shimu King has already brought people to the 10,000 Willows divine realm. I'm afraid it will come soon. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but urged. Although he successfully crossed the tribulation, he reached the 6th tribulation realm. But he also didn't have the confidence to fight against a powerful king of the 8 tribulations realm. Moreover, this Shenmu king, who has been hiding himself, might be a pinnacle powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm. When they come, they will be able to give them an instant. He doesn't have any whole cards to fight the 8 tribulations realm now. When the Lord of Hengmu saw this, he was not talking nonsense. With one hand, he condensed some innate vitality in his hand. Follow me. As long as there is enough innate life force, we can let the altar open. Lord Hengmu finished speaking and began to continuously inject life force into the altar. Jian Wushuang followed suit. This is too simple for him. After becoming the Lord of the universe, his life force is much stronger than before. Even the recovery of a dying 8 tribulations realm to the peak is not a problem. Reaching in with one hand, a magnificent green air column condenses and converges directly to the bottom of the altar. The Lord of Hengmu next to him was astounded. His life force was not enough before Jian Wufang. Secretly sighed in my heart, if it weren't for the treasure robbed by Shenmu King, his life force could be as powerful as Jian Wushuang. After Shenmu King got the treasure, he was no longer lacking the power of life. It's just that the treasure is not complete. The power of life that can be condensed is not the power of innate life. Not enough to open the altar. This is also the reason why he wants to capture Jian Wushuang. Mastering Jian Wushuang is equivalent to opening Wanlu Shenmu. Once the sacred tree of Wanlu is taken down, the innate life force will be mastered. Then in the end, the road they take will all be the road to resurrection. The same goes for the Lord of Eternal Wood. Although he holds the incomplete treasure, the life force is scarce, but it is the most core part that can condense the innate life force. Entering Wanlu is not for treasure either. Resurrection. This is the biggest appeal of Sanji. Emperor Bobby, King of Shenmue, Lord of Hongmu. The goal of the three parties is the method of resurrection within the 10,000 Willows Shenmue. Only Jian Wushuang still had those 7 tribulation realms scattering tribulations, all for treasures. Speaking of those scattered robberies, it is also for the power of life. But I didn't dare to think so big, dare to think about resurrection. In the end, only Jian Wushuang was the purest person, and that was a treasure. Jian Wushuang continued to gather the power of life. His mind power follows those life forces, and he wants to enter the bottom of the altar. But it was ruthlessly blocked. Originally, he was thinking to see where these life forces had gone. In the altar, put the life force to open the willow sacred tree. Where did this force of life go? Although it was for treasures, the current Jian Wushuang has become the Lord of the universe, the treasure of opportunity in the 10,000 Willows Shenmue, and the demand is not so strong. He wanted to know what kind of secret this Wanlu was hiding. As a result, it can be juxtaposed with the ancient moon ruins and the Wuhua secret realm to become the 3 strongest secret realms in the ancient moon time and space. They are all inaccessible to ordinary people. In the first 2 secret realms, there will be some strange things floating out of the ancient moon ruins, and they are also useful. The Wuhua secret realm has no important treasures, and it's still intact. Few people can bring out treasures in the Wuhua secret realm. Wanlu Shenmue is different, because in the ancient Wood continent, it is occupied by the ancient Wood faction. In addition, the treasures on the periphery are valuable, but also dangerous. The most attractive thing is the power of life. This attraction is the greatest. Therefore, Wanlu Shenmue is famous in the 9 great time and space. Even the master of the 8 tribulations realm universe had formed a group to enter forcibly, but it was a pity that he was directly cut off by the restraining force when he reached the inner circle. Still the kind of Jedi Tiantong. There was no power to absorb in it, and he almost starved to death. After coming out, he dared not go in again. I'm afraid of being trapped to death. At first, there were people who suspected that the Gumu sect could sneak in, but later as several 8 Tribulations Realm Universe Masters left in embarrassment, no one doubted it anymore. The Gumu school has also been sealing the periphery of the Wanlu Shenmue. There has been no action. Every time the election of the position of the saint, the realm of the gods will be opened, but it is only at the very edge. Thinking of the saints of the Ancient Wood School, they need to enter the Wanlu Divine Realm. Jian Wushuang's thoughts also opened up. According to Shenmue King's temperament, the position of the saint is probably also to open up Wanlu. It's a pity that I haven't been able to succeed for so many years. The innate life force is so easy. The gathered life force continuously enters the bottom of the altar. However, the entire altar has not changed in any way. The incense that the Lord of Eternal Wood had just ordered was gone. After a stick of incense, his vitality was enough to bring a dying 8 Tribulations realm to life. With so much life force, there is no response. How dare Wu Li say that kind of thing in the first place? He couldn't help turning his head to look at the Lord of Hongmu. It goes without saying that his eyes were full of doubts. The Lord of Hongmu was taken aback for a moment, and then explained, I don't know, according to my calculations. It should be enough. Senior Hongmu, when you first entered, it wasn't this place, right? Jian Wushuang was suspicious now. When the Lord of Hongmu entered, it was definitely not here. Otherwise, the life force will be poured into it. And when the Lord of Eternal Wood entered, he was only in the 3 Tribulations realm. That little strength is enough for you. When someone believed this statement, it was also ignorance. Did not think deeply. In that special era, there are indeed countless powerful people who have flooded into the 10,000 Willows divine realm. It was also at that time that the master of the 8 Tribulations realm cosmos opened the way, so it can safely follow up. This makes sense. But how to get inside? How to explain this? Jian Wushuang didn't believe in this speech by mistake. Seeing Jian Wushuang start to doubt himself, the Lord of Hengmu quickly sighed. Friend Wushuang, it is better to hold on for a while. You believe me. Entering Wanlu Shimu must be from here. Otherwise, there is no way. The life force gathered by Jian Wushuang along the bottom of the altar continuously entered the statues. Chapter 5891. Because he had been staring at the altar, neither he nor Hengmu felt it. It was Dan Bao who was on the side, who realized that something was wrong, and quickly shouted at the two of them. Those statues seemed to be alive. What? This time, without any hesitation, he quickly stopped the power of life gathered in his hands. He turned around and rushed out. The outside statues have changed positions. It seems that it really moved just now. Seeing this, the Lord of Hengmu was a little anxious and hurriedly urged, "Don't worry about those statues. They are almost there now. Even if they are alive, it doesn't matter, as long as we go in before they fully recover." The more he said that, the less anxious Jian Wushuang became. This made the Lord of Hengmu very anxious. He hurriedly greeted Wu Li, who was on the side, to come forward to persuade him. "Brother Wushuang, this is not the time to play petty temper. When King Shimu brings people, we will be finished." Wu Li tried hard to persuade. Jian Wushuang was indifferent, turned his head to look at Wu Li slowly, and said, "What benefits did Hengmu give you?" This sentence stopped Wu Li directly. The master of Hengmu is his master. When he was still an ordinary person, he picked up a branch and embarked on the road of self-cultivation. Everything that was promised at the beginning has been done. The old Wu's family, Guangzhong Yaozu. He himself became immortal. Then set up the Wu family later, and become the ancestor by yourself, all the way to the Lord of the universe. His dream has long since come true. Now it's just to repay the favor, and he also wants to go up a step. Wu Li didn't know much about the master of Hengmu's plan. But since he became the master of the universe, the master of constant would has been instilling in him about the sacred wood of Wanlu for a long time. This matter had already taken root in his heart. If you don't enter Wanlu, you will have regrets in this life. Now being asked by Jian Wushuang, he really stopped him. "Me?" Wu Li turned his head and glanced at Hengmu, then at Jian Wushuang again, and said firmly, "Of course, it is to become stronger, Jian Wushuang, and we are not children anymore. Why bother to pursue too much? As long as we enter Wanlu Shinmu, my master will definitely not let you down." Choosing between Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Hengmu, Wu Li must choose the latter. Jian Wushuang was not surprised when he said this. But this kind of words have been said since the common times. Now that Jian Wushuang heard such words, he was like air. If there is no change here, he will still write some letters. When the time comes to enter Wanlu Shinmu, at worst, they will go their separate ways. But this kind of thing happened before entering Wanlu Shinmu. The sculptures outside have recovered one after another. Each is powerful. Why doesn't Jian Wushuang worry about this? In case his power of life is not the channel to get through the Wanlu Shinmu. Instead, they revive the statues. That would be a big fool. Who knows what will become of these carvings? After recovery, who will listen to, on both sides of the altar and the three statues above it, there is at least the aura of the 7 tribulations realm, or even the 8 tribulations realm. It's not good for them to come back to life. Before the Shinmu King came, he had to die on the spot, so he didn't dare to continue injecting life force into the altar. Unless Gu is the master of Hengmu, he can give a reason, or be able to explain the current situation. There is no trace of the passage, not even a sign. Instead, carving began to recover. "Hengmu, now you make the oath of your own life. Promise to take me into Wanlu, and don't hurt us people. I will continue to inject the power of life. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Jian Wushuang felt the pressure from afar, and also I know it's no good to procrastinate. You can only choose to avoid risks. Let the Lord of Everwood make this oath. He could see that the current state of the Lord of Hengmu was not weak. He was a scattered calamity in the 7 tribulations realm. In terms of divine power, at least 2 million. If he was still an emperor, he might be manipulated arbitrarily by the opponent. The oath that Wu Li made back then was aimed at Wu Li. He has never made any oaths with the Lord of Hengmu. Seeing this, Wu Li also turned his head to look at the master of Hengmu and said respectfully, "Master, why don't you make an oath first, so that Brother Wu Shuang and the others can rest assured?" "Shut up!" the Lord of Hengmu shouted angrily. This angry shout startled Wu Li. I don't know why the Lord of Hengmu is so angry. It's all your fault, you bastard. You insisted on helping Jian Wushuang overcome the catastrophe. If he hadn't successfully overcome the catastrophe, would I still need to beg you so much? The Lord of Hengmu no longer concealed himself and changed his body's shape immediately. In appearance, the original green tree man's body turned into a dark red tree trunk battle armor. The breath is also constantly improving, and this breath is no longer the power of life but a terrifying force of destruction. After Wu Li saw this scene, he felt incredible. Compared with the master he had seen in the past, the gap was too great. For a while, it was simply unacceptable. Finally, your true face has been revealed. The two vows are so simple, and you don't want to make them. I'm afraid you never thought of taking us into Wanlu. Isn't this place the passage to enter Wanlu? Jian Wushuang sneered. Moreover, the Lord of Hengmu didn't even discuss it, so he turned his face directly, probably because of his attention and the treasure in Danbao's body. Jian Wushuang felt disgusted when he thought of Wu Li's crotch in front of the Great Elder. Wu Li leaned towards Jian Wushuang with some hesitation at this time, but he was only followed by cold eyes. Bulu and Danbao definitely believed in Jian Wushuang. The Lord of Hengmu sneered and said, I wanted to use you again, but I didn't expect you to see the problem so quickly, so I just sent you on the road first. What a big breath! Bruce stepped forward immediately, his breath shook, and the divine power of 2 million exploded directly. Jian Wushuang also directly performed the super eternal transformation. Ready to go. Wanlu Shema's plan has since become a joke. Hengmu, you don't think that you can handle us after resuscitating a few rotten fish and rotten shrimps. He pulled out the sword of myriad tribulations, and the terrifying power of the starry sky suddenly rose. This power made everyone terrified. Really? The Lord of Hengmu waved his hand and shouted angrily, Zui Yehui! Boom! The mountain began to vibrate. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at the sculpture on the left side of the altar. The dark green stone shell on the sculpture's body began to fall off, and a terrifying, desolate beast began to recover. Not good, back quickly. Jian Wushuang took Danbao and Bulu with each hand, rushed out of the mountain, and reached the top of the valley in a blink of an eye. At this moment, King Shimu and others also arrived. Seeing Jian Wushuang and others fleeing, the Shimu king was not surprised but said calmly, Where are we going to escape? Jian Wushuang also saw the Shimu king and the others. To provide you with the fastest update of one Dao Jianzun, which costs money to kill the master, so that you can check the fastest update of this book next time, please be sure to save the bookmark. Chapter 5891 Torn Face is free to read. Chapter 5892 The 9 Great Elders, each with 2 million supernatural powers. The 18 core elders have supernatural powers around 8 million. Not to mention King Shimu. Just these people besieged them, and they all had enough to drink a pot. Now it's really over. If he knew it, he would not run away and would fight directly with the Lord of Hengmu. He still thinks everything is too simple. I feel that no matter how bad the Lord of Hengmu is, he will be able to bring them into Wanlu Shenmu. At that time, no matter what calculations you have, you'll be able to escape. But who could have imagined that the plan that had been talked for so long became a joke in the end? The Lord of Eternal would wanted to take them into Wanlu at all. In other words, Wanlu may really not be able to enter. It's just a cover for the Lord of Hengmu to come here to revive carving. All of them were fooled. Shimu King, the Lord of Hengmu is below. He is almost entering Wanlu Shenmu. Why don't you stop him? Jian Wushuang still wanted to borrow the plan of the Lord of Hengmu to fool some Shenmu kings. Since the Shenmu king had grievances with the Lord of Hengmu, he must be aware of the fact that the Lord of Hengmu had entered Wanlu. Just let them fight first. But he just said it, but it caused Shenmu Wang to ridicule. Looked at him like a fool. This is the first time that the old man has heard such a ridiculous thing for thousands of years. King Shenmu turned his head and motioned to the few elders behind him to go down and take a look, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Don't use these things to deceive a 3-year-old child. Simple. You have the complete innate life force. How can you be so innocent and cooperate with the waste of Hengmu? Why not come to the old man? Looking for you." Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart, "Looking for you doesn't die faster. I want to roll my eyes, but dare not." The other party broke his plan at once. Just as Shenmu Wang said, no one knows Wanlu's Shenmu better than him. How could it be as simple as Hengmu said? Just go in. What does this take Wanlu? King Shenmu has been in Wanlu for so many years. I'm afraid he has already talked about it all over the periphery. I'm afraid this place has long been known. If you really want to enter from here, he probably entered long ago. Need innate life force. The big deal is blood sacrifice. Although a huge number is required, the Guma school controls so many wild worlds. Cobble together, and you can get it together. Why didn't you do this? Jian Wushuang hated his own stupidity secretly before he entered. He should have thought of it. At that time, if he went to escape, there might be hope. Now, difficult. Jian Wushuang, there are 2 paths before you now. First, follow me back to the Guma sect. I can let you be the head of the Guma sect and be on an equal footing with the old man. 2. Take down the Lord of Hengmu and help me recover a treasure. I will bring you into Wanlu. There is only one chance. You have to think clearly before answering. Shenmu Wang transmitted sound to him. It means that these 2 things do not want outsiders to know. And these 2 choices are to take refuge in the Shenmu king. Doesn't that mean there is no choice? Jian Wushuang is a bit tangled. King Shenmu spoke again at this time and said loudly, "I can do the second without you, but it will waste some time, and you just waste some continuous vitality. I suggest you choose the latter, and I can make an oath to keep you safe, and you can walk sideways in Gumu continent." Gu oath. This time Jian Wushuang was tempted. You can enter Wanlu Shenmu by wasting some life force. Isn't this the same as Hengmu's previous plan? It's just some life force, which is nothing to him. It can also guarantee his safety. This condition, it sounds, is much stronger than Hengmu's. And the words of King Shenmu are also convincing. Just as he was about to agree, an astonishing breath exploded in the valley below. Boom! After a loud noise, the several elders of the Ancient Wood faction who had entered the valley earlier fled back in embarrassment. Following that, there was a terrifying wild beast. Zui Yehue, Jian Wushuang, and Shenmu Wang said each other's name in unison. This is the statue that has just been resurrected by the Lord of Eternal Wood. King Shenmu turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang and hurriedly asked, "How much life force have you injected into the altar?" This question stopped him. For a time, it can't be counted how many, can only vaguely say. It can almost revive a dying 8 tribulations realm. You are so courageous. Don't you see the weirdness of this place? Shenmu Wang exclaimed Jian Wushuang's courage. He had discovered this place long ago. It was formed after the Lord of Hengmu left the 10,000 Willow divine realm. These statues were originally living creatures, and it is the life in the sacred tree of Wanlu. It was brought out by the Lord of Hengmu. After being brought out, the Lord of Eternal would use the altar to absorb all the vitality of these wild beasts into his body. These powerful beasts turned into statues. The plan of the Lord of Hengmu is not to enter the Wanlu Shenmu at all, but to revive these statues and seek revenge from the Shenmu king. King Shenmu was afraid of this, and immediately asked directly, "Will the right eye and the monk also recover? Is this enough?" Jian Wushuang thought for a moment. There is a sculpture on the left and right sides of the altar. On the altar, there is also a wooden monk with an open breast. These 2 people didn't move at all. Looking at the expression of Shenmu Wang, it is obvious that he is very jealous of these statues. Fortunately, it's just a left night ash, and the old man can deal with it. If you Yebai and the old monk both recover, then you will cause a catastrophe. It seems that your vitality is indeed extraordinary. In such a short period of time, able to revive Zuye. Shimu King's complexion recovered for a while, not forgetting to brag about Jian Wushuang's vitality. Zuye rose into the sky. After floating in the air, it turned into a human form, dressed in gray, with a face like lime. His eyes rolled, finally leaking a trace of white eyeballs, staring at the crowd for a circle. His eyes on Shenmu the king stopped. These years, are you peeping at me and waiting? King Shenmu nodded and said calmly. Yes, you guys drawn out of the willows, of course. You have to be optimistic, otherwise I will cause some trouble for you, and I won't end up. Do you think it can end now? Zuyehui's figure was shaken, and he instantly arrived in front of King Shenmu. I'm half-talking, and I'm ready to do it. No wonder King Shenmu told them to step back first. The fight between the two was fierce. Fortunately, this place is God's domain. Otherwise, this place can be completely destroyed in one blow. But even so, half of the valley was ruined. Chapter 5893. Zuyehui, I know you. When he escaped with Hongmu, he had calculated you like this, so why bother to help him? Shenmu King has been suppressing his divine power, and now he is equal to Zuyehui. I want to persuade each other. Zuyehui was like a puppet, silent, just attacking. King Shenmu also found the strangeness, as if he had come to understand it. It seems that you have been controlled by this guy Hongmu, so there is no need to talk nonsense with you. Shenmu King suddenly broke out, smashing Zuyehui into the valley with a punch. Divine power also began to explode at this moment. That powerful force shook God's domain. King Shenmu clenched his fists with both hands and yelled. His divine power directly reached a terrifying figure. The old man has endured for so many years. I don't know if he can carry it next. King Shenmu looked down at the valley below. His figure disappeared in a flash. Then, violent fluctuations erupted in the valley below. Jian Wushuang stood in the air and looked shocked. Just after the eruption of the Shenmu King, the divine power at that moment, he felt that it was comparable to Qi Jiuxiao. Too strong. It is definitely the peak combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm. Zuyehui's strength is also good. After transforming his body, he was able to compete against the Shenmu King. However, it has been underwind, and the death fight is definitely not the opponent of Shenmu King. But it is impossible for the battle to be resolved quickly. This also made him think. Should he take the opportunity to escape? Turned his head and glanced around. 27 in the 7 Tribulations realm. There are 9 divine powers, over 2 million. These people surrounded him, obviously on guard. If he dares to flee now, even if these people can't stop him, Shenmu King will probably come as soon as possible. At that time, it will not be the same as it is now. I'm afraid he will be banned. He can't gamble anymore. Perhaps now is not the time. There will be more strong people coming. The more people there are, the greater his chances. After transmitting the sound to Brew and Dan bound next to them, after reassuring them, they waited quietly for the next change of things. The battle in the valley continued. But he hasn't seen the shadow of the Lord of Hongmu for a long time. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, thinking of the altar. Although the life force of the Lord of Eternal Wood is very small, but it also has almost infinite vitality. As long as there is enough time, it is enough to revive the white right eye and the old monk in the mouth of King Shenmu. If these two recover, I am afraid that Shenmu King will not be an opponent. Do you want to remind me? He was a little tangled in his heart. If reminded, King Shenmu goes to the trouble of the Lord of Hongmu, and then the Lord of Hongmu is violently killed. He chose the conditions offered by King Shenmu. If not reminded, after waiting for the other two to recover, Shenmu King lost. He took the opportunity to escape. It is also a way. He was afraid of letting out more horror. Guyu time and space will really change. But it's fine if the weather changes. The big deal, he patted his and left. Go to other time and space, or go directly to Qi Temple. With such a long journey, he still has a long time to practice. Simply ignore things here. No matter how much love is, let it be noisy. Isn't there another Gu Yuejiao carrying it? Ancient moon god sect. 9-star sect. That was the master of the universe with the 8 tribulations realm. And he is the master of the universe at the pinnacle of the 8 tribulations realm. With the original universe coming directly, suppressing these things is not a problem. But then I thought about it. I am afraid that all news from the outside world has been blocked now. Gumu sect definitely does not want outsiders to know his existence. Otherwise, all the powerhouses from the 9 heavens and 10 earth rush in. At that time, the advantage will not lie in the Gumu faction. Valley now, I close the door and endure even if I get beaten. Emperor Bobby, why don't you come? Jian Wushuang frowned. He now hopes that Emperor Bobby will come. The messier the better. The power of life is also needed for Bobby D to create the path to resurrection. There is endless vitality in the Wanlu Shenmu. In the valley, King Shenmu broke out completely, directly pressing Zui Yehue and violently hitting him. Divine power is constantly soaring. Zui Yehue has reached the limit. The top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. There are 8 million divine powers, but he was still beaten up by King Shenmu. Fortunately, the divine body is strong enough to resist it. In the mountains in front of the altar, the Lord Eternal would ignore the fighting outside and was still pouring life force into the altar. Wu Li stood beside him. Wu Li stared at the wooden monk above the altar with dull eyes. The eyes have been demented. The Lord of Hemu didn't have time to talk to Wu Li. In his opinion, Wu Li's value has been used up. This is the end of a mentoring and apprenticeship. If he succeeds in revenge in the future, he kills the Shenmu king to take back the treasure. Go to the top again, then give Wu Li some benefits. It's just that I don't have time to think about this now. The statue on the right side of the altar began to tremble. Lord Hemu excitedly said, "Right eye is white, revive." The left knight is gray, and the right eye is white. These 2 wars will once recover. It has been able to be equal to the Shenmu king. Then he can revive the wooden monk with all his heart. Once the monk recovers, he can win. Now I can only say that I won half of it. After the white statue of the right eye trembled, like Zuiyahue began to drop stone shells, eventually leaked out of the body. Quickly, go out to help Zuiyahue and withstand the Shenmu king. The Lord of Hengmu directly ordered. There was no hesitation in the white of his right eye. His voice was like a puppet. He answered, and his figure flashed out of the mountain. Boom! He directly smashed the wall and rushed out of the mountain. This shocked the Lord of Hengmu. As soon as he looked up, he saw the figure of King Shenmu. But he was stopped by the white of his right eye. The 2 battles of Yehue on the left and white on the right will be at the same time against the god of war Wood King. King Shenmu completely stopped. King Shenmu also found the altar and the Lord of Hengmu. He thought the Lord of Hengmu had escaped long ago, but he didn't expect to be still here. My heart suddenly panicked. You also control the innate life force? Shenmu Wang couldn't believe it. He obviously got the most core treasure. Why is he not mastering the power of innate life? The Lord of Hengmu sneered, turned his head, and prepared to continue to inject life force. But because of this gap, he noticed Wu Li's eyes. Following that direction, he raised his head and looked at the top of the altar. It's okay not to look at it. This look shocked him. There was no wooden monk above the altar at this time, but a true monk was lying on his stomach. An old monk in rags and dirty clothes. Originally, the old monk just stared at Wu Li. When he found the Lord of Hengmu looked at him, he turned his gaze back to look at Hengmu. Little guy, isn't it surprising? The old monk jumped directly from above and stood in front of the Lord Hengmu. He digs out his ears with his dirty paws, but he punches him with a smile on his face. Directly blasts the Lord of Hengmu out of the mountain. Then he walked towards Wu Li carelessly. Chapter 5894. Wu Li also returned to reality from dementia at this time. But he was even more demented now, standing still, not daring to move. The old monk is moody, but his combat power is extremely terrifying. Coming to Wu Li's side, his dirty arms hugged Wu Li's neck directly, and then he said, "Little guy, Oh no, you are also an old guy. I think you have a very unique bone, which fits Lao Tzu's eyes. Do you want to follow me in the future? You are right. Wu Li didn't dare to breathe, so he nodded frantically. Think that what the old monk said is right. Don't be afraid. Your bones won't come out for 10,000 years. But I sincerely treat you as a son. Don't let me down. The old monk dragged Wu Li out of the mountain. Lord Himu also got up at this time, his eyes full of shock. How is this possible? I have already controlled him clearly, so how can I still attack me? He couldn't figure it out. After he brought these guys out of the willows, he used the altar to turn them all into statues, and then they were enslaved by secret methods. Save it later when you need it, and then recover. Why is it recovering now? Everyone else is fine, and the old monk is out of control. And also attacked him. Seeing the other party still carrying Wu Li, he instantly understood. And during the recovery, there is no use for any movement. It seems that something went wrong with the secret method. Thinking of this, he regretted the original choice. All this is because of Wu Li. He shouldn't be selected from Wanlu when he initially selected the target for training. As a result, now because Wu Li is alone, he loses all the games. Hamu, you brought up my cheap son very well, so I decided to let you die later. The old monk was still mad, but Wu Li found the point from this sentence. Son, who is your son? But he didn't dare to say it, just complained in his heart. Then he thought about him in detail. Born in a mundane family, my father was a carpenter, and his ancestors had never been a monk for 3 generations. No matter how you plan, I feel that the other party is talking nonsense. But the old monk didn't care. He turned his head to look at Wu Li and said, Are you not convinced? Wu Li nodded and shook his head again. If he really gave him an invincible father, he should be happy. Thinking of this, he directly called Dad. My father is here. Please be respected by the children. The old monk was extremely happy when he heard these words, and slapped Wu Li's head with a slap. Wu Li, the master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm, could bear this, and his figure fell below in a flash. At the same time, he was cursing secretly from the bottom of my heart. This Lao Tzu may not be a good person. Upon seeing this, the old monk took out his crotch and said with a hippie smile, I'm sorry, I just recovered, I don't have enough strength. After talking about the figure, he followed and picked up Wu Li from scratch. Looking at Wu Li, who was half dead, the old monk scratched his crotch again, and in a blink of an eye, he rubbed a black ball. Wu Li half opened his eyes, seeing this scene with all his desire to die. Hastily prevented the old monk from doing anything. But his strength is not as strong as that of the old monk, so I can only shut up and don't eat. Observe, otherwise the old man will lose his temper. The old monk glared, almost scared Wu Li to death, and finally opened his mouth reluctantly. Seeing this, the old monk said, That's right. From now on, I will be your father. If anyone bullies you, you will report my name? Wu Li didn't know whether he was answering the old monk or swallowing the black ball himself. There was something stuck in the throat. Speaking is a bit uncomfortable. However, after that thing turned into a docile force and entered his source, his expression was suddenly overjoyed. A force from the supreme rule began to condense in his origin. This scene also happened in Vietnam. The Wu family of Yu State was only in the middle. The original universe of Wu Li is here. It's just in the air, corresponding to the ground. In his original universe, he began to converge. This is the 6th calamity. Because of a black ball, he actually started to cross the catastrophe. Just a black ball can make him overcome the catastrophe instantly. At this moment, he wanted to eat another black ball. Although it was rubbed from the crotch of the old monk, he wanted to eat it. This 6th calamity is so easy, and it was very easy, whether it is the supreme tribulation or the amount of tribulation on the body. Wu Li, who had $1 million power, took it down easily. Some are lucky, some are unlucky, such as the Lord of Constant Wood. Although he controls the 2 beasts of the left Yehue and the right Eye White. It is a pity that the old monk has not been completely taken down, which is still a disadvantage for him. Shamu King is entangled with the 2 war beasts. The Lord of Hungmu can only face the old monk alone. The battle in the valley slowed down after the old monk appeared. Shimu King's complexion was a bit embarrassing. He was still able to deal with the two war beasts, but after the old monk came out, the situation was a bit difficult to control. Yeah, why didn't you fight? The old monk sat casually on a pile of rocks, and Wu Li stood behind him honestly. Jian Wushuang in the sky can see clearly. He never expected that Wu Li's identity was so complicated. From an abandoned son, he instantly became a key figure in control of the situation. Sometimes luck is so wonderful. Change again and again. After the two war beasts received the order of the Lord of Constant Wood, they stopped and turned into human forms one after another, standing behind the Lord of Constant Wood. You old thing, I shouldn't get you out of the rescue. The Lord of Hungmu was furious, regretting that he shouldn't have taken the old monk away from the willows, and shouldn't use Wu Li as a pawn. Because of the treasure brought by the Lord of Hungmu, Shinmu King, coupled with these years of investigation, also has a general understanding of this matter. Originally thought that the old monk was with the Lord of Hungmu. Now it seems that the old monk is not under Hangmu's control at all. This is to his advantage. It's better than letting the Lord of Hungmu be big alone. Especially when you see that two people are still wrong. This is even better. The outside air is good. I finally let Lao Tzu escape from it, and no one will want to sway me in the future. The old monk slowly stood up, his breath exploded. That powerful divine power vaguely surpassed the Shinmu King. The people in the air were also taken aback, especially Bulu and Danbao. The two of them don't know much about the outside world. Unexpectedly, just after following Jian Wushuang to leave the infinite world, he would encounter a strong man who was 100 times stronger than Gula. For a time, a little confused, Jian Wushuang is the same. Chapter 5895. He just wanted to enter Wanlu to attack the Tribulation Realm. Now that he became the Lord of the Universe, he actually didn't yearn for Wanlu Shimu that much. Mainly because of Jiangshang. I want to see what secrets are contained in Wanlu. Good now. The Lord of Eternal Wood turned his face and was not ready to enter Wanlu again. Instead, Shimu Wang pointed out a way for him. He was a little tempted at first, but according to the current development, he no longer wants to enter Wanlu. Not to mention the two big beasts around the Lord of Hungmu. Just say that old monk that is Wu Li's own father. Divine power is a bit stronger than the peak Shinmu King. He really didn't have the confidence to compete with these old guys. At least not confident now. Just wait for him to go further. Maybe it's still possible. Now let's see what these big guys are going to do. Anyway, he cannot reverse the current situation. As the ruler of the ancient Wood continent, Shinmu King has the aura of an innate king, no matter how powerful the old monk is or how perverse his personality is. After seeing the current situation clearly, he took the initiative to stand up. Everyone, since you said that you escaped from Wanlu, you wouldn't have any interest in Wanlu anymore. Why don't you be happy if I send you away to see the scenery of 9 heavens and 10 places? He spoke to the old monk and the two great beasts. It did not enclose the Lord of Eternal Wood. The Lord of Eternal Wood must stay. This is his bottom line. Except for the two big beasts to block, the old monk should not interfere. Sure enough, it was the same as he thought. The old monk laughed and said, "Hey, you little baby speaks nicely. I like and agree with it. I want going again in that ghost place in Wanlu." The 3 words of this little doll are particularly harsh. Shimu Wang was very upset. He was the first generation of the 8 tribulations realm of Guyu time and space, and even the first generation of Pope of Guyu God sect was not qualified to call him that way. If it were not for the overall situation, he would have to blow the old monk's front teeth. I don't really think that he has this strength. He does now have the peak combat power of the year. But the peak of the year is better than his current peak, who doesn't have a whole card yet. Knowing the character of the other party, King Shimu simply tolerated it. And there are things that are useful to each other. Since this fellow Taoist thinks so too, it's better if we join hands. I will kill Hingmu, and I will be able to free the other 2 fellow Taoists too. After Shimu Wang finished speaking, he looked at Zui Yehue. With the white of the right eye, these 2 big beasts are troublesome. You can't beat you to death. If the Lord of Hengmu relied on the two war beasts to escape, it would be difficult for him to chase. The old monk nodded again, and then agreed. What you said is right. What you said is all right. That's it. The Lord of Hengmu laughed. He knows the old monk best. The more you say this, the less likely it is to cooperate. King Shimu, what you think is really simple. Do you know the true identity of this old monk? The Lord of Hengmu couldn't help but mocked. He is the protector of the Taoist, the protector of the life force. I am not wrong. If you do, you should have tied Jian Wushuang. Do you think this old guy will cooperate with you? The Lord of Hengmu clutched his stomach and laughed out loud when he said that. I think Shimu Wang is silly and naive. Jian Wushuang in the sky looked overjoyed when he heard this. Originally thought it was Wu Li's luck to pick up a relative. Unexpectedly, his luck was better, and he picked up a guardian for nothing. This luck finally made him run into it once. He had witnessed the strength of the old monk with his own eyes. Definitely the peak powerhouse of the 8 Tribulations realm. With this person protecting him, he can walk sideways throughout Guyu time and space. It doesn't matter if Wan Lu doesn't go. Going directly back to the mansion, returning to the Qi Temple, and cleaning up the extinction are all blowing the mouth. No matter how much the backhand of extinction is, no matter how strong it is. In front of the 8 Tribulations realm peak powerhouse, what could be considered? Wu Li, who was behind the old monk, was also stunned when he heard the truth, and then looked at Jian Wushuang in the air. He originally thought he was hugging his thigh, but he didn't expect that this thigh was Jian Wushuang's protector, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But it's good to be alive. Moreover, he is now the master of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm, and he is already very satisfied. He didn't have any interest in Wan Lu either. For a time, only the Shinmu King was still entangled with Wan Lu and the treasure in the main body of Eternal Wood. This is nothing. The point is that now even Jian Wushuang can't handle it anymore. The old monk slowly lifted into the sky, pointing to the Lord of Hengmu, and said, "You kid, what you said is right." Immediately, he came to Jian Wushuang's side, raised his hand, and waved one person to shake back the 9 great elders of the Ancient Wood School and the 18 core elders. The terrifying power completely separated them from Jian Wushuang and others. At this moment, the old monk's complexion became serious, his aura was calm, and he stepped out of the air and walked towards Jian Wushuang. Dan Bao behind Jian Wushuang was a little scared, and Bulu stood directly in front of Dan Bao. It is difficult for the two of them to understand what these people are saying. I just felt that the old monk's breath and threatened them, so I was a little panicked. At this time, Jian Wushuang blew his face and couldn't help but cheat. He found that Bulu and Dan Bao were a little flustered, and he quickly reached out to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, Akanshu. Calm is all his own, and we have a backing. Up!" After speaking, he took the initiative to walk towards the old monk. Although he knew that the other party was his guardian, he still had to respect the strong. Although the Lord of Constant Wood in the valley was unhappy, this was a fact, and he could only accept it. I thought that if I had mastered the old monk, there would be nothing to do, but in the end he got Jian Wushuang a guardian for nothing and lifted a rock to hit him in the foot. He also has innate vitality, so no old monk would be his protector. Thinking of leaving Wan Lu, the other side looked down upon him in every possible way. Later, the old monk, the 2 war beasts, and the strong among the thousands of willows will be trapped here. Then he used the secret method of soul enslavement. Control these people. I want them to be their guardians. Now the plan is half successful. Only the old monk is out of control, and the rest have no problems. It can be regarded as a receipt. Shimu Wang was embarrassed here. Without Jian Wushuang, there is little hope of entering Wan Lu. The incomplete treasure that can only be placed on the Lord of Eternal Wood has once again increased his combat power. But this also made him lose the opportunity to climb the sky one step at a time. Otherwise, he spent so much effort planning what Wan Lu would do. Treasures and opportunities in Wan Lu. Far from outsiders know what it is. King Shimu also learned something from the treasures of Lord Hengmu. There is a way in Wan Lu Shinmu. That road is the road to becoming a god. That is a who transcends the tribulation realm and is not controlled by the supreme rules, is the true of time and space, more powerful than the nine tribulations realm, since then escaped from time and space. Above all things, such a pity. Chapter 5896. Shenmu King looked at Jian Wushuang and the old monk who were about to cross in the sky, muttering to himself, "Maybe this is fate." Jian Wushuang's strength is obvious to all. Also mastered the innate vitality. Having such an opportunity must be the blessing of the supreme rule. With this kind of chance against the sky, how can there be no protector? Everyone's eyes are full of envy and jealousy. Looked at the two intertwined people in the sky. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth were almost crooked, and he stretched out his hands and walked towards the old monk. The old monk also stretched out his hands and walked towards him grinning. But when the two were about to meet, Jian Wushuang was stunned. The old monk and his subtle gesture bypassed him and walked towards Dan Bao and Bulu. This scene surprised everyone. Thought the old monk was joking. How could he bypass Jian Wushuang and head towards Dan Bao, a descendant of the dragon god? How could it be related to the protector of the life force? Baloo was also very nervous, but he could see from the old monk's eyes that the other party was not malicious, so he slowly moved away. Dan Bao looked at the old monk with simple eyes, not knowing what to say. "Old!" The old monk stood in front of Dan Bao, first wiped his dirty paws, and then held Dan Bao's hands. Just when he wanted to speak, the old words were hung. But when he thought of someone's explanation, he immediately changed his words. "Old monk, commoner monk, I have seen the little master." Such a polite name shocked everyone. Is this still the great monk who just behaved like a fool? Everyone's eyes focused on Dan Bao. I had forgotten Jian Wushuang long ago. Poor Jian Wushuang stood in the air, extremely embarrassed, wishing to rush down to find a place to get in. No matter what is good, we have to pass him by. At this time, Wu Li also rose into the sky and came to the opposite of Jian Wushuang. After finally seeing an acquaintance, I want to step forward to ease the embarrassment. Whoever came to think, Wu Li grinned and walked around Dan Bao. Oh, this thing is making trouble. It turns out that everyone is their own Dan Bao little brother. Wu Li wanted to step forward as he said, but before he reached Dan Bao's side, he was slapped out by the old monk. Fortunately, after controlling his strength, Wu Li only swelled up half of his face and was not injured. If the old monk really wants to do it, this slap can kill the seven tribulations realm. After Wu Li was photographed flying, she dared not step forward, covering her face a little aggrieved. "I can't get on the tabletop stuff?" Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he relaxed, turned around, looked at Dan Bao, and cast a look at Bulu. Tell the other party that everything is fine. Although Dan Bao was a little at a loss here, some of the follow-up old monk's voice transmission made Dan Bao understand. After nodding in a daze, Dan Bao respectfully saluted the old monk. The old monk hurriedly bowed and said, "You can't do it. The old monk can't receive gifts." Seeing the other person embarrassed, Dan Bao had to get up. "Master, just call me Dan Bao in the future. And let me introduce to you, this is my perfect warrior of the Balunga tribe, Bulu, and my benefactor, Jian Wushuang." Dan Bao pointed to Bulu, looked at Jian Wushuang again. The old monk first smiled at Bulu, then looked at Jian Wushuang, but there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, who originally wanted to stay ahead, could only stay in place. It is Dan Bao's blessing that Dan Bao can meet you. Jian Wushuang arched his hands in a polite voice. But the bottom of my heart is extremely uncomfortable. How could he be Dan Bao's protector? He has the purest life force. Why is it someone else, not him? Just when he was puzzled, the old monk said in a cold voice, "Jian Wushuang, are you wondering now why you have the purest innate power, but you have lost to others?" This, Jian Wushuang was asked this time, blocking the face of so many people, so he won't even hit him in the face, right? If you say no, no one will believe it. The point is that he was really puzzled just now. Say yes, wouldn't it be impossible to lose? Dan Bao also felt that what the old monk said was a bit aggressive, and hurriedly pulled the corners of the old monk's clothes. When the old monk looked at Dan Bao, his complexion eased, and he comforted, "Don't worry, the little master. He is the benefactor of the little master. Just like the benefactor of the old monk, I will not be embarrassed, but his doubts will not be relieved, but instead it will be against him." Jian Wushuang coughed dryly. Since the other party had said so, he could only admit it. "It's not a shame. Gentlemen, magnanimous. Just say it if you have it. Old predecessors, I do have some doubts here. I know that Dan Bao has the natural power of all things, which can also be transformed into the power of life. But compared with me, there is a big gap. You are the protector of the power of life. Why did you choose Dan Bao?" As soon as this sentence came out, the rest of the people also rose into the sky. I want to hear what's going on. The complexion of Lord Constant Wood was a bit embarrassing. A Khonshu. Kami did not expect that the old monk would become Dan Bao's protector. At the same time, there was a guess in my heart. It's just this guess, he doesn't want to admit it. It's okay for King Shimu to arrive, as long as he is not Jian Wushuang's guardian. Then he still has the possibility of entering Wanlu. This is in his favor. And he was also curious, why didn't he choose the better Jian Wushuang? Instead, he chose a little man who didn't see the bricks. An ordinary robbery. It is magical to have control over all innate things and transform them into life force. But compared with Jian Wushuang's innate life force, it was still much worse. The old monk saw that the people were also gathered, so he opened the chinchilla too. If you think so, it's actually quite right. After all, in this world, only the strong can dominate everything. But this is your idea, not the highest rule algorithm. This sentence shocked everyone. Thoughts of the strong, master of the strong. Isn't it right? Under the supreme rule, don't the strong survive? Seeing the doubts on the faces of the people, the old monk said again, "I used to feel the same way as you did. The weak are regarded as ants, and the strong are the inductors of heaven and earth. But I later encountered an extraordinary existence. He can control the supreme rules. He is the true God. He has taught me the views and also allowed me to see the nature of the world clearly." Nature. Everyone took a deep breath again. You all know the tribulation of the supreme rule, but who knows that there is no difference between the tribulation of the weak and the strong? This is the fairness of the supreme rule. In the eyes of the supreme rule, there is no predation of the weak, and that set is just for mortals. What an evil excuse. This time, everyone's eyes were round. Chapter 58-97. Mortal excuses. The weak and the strong do not exist. This really shocked them all. Jian Wushuang, ask yourself, if you have the power of life, can you do good things and do good deeds? This sentence made Jian Wushuang sober. I see. He has mastered the power of life, only thinking about making himself stronger, and has never cared about the life and death of the weak. In other words, he has mastered the power of life, which is a waste. It's just because of his own strength that he can't get into the eyes of the gods after all. He felt a little lost suddenly, and slowly shook his head. The old monk's expression moved, and he said calmly, "That's right. I don't see hope in you. In my fate, there is only Dan Bao. This is why you lost. Your vitality does not come from the gift of the gods, is nothing more than the power stolen. In short, you are not worthy to master the power of life." Yes, Jian Wushuang sighed secretly in his heart. He really doesn't deserve to master the power of life. When he first grasped the power of life, he would restrain himself from killing less. But it was later discovered that it couldn't be changed at all, and he never regarded the power of life as the end. He still wanted to swallow the power of death, to fuse the power of reincarnation. The old monk, if he is chosen, he will be blind. After some explanation, everyone understood. King Shimu was also stunned. The ideal in my heart suddenly collapsed. He wanted to become a god, but found that he couldn't even cross the threshold. But now it is too late to change. Shimu King was still a little unwilling. The Lord of Hungmu is okay. He has never thought about this, just wants to refine that treasure to a complete one, and it is enough to become the nine tribulations realm. God, he hadn't thought about it. Jian Wushuang is the same. Never thought about it. Although a little disappointed, he was scolded. But thinking about it, there is no reason to refute it. Dan Bao also looked up at Jian Wushuang in a daze. He always believed that Jian Wushuang was a good person. Not because of the words of the old monk, Jian Wushuang had any change. His life was saved by Jian Wushuang and Wu Li. Before the elder was dying, he and Blue were also confessed to Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang being slapped, he was a little bit disappointed and came forward to comfort him. "I'm fine, but I want to congratulate you. With such a senior protector, the great elder is in the spirit of the sky. If you know, you will be very happy. Don't let the great elder disappointed." Jian Wushuang touched Dan Bao's head. Sincere blessings. They thought that this was the end of the matter, and they could be regarded as hearing the big picture from the gods. But who came up with it? A staggering laugh drew everyone's attention to the top. Under the shining of the sun, a strangely dressed young man with white hair, standing tall in the uppermost sky, slowly descended. There is no meaning in the body. If the people present hadn't heard the laughter, they hadn't noticed anyone coming. Now on the field, there are two big 8 Tribulation Realm peak powerhouses. Even if the master of the 8 Tribulations Realm came, they would be able to discover it. But he didn't find the person in front of him. Facing the sun, fell into the center of the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. Jian Wushuang even dropped his chin in shock. The person who came was no one else but Wes in the Tower of 9 Tribulations. Or from his original universe. "How did you come out?" Jian Wushuang's eyes widened and pointed at Weiss. He originally thought that Wes could only be inside him. "I didn't expect to be able to come out." After seeing Jian Wushuang, Wes covered his mouth and found the familiar laughter. Everyone was a little puzzled. Only Jian Wushuang knew the identity of Weiss. The old monk stared at the outfit on Weiss, and there was no aura in Wes. His complexion suddenly changed. This is the same as any true he encountered back then, without breath. It's just that the person he met was a fat man. The person in front of him is tall and straight, neither fat nor thin. "Of course I can come out. Seeing what you have said so much, if I don't come out again, I will be suffocated to death," Weiss said indifferently. After Jian Wushuang saw Weiss, he also reacted. The other person is also a god. Was able to see him. Wouldn't he still save it? They are not mortals abandoned by the supreme rule. Weiss seemed to be able to see his thoughts, glanced at the people, then looked at the old monk and said in a bad tone, "Did a fat blue man tell you the rhetoric you just made?" This sentence shocked the old monk. "Fat blue man. That's God. I was told by such a senior. Do you know him?" The old monk couldn't believe it. "You can still meet God. And it looks like who knows him a little bit back then." After hearing this, Weiss nodded and said, "That's right. It should be the realm king of your northern space-time, so he will be so boring to pay attention to mortals." "The king of the north? What it is?" Jian Wushuang was also puzzled. "And I heard Beishikong. Could it be that the starry sky is also divided into north and east?" He thought that this is the long river of time and space. It diverged a lot. It seemed that what he saw was not true. Wes looked at Jian Wushuang at this time and said in a serious tone, "I didn't want to come out, but the old monk's words are indeed too one-sided. They conveyed our original meaning wrong. Now I have to correct it." After speaking, he took out a very old book. "Now I represent. Well, I will represent some of your gods in North time and space. I can tell you clearly that the road to godhood is not single. There is of life and life, and of death and death. The of all things, his position is limited, and there are many ways to succeed. For the of life, the power of the weak is definitely not feasible. But for the of death, it is different. Of course, it is not for you to kill the right way. Everything there is the law of causation. Faith and fate or fate. The place of God is wherever you are. If you want to succeed, you need a price and opportunity." Weiss said a whole series directly. Everyone was stunned. In short, it is to refute those words of the old monk just now. Of course, there are also correct ones. For example, the of life really needs great love. There is no way to refute this. As Weiss said, life has of life. Then death also has the of death. God's standard is not single. This is the one thing Jian Wushuang heard best for him. The bottom of my heart is also very happy. At least the road above is not blocked. Until now, he could be regarded as prying into a corner of this world. The endless starry sky and the long river of time and space surrounding the starry sky. Where is the mysterious and unspeakable God? Where are you now? How far is the future that Teacher Xuanyi said? But along the way, what he learned from Teacher Xian is called persistence. Chapter 5898. His own way is not because of other people, but for yourself. Maybe he is really going to the end. The after the robbery is his direction. Well, I have finished talking. You can continue to fight. After Wes finished speaking, his figure turned into a rainbow, assimilated with the space. Completely disappeared. Standing in front of them, they couldn't feel the breath of Weiss, let alone after leaving. No one knows where Weiss has gone, but they knew that Jian Wushuang and Weiss knew each other. Friend Wushuang, do you know such a great god? Shimu Wang now believes that Jian Wushuang's background is not simple. Although the old monk was a bit stiff, he was stunned by Weiss this time, but he also recognized Jian Wushuang. Weiss was right. The information he received was relatively single. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then looked at the crowd, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Don't be nervous, he won't come out again, he just met by chance." He didn't shamelessly go to novice to scare them. When Wes left, he said it, "Feel free to shoot. People here, when they die, he won't care." Just corrected those words of the old monk. At the same time, the title of Realm King was also mentioned. This was the first time Jian Wushuang heard it. The King Shimu had known for a long time. The Lord of Eternal would also knows a little bit. They are the powerhouses, but now they are not ready to make another move. Instead, they discuss things about God. Everyone, I propose that we speak out all the things about God, exchange the information that each other knows, and then talk about the rest. King Shimu took the lead. The old monk even agreed. Lord Hengmu hesitated and nodded in agreement. Then they looked at Jian Wushuang one after another. Jian Wushuang naturally had no reason to refuse. He also wanted to know the rumors about God. And he knows Weiss. This is the biggest bargaining chip. Lao Tzu first said, "I didn't know the realm king among the large population just now. It was a matter among the willows. I was studying the rules of the 9 tribulations realm, and it attracted the attention of the realm king." The old monk said very delicately. Everyone listened intently. The old monk was originally an aboriginal powerhouse in the sacred tree of Wanlu, and he was a special life. There is no need to cross the robbery, so I can delve into the rules of the 9 tribulations realm and want to break through. But how easy it is. No breakthrough was found. He went crazy, slaughtering the common people in the 10,000 Willows sacred tree, plundering all resources to strengthen himself. Want to break through all laws with one effort. This scene happened to be seen by Lord Jiawang, so the lower bound reminded him. He was also appointed as the protector of the of life. Beishikong contains 9 major time and space. The deity of life is missing. This position will appear in the future. It is the future at that time. It's now. Then there is the present thing. After the old monk finished speaking, it was the turn of the Lord Hengmu. He didn't know much about God, but the way to becoming it is to know a little bit. The road to becoming a god. In the Wanlu Shimu. However, the Lord of Hengmu was obviously not very concerned about this. Never thought of becoming a god. I just want a treasure that will be snatched by Shenmu King. This treasure is also related to the road to godhood. It was when he strayed down the road in Wanlu that he discovered this treasure. Later, he took advantage of this treasure to take the old monk, the 2 war beasts, and thousands of powerful men to leave Wanlu Shenmu. From the words of the Lord of Constant Wood, Jian Wushuang realized that the Lord of Hengmu was originally the indigenous powerhouse in Wanlu. It just used the name of a small trash fish from the outside world. At the beginning, there were many strong people who entered Wanlu Divine Realm. a master of the universe in the three tribulations realm, followed the large forces into the 10,000 willows divine realm, then fell and disappeared. He was replaced by the current lord of Hengmu. Shimu King and the old monk have known about it for a long time. Jian Wushuang also had speculation before. It was when Wu Li was the last to react. Speaking of which, he is also an indigenous powerhouse in Wanlu Nei. It was the lord of Hengmu who saw that he was a child, so he didn't stay. In the enchantment arranged by the old monk, after the lord of Hengmu had finished speaking, they turned their heads to look at King Shinmu. As Guyu Time and Space, one of the oldest 8 tribulations realm powerhouse, Shinmu King, the one who knows should be the most. Thanks, Tusk. What the old man knows is actually similar to what Hengmu knows, but there are some rumors that you may not know. Shinmu King paused and then said, "The creator of Guyu Time and Space. You should know that she is the former goddess, the powerhouse of the 9 tribulations realm. If you say she is a god, I also believe it, but it should be a creation god. Yes, although I did not meet each other, but at the beginning, I entered the core of the origin of time and space together with the first pope and others of the ancient moon sect. In it, we saw the body of the goddess. She did not really fall, but her origin. As the origin of Guyu time and space, it belongs to fusion with this world. This matter, in fact, is something that everyone knows at the top. It satisfies the low-level little people like Jian Wushuang. From the first time he entered Guyu time and space, he met a goddess and blocked them. There is speculation that the other party may not have fallen. Even the 7 tribulations realm can plan things after death. Not to mention a great power in the 9 tribulations realm. There must be some ulterior secrets. What Shimu Wang said was very casual. At the beginning, the goddess just told them that there was in the 9 tribulations. And God is not only divided into types, also divided into ranks. It's just this level, how to divide it, I don't know. After hearing the words of King Shinmu, they felt that King Shinmu was the same as what he hadn't said. Since it was a wave of information exchange before the war, it all depends on personal sincerity. It's hard for anyone to ask more. Maybe you will die afterwards. In the end, everyone's eyes converged on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is making up stories in his heart. Seeing everyone looking at them, they coughed twice and said, "My story. I don't know much about it. You must know that I am not a local powerhouse in Guyu time and space. I coming from the other side of the starry sky, somewhere closer to the land of the gods by chance I met." Although his story is a bit outrageous, but everyone was stunned without doubt, still listening to it tastefully. Jian Wushuang himself admired his story ability. In short, he met Weiss because of his great achievements in the future, and Weiss is a little who invested in him in advance. I just ordered him a few times. Shinmu Wang listened intently and asked a little curiously, "Wushuang Daoist, I don't know this Master Weiss. Has you ever said where is your path to becoming a god?" Chapter 5899. This can't be said. He who should come will eventually come. Jian Wushuang pretended to be deep. Everyone nodded again and again. People present. The Lord of Eternal Wood is for treasures. Shimu Wang is to become a god. The old monk is a protector of the Tao, and he walks for the sake of protecting the Tao. All have a clear purpose. Then Jian Wushuang had lost all his goals. I want to leave here now. Let them fight in a few ways. Dan Bao has a protector, and he doesn't need his protection anymore. Wu Li even found a relative. Although I don't know why this relative is a monk, he has a great backer after all. On the contrary, he didn't get anything this time. But the goal of coming to Wanlu, he completed ahead of schedule. It can be said to be the master of the universe in one fell swoop. This is also considered a prophet. The old monk saw that he had said everything that should be said, and waved his hand to remove the barrier. The elders of the ancient wood school don't know anything. Thought these big brothers were in peace talks. Whoever thinks, just as the barrier disappeared, the old monk fought against the Lord of Hengmu. The Shimu king next to him was frightened. The Lord of Hengmu exploded one after another, but his divine power, even if it was restored to its peak, could not hold back the current old monk. "You should have been killed long ago." The old monk shouted angrily, standing upright. The light on his body enveloped the entire world. The left Yehweh and the white right, I were right beside the Lord of Constant Wood, and quickly helped the Lord of Constant Wood resist the attack from the old monk. In order not to be affected, Jian Wushuang hurriedly backed away. Wu Li on the side was even quicker and backed with him. There are also Bru and Dan Bao. The Shenmue king who had reacted looked at Dan Bao and then at the old monk. At the bottom of my heart, I don't know what I'm planning. The old monk unilaterally suppressed the two war beasts. The two war beasts simply couldn't hold it. The Lord of Hengmu was also a little panicked, and his heart was very confused. He didn't understand why the old monk hated him so much. The matter of enslavement is actually personal hatred. Now the old monk is already a protector. There is no need to kill him. No! Lord Hengmu reacted at this moment. The mysterious treasure in Dan Bao's body resonated with his treasure. If a little guy can't find it, doesn't it mean that the old monk, the protector, doesn't know? Thinking of this, he figured it out and hurriedly shouted at King Shenmue. King Shenmue, this great monk is for my treasure. If I die, you alone will never be an opponent. This sentence awakened the Shenmue king. He also went to open Wanlu for the treasures of Hengmu and walked the path of becoming a god. After reacting, a grin leaked out of his face, and he immediately rushed to Jian Wushuang and the others. The old monk stopped in an instant. His plan is still a bit sloppy. I thought that Hengmu could be solved quickly, but I still underestimated the two war beasts. Had to come back to protect Dan Bao. But at this moment, an afterimage dashed across the sky, and then a huge spaceship descended. It was still afterimages just now, and it became real in an instant. Below the universe, there is also a great behemoth standing. The ancient bells were accompanied by the roar of wild beasts and the deafening roar. When Shenmue King shot, he had not yet reached Jian Wushuang's front. The old monk was only one step short of being in front of them. Which powerful beast with a sense of oppression hits in an instant? The red skin, the regular lines on the chest, and the terrifying breath of supernatural power. Just for an instant, he was in front of Jian Wushuang. King Shenmue was also stunned at this time, but how could the fist that went out be retracted? I just wanted to directly attack this mysterious powerhouse who broke in. Divine power also erupted in an instant. Originally, he didn't need such a powerful divine power to deal with Jian Wushuang and others. Facing the sudden mysterious powerhouse with one hand, there was a trace of anxiety in his heart. So directly used the peak power. But such a punch hit the face of the mysterious strong man, but the other party didn't move at all. King Shenmue was completely stunned. Roll! With an angry shout, the mysterious and powerful breath broke out, directly shaking the Shenmue king out of thousands of miles. Even the old monk who hurried over was shaken back. The bottom of my heart can't help but shock who came. From those exchanges just now, he has a rough idea of the current GUS spacetime pattern. Shenmue King is already the pinnacle powerhouse, the even more powerful masters of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. The master of the universe is the original universe, and the 8 Tribulations realm can carry the original universe with an additional dojo to fight. Divine power multiplied. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see that there was a dojo here. But the other party was able to scream out and shook him and Shenmue Wang back. Everyone was extremely shocked, especially Wu Li, who just joked how invincible his own father was. When I saw this scene, my face froze. The Lord of Hengmu, who was protected by the 2 great beasts, was staring at the spaceship above him, and he was familiar with this breath. And it's still an old acquaintance. But I didn't expect that this former deceased would have such a powerful helper. When he was outside the Eternal Realm, he obviously only felt the breath of the 8 Tribulations realm. How come it is so strong now? Obviously surpassed the divine power of the 8 Tribulations realm. UU reading www. Akanshu. Kambalu pulled Dan Bao, also extremely nervous. Too many things happened this day. The Great Elder has fallen. He and Dan Bao were forced into exile. I just had a protector. I thought it would be more peaceful in the future. But what followed was a more powerful threat. He is now a perfect dragon warrior. But facing that back figure, he still couldn't breathe. With a strong sense of oppression, let alone Baloo, Jin Wushuang couldn't help backing up. His complexion was even greener. That back, there are sharp, long thorns behind. He can't forget. It's over. This time it's a big game. I forgot the most difficult person for a while. He didn't need to look at the spaceship above. He knew that it was Emperor Bobby. Because the Tao appeared here. Qi Jiuxiao, Death Giant Clan. Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to use 3 Shock Universe to prepare to escape, but was blocked by another familiar figure. Soul Emperor. Seeing Jin Wushuang's horrified eyes, Soul Tiandi said with disdain, Jin Wushuang, I originally envied you, but why are you so ignorant and dare to betray Lord Bobby? As soon as he finished speaking, he fisted. Jin Wushuang directly performed the super eternal transformation. His divine power directly exceeded 2 million. His hands were protected in front of his chest, and he resisted this punch. Boom! Hard resistance came down, and the divine body began to break. Fortunately, he doesn't need to conceal the power of life, and he can quickly recover as no one is left. Thanks, Tusk, the power of life is really amazing. After taking a punch, the Soul Tiandi didn't make another move, but retreated, reaching the edge of the cosmic arc and bowed to look at the hatch. Chapter 5900. Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly. The other party is addicted to being a dog, but even for the worst, Bobby D will not move him either. But it's hard for others to say. Before Bobby Emperor came out, he wanted to transmit the sound to the old monk and the Shenmue King. But he hasn't waited for his voice transmission. The other party has found him. Cooperate, cooperate, cooperate. The 3 parties reached an agreement in an instant. Then he looked at the Lord of Hungmu. Nodded in the same way. He pulled Dan Bao and approached the old monk. The old monk is Dan Bao's guardian anyway, and he is more willing to trust the other person. Shenmue King and Hungmu Lord also followed with others. Qi Jiuxiao ignored it. His task was to stop the fight. The cabin door of the spaceship opened. Swish! Several figures walked out of the hatch neatly, and then stood in 2 groups, waiting for the appearance of Bobby D. No one else can do it at this level. Seeing these people, the elders of the Gu Mu sect could no longer stand. All are acquaintances, and when they felt the breath on their bodies, their faces solidified. At this time, Jin Wushuang and the others also found the strangeness. Could it be that the secret method has been created? He couldn't believe it. If it is really created, then all the robberies will become the dogs of Bobby D. At the same time, he also thought of Weiss. And what the old monk said, the road to becoming a god. It does not seem to be walking alone. There is also Bobby D. Yeah? Before the person came out, he let out a strange laugh. Following this, a small, thin and big head walked out of the cabin. However, under his feet, there was a floating frisbee. Needless to say, this person is Bobby D. There was still a golden light shining on her body. It looks like a mask of supernatural power. Walking out with Bobby D is the familiar Dylan. However, the current Dylan, the divine aura, is not weak, the sole heavenly emperor. It has become the test product of Bobby D and the first person on the road to resurrection. Be regarded as a forerunner. I think this guy is average. The old monk glanced at Emperor Bobby with disdain, but he was most afraid of Qi Jiuxiao. Jin Wushuang didn't hide it from them either, and he was about to tell the whole story about Bobby Emperor. The Lord of Eternal should be aware of it, and he was not surprised. Although King Shenmue knew a thing or two, it was also before Emperor Bobby did not recover Qi Jiuxiao. At first I thought that the disappearance of the Eternal Kingdom was just a small matter. Unexpectedly, such a character appeared. Resurrection. King Shenmue was stunned at once. Someone can do this kind of thing. Isn't it a god? Jin Wushuang actually regretted it when he finished speaking. He was really afraid that the Shenmue King would rekindle the road of cultivation in order to resurrect and join forces with Emperor Bobby to deal with them. But he still underestimated King Shenmue. Shenmue Wang thought he thought about this kind of thing. It's just that he doesn't have a Bobby D pattern. To resurrect, I just think that I can resurrect and become a god. Everyone, it's better not to tell me about this matter. Otherwise, we will be the enemy of all Sanjia. Jian Wushuang reminded everyone in a low voice. The old monk said in surprise, "It's not so exaggerated. Resurrection is not that easy. Only after becoming a can it be done. The breath of that Bobby Emperor is very ordinary, and it should not be a god. It's not now, doesn't mean it won't be in the future." The Lord of Hungmu said at this time. The road that Emperor Bobby has to take is actually very simple. He is walking on the road of a half-god. He wants the demon to become a half by faith. We'll think of the way to resurrection. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly and heard something he hadn't heard before. There is even a demigod who said that. But think about it. Bobby D has no vitality. It has nothing to do with the of life. The of life, mastering life, can naturally resurrect. Now there is no of life in Beishikong, so the road to the robbery is broken. That way, the road is complete. King Shimu is also weighing himself. If the resurrection is related to the of life, isn't it the best plan for him to turn his head to take refuge in Danbao now? Fight for yourself. Hope is slim. Now there is another common enemy. Qi Jiuxiao alone can beat all of them. How to fight for this? It's better to follow the old monk and wait for Dan Bao to become a god, and he will be able to rekindle the path of cultivation. Just abandoning his plan, he can only practice slowly. The Lord of Hungmu is originally a special being, not the Lord of the universe. Naturally, there is no need for rebirth. He followed purely tossing about, but he was reluctant to take his own treasure. My heart was also shaken, but if he took refuge in Bobby, he would have no way out. Bobidi wouldn't help him, and he doesn't have enough chips. For a time, everyone had their own ghosts. Only Jian Wushuang was very passive. He didn't know what he was doing here. If these people need his life force, go to Open Wanlu. He is willing to cooperate. Then give each of them a large amount of life force. Just hope that they can leave safely. But this idea is too naive. Bobby D was embraced by the crowd for the first time, and came to the crowd, just like watching a clown, staring at the crowd and saying, "I will give you two paths now, one to cooperate and the other to die." This sentence is very familiar. It is similar to what Shimu Wang said at the beginning. It's just a bit more domineering. "How old are you?" The old monk's temper burst, and he couldn't listen to it, so he directly retorted. Emperor Bobby frowned, and Qi Jiuxiao next to him rushed over immediately. The old monk's aura suddenly exploded, surpassing tens of millions of divine powers, and resisted Qi Jiuxiao. But after only holding on for a while, Qi Jiuxiao fisted and flew out. King Shimu quickly stepped forward to help. "You can't watch it now. You can't be broken one by one. King Himu is the most chicken thief. Let his right I be blank to help King Shimu and the old monk. With Zui Yehue with him, he wanted to sneak attack on Emperor Bobby. At the same time, he called Bru. Bulu gave Jian Wushuang a look and motion to protect Danbao. Incarnate directly in the form of a true dragon, exploding with more than 2 million divine powers to attack Bobby D. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He has been paying attention to the divine shield of Bobby Emperor. It must be extraordinary to be able to stand in front of them like this. It is not so easy to attack Bobby D. Just the Soul Heaven Emperor and Dylan, the two 8 Tribulations realm combat power, is a difficult point. Emperor Bobby did not panic when he saw the Lord of Hungmu rushing with people, and said calmly, "You get out of the way and let him fight." Hungmu and Bulu have similar powers. They all look like more than 2 million. The shield against Bobby D is similar to Guasha. Zuiyehue, the top divine power of the 8 Tribulations realm, did not respond to his fierce attack on the shield. Chapter 5901. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also had an expectation in his heart. "It seems that I have to go on a horse this time." He flipped his palm, took out a token, and shouted, "Qi Jiuxiao, you know this thing?" This token was given to him by Frosa. It's useful as long as you encounter the giant gods. I don't know if Qi Jiuxiao, who is under control, will recognize it. The moment he took out the token, Qi Jiuxiao was taken aback for a moment, and then stopped attacking. Shenmu King and the old monk did not dare to take the opportunity to sneak attack. It is true that neither of them can shake Qi Jiuxiao. Following his gaze, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Whoa! The moment Qi Jiuxiao saw the token, his eyes burst, and then he wailed painfully while holding his head. There was a trace of consciousness, tearing him apart. The originally calm Bobby Emperor saw this place and suddenly panicked. His biggest trump card is Qi Jiuxiao on the bright side. Qi Jiuxiao had a problem, and he was finished. Qi Jiuxiao. Emperor Bobby rushed towards Qi Jiuxiao regardless. But the crazy Qi Jiuxiao suddenly increased his aura, almost breaking through the 9 tribulations realm. Both the Shenmu King and the old monk backed back again and again. Emperor Bobby, who rushed forward, was shaken away by Qi Jiuxiao with a casual wave. Cracks appeared on the shields. Knowing that the situation is serious, Emperor Bobby hurriedly shouted at the soul of the Emperor and the others, "Go and kill Jian Wushuang." The Soul Tiandi and others naturally did not dare to hesitate and rushed over immediately. But he was stopped by Zuiyi alone. The Soul Tiandi and the others retreated. "Trash!" Bobby Emperor yelled angrily. The Shenmu King and the old monk also turned around at this time and rushed towards the Emperor Bobby. They also knew that by killing Emperor Bobby, the threat of Qi Jiuxiao was gone. Jian Wushuang found a flash on the token, as if erasing a mark. Not good. He quickly put away the token, but it was still too late. Qi Jiuxiao completely erased his identity of the giant race from the token. This is not because he is controlled by the token, but there is the cause and effect of the giants above. He wants to remove the cause and effect. Now the cause and effect is lifted, will not be restricted. Emperor Bobby's order also completely entered Qi Jiuxiao's consciousness. Kill everyone. The sky burst instantly. Qi Jiuxiao directly dragged Shenmu King and the old monk back with one hand. Jian Wushuang swallowed and secretly said, "You won't be killed." He felt he was going to die now. There is absolutely no whole cards to use. Escape and can't escape. Weiss, the last straw. On the Tianqing mountain of the origin universe, Jian Wushuang's incarnation descended. Before he could speak, Weiss spoke his thoughts. "I won't help anyone." The decisive refusal made Jian Wushuang completely desperate. There is no room for negotiation. Weiss saw Jian Wushuang, whose face turned into pig liver, and said, "However, I can give you an idea. Who is the candidate for the life next to you? He is your life-saving straw. What do you say?" Jian Wushuang hurriedly approached. "It's very simple. You tell that Bobby D, as long as you help Dan Bao become the of life, you can create a perfect path to resurrection. This is a normal thing in other time and space." Weiss said indifferently, but Jian Wushuang was stumped. Valley, he didn't believe this when he said it. How could Bobby D believe it and still have to protect Dan Bao? Why don't you try it yourself? No. This old fox will definitely not believe what I said. Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. Weiss also kept silent and moved him out directly. Jian Wushuang was speechless. This is his universe. As a result, he was moved out like an outsider. But when he went out, Weiss' voice rang in his ears. "Before you die, I will move you out." This is a quick-acting, heart-saving pill. With this sentence, it is equivalent to saving one's life. The whole person relaxed in an instant. But Weiss added another sentence later. "My appearance fee is very expensive. To help you once, you need to drop a level." This sentence may not be believed by others, but Jian Wushuang is 100% sure this is not a joke. Just after relaxing, it withered in an instant. But from Weiss, one thing is known anyway. That is the sign of Dan Bao becoming a god. Perhaps the power of resurrection could be automatically unfolded. If this matter is told to Bobby D, then it will be over. Dan Bao became the of life, and he was able to embark on the road to resurrection. What about Bobby D? Then the clown will be Bobby D. He can only find a breakthrough from other directions. Qi Jiuxiao, who has no worries, is invincible. No matter how powerful the old monk and the Shenmu King were, they couldn't stand it. But Emperor Bobby was very excited. This was Qi Gxio's first real shot. In the past, it was just a little joke. Can't get on the table. Now Qi Jiuxiao is getting stronger as it fights. Even if the Lord of the Eight Tribulations realm comes, it won't work. Throughout the ancient moon time and space, no one on Calm can stop his resurrection plan. Emperor Bobby, Lord Hongmu said at this time. Jian Wushuang froze for a moment, feeling that the other party was going to turn back, ready to retreat at any time. Hongmu, don't worry. Emperor Bobby grinned. He couldn't forget the incident that had just been attacked by Hongmu. Haha, I'm not in a hurry. I'm afraid it's you who will be in a hurry. The Lord of Eternal Wood did not show weakness, and there was madness in his eyes. If you don't fight now, you will really be dead. The white of his right eye had been severely injured several times, and then Dan Bao was resuscitated and re-entered the battle. The same goes for Zui Yehue. If this continues, they will die. Seeing that the Lord of Hongmu was so confident, Emperor Bobby was also interested, and said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems that you still have a whole card. You might as well show it up. I don't know how to live or die." The Lord of Hongmu looked cold, raised his left hand, and drew it directly to his chest. The scene really made no one think of it. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback. "Hongmu, it's really unnecessary. It's a big deal and die together. You don't have to commit suicide." So crazy, Jian Wushuang also felt the sadness of the rabbit and the fox. "I want to persuade you." But whoever came to think the Lord of Hongmu escaped a broken ball in his chest. "Don't talk." The Lord of Hongmu was almost crying. He held the ball in one hand and covered the wound with the other, panting heavily, turning his head to Dan Bao and said, "You kid, if you succeed in the future, if you are the god of life, you must remember the sacrifice I made for you today, and the position of the gods must be given to me, or I will bring this treasure to death." Divine envoi? Dan Bao didn't know what it was. Jian Wushuang didn't know this either. But being able to let Lord Hongmu do this kind of thing is obviously very special. Chapter 5902. The Old Monk, who was struggling to resist Qi Jiuxiao, his eyes widened when he heard the envoy. He knows this best. The place of God. There is more than one person. Taoist protectors can also follow God and walk the path of God. But it is not a true God, but a demigod. To put it simply, it means that one person can ascend to heaven. If Dan Bao has become the of life, then the old monk, the protector, can become a demigod protector. Below the guardian, there are some positions. Be regarded as the messenger of God. However, the location is limited. Equally precious. Little Lord, promise him. The old monk was not stingy at this time. Originally such a good thing, if there were no external threats, he would definitely not share it with these people. But now Bobby D has come out to disrupt the situation. It's different. After Dan Bao heard the old monk's words, he didn't know what to do. You can only take the oath of life first. Hearing that Dan Bao had made his life oath, Lord Hongmu was cruel and threw the treasure directly to Dan Bao. "Swallow it. This treasure is your key to becoming a god." When the Lord of Hongmu said this, his heart was bleeding. This treasure was an opportunity for him to become the Nine Tribulations realm. Now I can only give up. However, the position of the divine envoy is actually pretty good. Although it is under the fence, it is a position after all. Many masters of the Eight Tribulations realm universe don't have the qualifications to want it. And Dan Bao's character, he was looking at it. Following such of life, the future is also very free. After Dan Bao took the treasure, he swallowed it directly without hesitation. The crippled orb circulated crazily in Dan Bao's body. Dan Bao's natural power of all things instantly became the innate life force. This powerful life force is purer than Jian Wushuang's. Dan Bao's figure also grew a lot taller in an instant, and there was a wave of vigor at the center of his eyebrows. Turning his head to look at the seriously injured old monk and King Shenmu, he flipped his hand and took out a deadwood scepter, pointed towards the sky, and said loudly, "Shenghui Nebula, hum." The world changes. Everyone felt a touch of warmth in themselves, except for those of Bobby Disman. Together with the elders of the Gu Mu sect, they all found a powerful life force in their body. This force can not only restore his vitality, but also allow them to increase their combat power in a short time. The same goes for the Shinmu King and the old monk. The divine power had already regressed after being seriously injured. But under this nebula, divine power instantly boiled. The combat power has also been upgraded to a notch. For a time, he was able to share the same color with Qi Jiuxiao. Is this the god of life? Shimu Wang exclaimed. At the same time, the treasure in his body also began to resonate. Reminiscent of what the Lord Hingmu did just now, he understood in an instant. This treasure, in other words, this is a true treasure, is the key to becoming a god. He already knew this, but now he understands that what doesn't belong to him does not belong to him. With a ruthless heart, he chose the old path of Lord Hengmu. The treasure that he grabbed directly from Hengmu was forcibly pulled out of his divine body. Brother Danbao, it's up to you this time. Shimu Wang was more assured of Danbao's character, and directly said that the treasure was thrown to Danbao without any conditions. The place of the gods. In fact, for him, the improvement is limited. But resurrection, he has great interest. Cooperating with Bobby D is to be a dog. But if you invest in Danbao, that's different. Not only will they get married, but they can also be treated equally. They still distinguish between good and bad. Valley following Danbao, at least the dignity of the past can be retained. The strong, this is the most important thing. Although King Shimu lost his treasure, his combat power did not decrease in any way. Treasures are used to cultivate divine power. The divine power promotes the basic divine power. Treasures are only a way to improve after all. Danbao took the treasure thrown by Shinmu King. Both hands couldn't help shaking. Jian Wushuang looked a little eagerly from the side. A beam of purest green light rose into the sky. At this moment, Danbao illuminates the whole world. The source of life. Jian Wushuang stared at the source of Danbao's body. Originally, Danbao had no origin. But at this moment, it is the core of the origin. The treasure that the Lord of Eternal Wood has high hopes is truly complete in Danbao. Qi Jiuxiao, don't worry about those two wastes. Kill this kid first. Emperor Bobby found something wrong. He came from the stars and knew more about God. The Buddha's light on the old monk's body was so great. His hands stretched out to directly block Qi Jiuxiao's path. It's shameful to be a mortal body like a demigod, but to be a dog like a monkey. The old monk sneered and wanted to provoke Qi Jiuxiao and leave him behind. But Qi Jiuxiao took this set, punching the sky, directly smashing the old monk who once again raised his supernatural power. King Shimu wanted to step forward, but was also blasted out. They can resist Qi Jiuxiao, but it is almost impossible to stop Qi Jiuxiao. Seeing that Qi Jiuxiao was about to rush towards Danbao, Bru couldn't stand anymore, and the real dragon incarnate was about to slay out. But Jian Wushuang stopped him. You stay or go? His eyes were determined, didn't know what it was for at this moment. But just stand up. Maybe it's because of the words of the great elder back then. There are also those that the old monk said. God's path is not single, but very specific. What you say and what you do. The unity of knowing and doing. Song. Jian Wushuang took a step forward, drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations, and faced the terrifying Qi Jiuxiao without a trace of fear. At this moment, the increase in his body reached its peak. The origin universe is here in an instant. The super-eternal change has also reached its peak. Divine power is as high as 2 million. 100,000 black holes in the origin universe are operating at the same time, raising his origin to its peak. Life. D. The two horrible sword intents reached the peak and gathered in the body of the sword of 10,000 tribulations. The sword of 10,000 tribulations, from an unpredictable angle, condensed two powerful sword intents together. The instant change triggered an irreversible force. That power is spinning. No one was convinced of each other. Both want to swallow the other party. But no one can kill anyone. This vortex instantly condensed to the tip of the sword. Jin Wuming is even more hideous. He still can't fully grasp this power, even now. This is the true power of reincarnation. Starry Sky Catalog, the third sword. Reincarnation. Huh. This one is not a fierce killing of Kendo. It was a terrible destruction. Reincarnation is building. Destruction is rising. The sword of myriad tribulations slashed, and what was emitted was a huge whirlpool. Immediately moved all the surrounding areas to the flat ground. This force directly reached the 8 tribulations realm. The rushing Qi Jiuxiao stretched out his hand to block, but was unable to interfere with this vortex. Chapter 5903. The figure sank directly into it. What is this? The Shimu king, who rushed over, was shocked. The power of life is already very precious. But another force turned out to be death. Life is precious. What about death? If life is a catastrophe, the vitality is the pinnacle of all things. Then death is the end of everything. The collision between the start point and the end point. Condensed strength. It's not simple reciprocity. The power reversed by both sides is enough to deter all 8 tribulations realm. Shimu King's eyes flashed, looking at Jian Wushuang. Apart from amazement in the bottom of my heart, I was surprised. There is a fluke. Fortunately, he and Jian Wushuang are now in a cooperative relationship. Otherwise, this trick would fall on his head. The old monk was different from the Shimu King. When he saw this power, the first thing he thought of was reincarnation. Because I know the of life better, I thought of a position that was one level higher than the of life. Reincarnation. If Jian Wushuang had mastered reincarnation, it would be exactly the same as Weiss said. God is not single, Jian Wushuang still has hope. This is the best proof. One sword reincarnation. From letting you live to letting you die. All under this sword. Qi Jiuxiao, at the center of the vortex, was completely trapped. Life and death, both turned into sword shadows, constantly revolving around Qi Jiuxiao frantically. No matter how Qi Jiuxiao destroys the attack, he can't break it open. After seeing this, Emperor Bobby was completely stunned. Not because Qi Jiuxiao was trapped, but he was surprised that Jian Wushuang had developed the power of reincarnation before he mastered the power of death. In fact, this power of reincarnation is not pure. Because Jian Wushuang's life force is too strong now, the death force condensed is the death force of the next day, and it is very weak. If you want to converge into the power of reincarnation, the power of the two must be unified. Simply put, it is the same power to fuse. If one party is strong, one party is weak. It will fail. If Jian Wushuang's power of death is as powerful as the power of life, the sword of reincarnation he used. Don't talk about Qi Jiuxiao. Even when God comes, you have to get down. But that is a long way. At least it cannot be resolved for now. Jian Wushuang, have you swallowed extinction? Bobby D asked incredulously. In his opinion, only by swallowing death can reincarnation be condensed. Jian Wushuang at this time didn't even have the effort to breathe. How can I explain this to Bobby D? With this sword, he forcibly increased his power. Had it not been for the strength of the source, he would have died of exhaustion long ago. Fortunately, Danbao Shenghui Nebula has been shining on him so that he can persist until now. Danbao, how long do you need? He gritted his teeth and turned to look at Danbao. The other party is still gathering the source of life. But he was almost gone. This sword could not kill Qi Jiuxiao. He can only trap each other first. But Jian Wushuang, with limited abilities, had a hard time getting trapped. Benefactor, let him come. Danbao held the scepter, his expression indifferent, without a trace of fear. It seems that at this moment he really becomes the of life. Seeing the other party's calmness, Jian Wushuang naturally didn't want to hold on. However, it is possible to take the opportunity to truly condense the Samsara sword. See how valiant is? He raised his breath to control the two sword shadows and forcibly merged together. Valley the vortex also disappeared at this moment. Qi Jiuxiao also rushed outrageously. But this time he will not face the whirlpool. It is a real sword of reincarnation. The destruction of reincarnation in the whirlpool is just some debris. This is the real sword of reincarnation. The huge sword shadow faced Qi Jiuxiao directly. The mighty power can kill the 8 tribulations realm. Shimu King and the old monk felt a little bit of fear. But Qi Jiuxiao raised his hand to block, trying to shake off the sword of reincarnation. Just like this, it shattered his arm. Qi Jiuxiao was taken aback for a moment. This was the first time that he was injured. Then he got serious. He directly held the reincarnation sword with both hands. The divine power exploded, and he forcibly stopped the samsara sword. Ah! There was a loud shout, shaking for 9 days. Those 7 tribulation realm powerhouses who were still on the way were suppressed. They looked sideways at Wanlu divine realm. The countless strong men in the 9 heavens and 10 earth also heard this roar. In the dark, several 8 tribulations realm came out, feeling the vibration from the ancient wood continent. I have already transmitted the voice message to King Shimu, and the other party has never responded. It seems that something happened to Wanlu. Thanks, Tusk. Wanlu has a lot of involvement. The old man has to go, and have a look this time and retreat for such a long time just to go out for a stroll. King Yishao, do you go there in person? The most in 9 days. Daytime. The base camp of the ancient moon gods. After feeling the shock from the ancient wood continent, the contemporary pope also walked out of the retreat. The pope of this generation is a woman. The face is not stunning. His face does not have the majesty of an emperor. But there is an unusual temperament. She slowly walked towards the top of Gyue Shinshan and looked at Gumu continent with her head up with a trace of melancholy in her eyes. What you see, not Wanlu. It is a terrifying existence, which is slowly growing. Who is it that is shrouded in Gumu continent? Pope Guyu shook his head and sighed. Even she couldn't see through. She is the real master of the 8 tribulations realm universe. It is almost the invincible existence of Guyu time and space. Even she can't see through it. If an outsider knows it, it will definitely cause panic. The vibration in the 9 days has printed many old guys. Among the 10 places, the same is true. Ancient moon ruins. Hui Qing in the core land also felt that terrifying aura rising, and she felt uneasy in her heart. Hey, Brother Wushuang, I really shouldn't have been here. Hui Qing shook his head, playing with Buddhist beads in his hands. It can be seen that he is still not in the robbery realm, still an emperor. Not only did it not grow, but it was also a lot weaker. The whole person is a little haggard. Guyu time and space, ranked another among the top 3 horror relics. Wuhua's secret realm. One person here also noticed the matter of Gumu continent. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Gumu continent, and there was also a trace of anxiety in his heart. Behind him, there was a man with a yellow robe and a high crown. While drinking heavily, he asked vaguely, "Old man of the world, after I retreat this time, is there anything new in the outside world, for example, which one of me is unparalleled? Brother, how is he? King of the world. If you let the Guyu time-space expert from the outside world know, I'm afraid you will be shocked. Which man with a yellow robe and high crown is actually called the old man of the world king? Hey, your little brother, it's not easy right now, and there's been a terrifying existence in Goma continent. This terrifying existence is growing divinely, and it will be a threat to the entire Guyu time and space in the future. You kids should hurry up. Cultivate. We have to leave Guyu time and space after we finish our cultivation. Chapter 5904. The man with a yellow robe and high crown was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "How terrifying is it? Has it been beaten in the 7 tribulations realm? Small. The structure is smaller. I am the realm king beyond the existence of the 9 tribulations. I say horror. You say how strong he will be." The realm king was a bit speechless, thinking that he had accepted a two-bow apprentice and didn't understand anything. And this apprentice is Wu Zhuo, who came from Qi Temple. From entering the ancient moon time and space, he was trapped in the Wuhua secret realm, and later came into contact with the realm king, and soon became the lord of the universe. In the spiritual time house built by the realm king, he even cultivated for 1,000,000 eras in one breath, and now he is almost the lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. Except for Jian Wushuang, among the 10 people this time, the fastest practiced. And luck is one by one. Although Jian Wushuang practiced faster. But what is the life in exchange? Wu Zhuo followed the Realm King, either practicing in retreat or going hunting with the Realm King, eating, drinking, and having fun. Played to the 5 tribulations realm. Just blow it up. The last time you encountered a desolate beast of the 5 tribulations level, you couldn't solve it, but I had to do it. Wu Zhuo had short hair and little knowledge, and he didn't take the Realm King as a matter at all. Thinking that the other party is a true spirit or a powerful person who has fallen, the consciousness left behind. There is no fighting power. Although it was a master-disciple relationship, the two didn't have any pretensions. That's because I didn't give my full strength. The Realm King blushed, and he was very uncomfortable being exposed. For a while, all the powerhouses in Guyu time and space looked towards Gu Mu continent. There are also many strong men who have already begun to leave, wanting to go to Gumu continent to find out. But the breath that these people feel, not from Qi Jiuxiao, nor is it Jian Wushuang and others. It can even be said that he is not in Wanlu Divine Realm, but in the 16 Kingdoms of Grass, within the territory of Vietnam. Thousands of miles are uninhabited. There is no cultivator within hundreds of millions of miles. Become an empty city. There is stone country. After the ancestors of Shurgwa were dispatched, there were few strong people in Shurgwa. There is only one dying 7 Tribulations realm. Which 7 Tribulations realm, who was dying, was completely dead now. Stepping on the body of the 7 Tribulations realm, a monster is constantly growing. Except for the daughter of the state-owned Yunji, the 16 nations are in town. None of them are spared. Zhejie, it's time to go to the secret realm, because he can feel that there are countless eyes staring at him. They are all rushing to him, but it will take some time to arrive. Before leaving the 16 Kingdoms of the Grass, the monster withdrew a heavy shell. The appearance has also been completely renewed. Wanlu Divine Realm. Jian Wushuang's reincarnation sword once again blocked Qi Jiuxiao. However, because the follow-up origin couldn't keep up, it was finally taken over by Qi Jiuxiao steadily. The goal has been achieved, and Dan Bao will have the rest. Jian Wushuang, who retreated behind everyone, looked at Dan Bao. The bottom of my heart is also very curious how powerful the current Dan Bao will be. I also want to see what the power of God is like. But he saw was Weiss. At the beginning of the robbery, Weiss' hands were stunned to see him. If Dan Bao also had that ability, he could really walk sideways. Qi Jiuxiao strode out, claws with one hand, and grabbed Dan Bao. Everyone flinched, waiting for Dan Bao's shot. Before the giant claw touched Dan Bao, it was blocked by a shield. That is a shield of green origin cohesion. He firmly took the claw. Retreat! Dan Bao waved his hand. His scepter pointed directly at Qi Jiuxiao. The other party actually took a half step back, but then he attacked again. The claws kept bombarding the shield. In the distance, Bobby jumped with anger. I thought Qi Jiuxiao was here and could solve everything. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a young guy who was still stinking. Leave him alone and kill others. Bobby Emperor had to change his attention again. The current Qi Jiuxiao is enough to kill the others, but it will take some time. Qi Jiuxiao received the order without any hesitation, turning his head and rushing towards Jian Wushuang. This scared Jian Wushuang and quickly tried to hide. But at this time, Dan Bao's shield directly expanded. Wrap them all up. Qi Jiuxiao ran into the shield again. It can still be like this? Jian Wushuang raised his head and glanced at the shield. Can block Qi Jiuxiao's shield. Wouldn't it be invincible? The Lord of the 8 Tribulations realm came, and there was no way. The old monk was also very excited and said loudly, "Don't worry, the little Lord has mastered the path to becoming a god. As long as he enters the Wanlu Divine Realm again, he can truly step into the position of the gods." Blue was very happy to hear this. This time their Palunga tribe can truly exist forever. No need to rely on the shelter of others. Shamu King and Hengmu Lord are a little bit embarrassed. The former is envious. The latter is fearful. Envy the other person to become a god. Why can't I be jealous of myself? Fortunately, both can get corresponding benefits. Although the Lord of Hungmu was jealous, he didn't think of becoming a god, and of course he didn't want to see others become gods. His original pursuit was the 9 Tribulations realm. With the treasure refined by Pill Treasure, he has a chance to become the 9 Tribulations realm. Now the treasure is gone, but it's not bad to find a position of a divine envoy. There's barely a loss. It's just a little bad mood. It's more uncomfortable to see others stronger than yourself. Especially Dan Bao, this little furry boy. Compared with the Lord of Hungmu, the pattern of the King of Shenmu is very big. The of life. That is the of life in Beishikong. The lives of the 9 great time and space are all under Dan Bao's jurisdiction. Even if he didn't do any divine envoy, he could still break away from the ancient moon religion by virtue of Dan Bao's relationship. Since leaving the door, you can also get the opportunity to resurrect. And chances are almost a certainty. He is still relatively happy. The most uncomfortable thing on the court is Bobby D, that he also pursues. But it is not a true god, but a demigod. Only master the secret of resurrection, no matter what the deity of life. With the law of resurrection, he can indirectly control all the robbery. Hasn't he become the master of the 9 great time and space? Damn it! Bobby Emperor gritted his teeth, but was helpless. He is currently behind. Even if he entered the god ascension stairs of Wanlu Shimu, he was still inferior to Dan Bao. But now that he has been placed on this stove, he has to go forward without any retreat. And this road is not something he can take if he wants to. Now the initiative is entirely in Dan Bao's hands. Everything is because of that treasure. The green ball on the scepter. Dan Bao looked down on the sentient beings and said calmly, "I don't want to fight, but I can't help myself." If this is the case, then enter Wanlu and step on the ladder of God. Chapter 5905. The old monk immediately took the lead and said loudly, "Okay, I am willing to follow my master forever." Shenmu King and Hungmu Lord also bowed quickly. Wuli knelt down directly. Jian Wushuang shook his head, secretly saying that he is a family. He didn't show anything. Becoming has nothing to do with him. He just wants to leave now. Dan Bao has the protection of so many people. He doesn't need him anymore. It's better to leave and find Wu Zhua or Zhen Wuyang. He just wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but Wes inside his body stopped him again. You are the most stupid to leave at this time. To enter Wanlu, you do not need to do anything to witness the coming of a god. The most important thing is that you can get the blessing of God. This is very important. There will be some special treasures. How can it be wasted if you have such a good relationship with this little guy? Weiss' words made him stunned. God's blessing? There are also special treasures. He doesn't know this, but even Weiss said it was a special treasure. That should be precious. But lying to win, he really disdains to do this kind of thing. Besides, he has no shortage of treasures now. The divine power has Dongjun's bones, and he can still improve. If you need treasures, just do it yourself. What's the point of following others? If he has not yet become the Lord of the universe, he may do so under the pressure of extinction. But now he is already the Lord of the 6 Tribulations realm universe. There is no need to do this. He has a lot of time to do other things to improve his strength. No, I have my own way to go. Weiss' eyes were surprised, and he didn't try to dissuade him after another thought. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to be quite spine. In that case, do me a favor and go to the Willows and help me find something. After it's done, I will give you the first half of the Freedom Jigong. Freedom to work hard." Jian Wushuang's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it and asked, "Isn't it going to break through the pagoda of 9 tribulations? How can I still give it away?" Am a god, nothing I can't do." Weiss grinned, covering his mouth. "Since you are all gods, why do you still need the treasures in the Willows?" This question really made Weiss stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said honestly, "It's not that I need that treasure, but that my cat needs it." After speaking, he lowered his hand to touch the purple kitten in his arms. This is fine too? He couldn't figure out what kind of Weiss was. Not only can the supreme rule be changed, but for a cat, he can go to Wanlu to find treasures. The purple kitten is very thin and has no breath on it, but he can be sure that the cat is not a god. It might really be an ordinary cat, but the skin is purple, and there is no hair yet. This cat is the first life purified from your universe. Helping it means helping yourself. If you want to say that, doesn't it mean that I have taken advantage of you? Although Jin Wushuang's mouth was a little hard, he felt joy in his heart when he heard that this cat was a life in his own universe. Although his own universe is completely played by Weiss. But the other party is a god. How to play is good for him. As for whether to go to Wanlu, he was still a little tangled. Turning his head and glanced at Dan Bao. From the innocent eyes of the other party, he seemed to see Hui Qing once. The two are very similar in personalities. Kind and simple, nor is it combative. If such a person becomes a god, he could be considered more convinced. It's just that now that he enters Wanlu, let alone chance, he will be dragged down. The strongest who entered Wanlu now were the Seven Tribulations realm at their weakest. Counting Wu Li, the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. He was barely second to last. Of course, with real combat power, he may be able to reach the top 10, but it can't control the battle. Maybe there's a big battle in there. What should I do then? Just when raising money, Brew came over. Benefactor, what are your plans for the current situation? When Blue came, he looked around. He felt that neither the Shinmu King nor the Hengmu Lord were good people. He was not at ease with the sudden appearance of the great monk. In the end, he came to Jin Wushuang and wanted to seek advice. This made Jin Wushuang very useful, and he made a decision right now. Must go in. Since others have given him such a face, it would be nice to go there. Even if you can't help much, it's okay to come up with an idea. Sometimes, strategy works better than strength. At the beginning, helping the true spirit and solving the Frosa was not relying on his strategy. Perhaps entering Wanlu is not about fighting and killing, but about humanity. Dan Bao's figure slowed down, and he also took the initiative to come to Jian Wushuang's side. When the others saw this, they also gathered around. Jian Wushuang swallowed, and after scanning a circle, he said, "Since Dan Bao can open Wanlu, let's go in. But what if Emperor Bobby keeps following?" At present, he still cares more about Bobby D. Although Dan Bao could block Qi Jiuxiao, but it's just a shield. It is not true combat power. There is always a bad feeling. It would be better to get rid of Bobby D, and then they enter Wanlu again. Don't worry, among the willows, it's not strength that decides everything. The Bobby Emperor, even if he brings people in, it's nothing. Anyway, they don't have the treasures to open the way to gods, and they won't be able to enter the willows. Enter us. The old monk was most familiar with Wanlu, and immediately lifted the threat of Emperor Bobby. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then continued. If that's the case, then go in, but make it clear in advance that since everyone is in the same boat, then you have to make an oath. This is good for everyone. I agree. The Lord of Hengmu was the first to stand up. He was the first to take refuge, and he gave up his treasure. Give it to Dan Bao. Just ask for a divine position. I agree. Soon, the people led by King Shimu began to order the oath to be taken. Now that there is no hope of becoming a god, Shinmu Wang only wants to master the secret method of resurrection. Reignite road repairs. This is what he needs most at the moment. On the old monk's side, he had made an oath early, so naturally there was no problem. Except for Wu Li, all the oaths were taken. Ahem, me too. Before Wu Li could speak, he was interrupted. Obviously, everyone didn't take him seriously. The old monk hugged Wu Li carelessly and comforted. Little old man, you are our lucky star. You don't need to take an oath, but the benefits are still there. I am most familiar with Wanlu. It can make you a treasure in the Seven Tribulations realm. After the Little Master succeeds, I will get one. Then I will become the Seven Tribulations realm. I will also arrange a priesthood for you. Chapter 5906. After saying this, the elders of the ancient wood school all cast envy eyes. Wu Li was even more excited. This time, the holy meeting, the greatest winner. It is none other than him. From the Three Tribulations realm, all the way to the Six Tribulations realm. I recognized a relative. He is also a strong man at the peak of the 8 tribulations realm. Now on the list is a future of life. In the future, he would have difficulty in death. Since everything is fine, then go in. Good. Everyone nodded. Dan Bao's eyes were tenacious, and he felt as if the sky had fallen to the people, and his tone was slightly low and said, "This time I'm relying on you all. Little things. It's okay. My own person." The difference from this side is that Bobby D is almost annoyed. It is clear that Qi Jiuxiao has broken everything, but the road to becoming it does not have his part. Secret technique of resurrection. Emperor Bobby gritted his teeth, his eyes full of fear. "I swear to the death. Follow them. I don't believe it." It was just that his words did not cause Jian Wushuang's discomfort. Instead, he regards Bobby D as heir. Dan Bao waved his scepter, and a map fell in front of them. The entrance to Wanlu is right there. Everyone looked at the red entrance along the map. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The infinite world? The entrance to Wanlu turned out to be in the infinite world. This is really surprising. After running a lap, it turned out to be where they came in, the Roman bottom of the infinite world. That is the blessed place where Wu Li retreats. Sky. Lord Himu almost stared out. The entrance of Wanlu Shinmu was right in front of his eyes, and it was missed. All of a sudden, mixed feelings. At the same time, extremely regretful. Finally fell into peace. Everything is destined. Although surprised, nothing is impossible. Set off. Dan Bao took the lead, and the green protective cover had been covering them all the time. Not afraid of being attacked by Qi Jiuxiao. Just go to the infinite world in such a mighty and mighty world. Don't talk about encountering a beast on the road. There is not even a beast. After leaving Wanlu Divine Realm, he entered the infinite world. Now those powerhouses from outside the 7 Tribulations realm have just arrived here. It happened to meet Jian Wushuang and others head-on. The visitor is not an outsider. It is a refiner who is familiar with Jian Wushuang. After seeing each other, he also understood what these people meant. I explain it at will. The old monk meant that the more people, the better. Anyway, Wanlu Shimu, how many people enter it is the same. Just don't confront them. Otherwise, it would be a trouble for these people to join Empress Bobby. Randomly explained the reason with Lianxing. These people are naturally willing. They have made oaths and will never betray. Dan Bao is also generous, directly pouring out the power of life, helping those 7 Tribulations realms dispersal and instantly restore to the peak. This scene convinced them even more. Resurrection is just around the corner. Just help these people regain their combat power. The serious Lord, who followed them all the way to refine the stars, also arrived at this time. Thanks, Tusk, you really found it. The serious Lord's expression sank. Then he set his eyes on Jian Wushuang's body. But when he saw the strong men behind Jian Wushuang clearly, his eyes almost fell to the ground. King Shimu will not say anything. Everyone knows the power of the 8 Tribulations realm. But there are still Knight Gray on the left, White Eyes on the right, and the Great Monk. 2 top powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm, plus a pinnacle of the 8 Tribulations realm. Among the 7 calamities that the Lord of Sirius fell, the strongest was the peak of the 7 calamities. There are only more than 20 people, and half of them are casual cultivators. Originally, it was full of morale, but when seeing the strong men behind Jian Wushuang, they shrank their necks, not daring to step forward. The Lord of Sirius was left alone at the forefront. Jian Wushuang frowned and stood up. "Sirius, I heard you were looking for me?" There were some doubts in the voice, and the Great Monk and the Shinmu King also saw that the person who came was not good, and immediately took a step forward, and his eyes were rounded. Whoever dares to stand in front of them now is dead. No one can stop it. Qi Jiuxiao is here, but it doesn't work. A little Sirius dared to make trouble. Sirius couldn't speak for a moment. Don't know what to do. Look left and look again. It seems to be looking for a life-saving straw. At this moment, a stream of light struck in the distance. It is the leader of the Gumu school, Jianmin God. Seeing that the serious lord of the General Door God seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw, he quickly pointed to the General Door God and said, "It is him. He let us in to find Jian Wushuang. Question mark. Xiaoman's teeth tickled, but he didn't care about it anymore. Because Bobby D also followed. Serious? Are you looking for death? The general door flashed and went directly to the side of Emperor Bobby. At this moment, the Lord of Sirius discovered that everyone else had a background. He is nothing. Emperor Bobby didn't even look straight. He just wanted to follow Dan Bao and enter Wanlu with him. Seeing someone stopping in front of me, I was too lazy to recruit and waved at will. There is no need for Qi Jiuxiao to fight. The Soul Heaven Emperor single-handedly killed him in an instant. Grasping the Lord of Sirius by the neck with one hand, he directly knocked Sirius back into the prototype. I thought it was a Sirius. It turned out that it was a dog who was pinched and couldn't bark. Let's go. Jian Wushuang shook his head and glanced at King Shenmu. Shenmu King's complexion was obviously a little uncomfortable. The head teacher of his Gumu school turned out to be an inner ghost. If there is nothing to do, you have to kill the other party. In fact, a Seven Tribulations realm is nothing at present. Can't control the battle. It's just a matter of face. Seeing Jian Wushuang and others continue to move towards the infinite world. Bobby D also took the initiative to keep up. As for the scattered robberies in the secret realm, they have been scattered for repair. Just stand there in a daze. Bobby D also knew that it was useless to have these Seven Tribulations realm. It is cumbersome to carry. This is the gap. Dan Bao didn't hesitate, so he took Lianxing and the others. The of Life. All in all, Roman River. It took almost a quarter of an hour to arrive. But Jian Wushuang walked towards the Dragon God continent from here. It took hundreds of years. Struggled for a long time at the bottom of the Roman River. Even shed blood. Fight all the way and fight. Back here now, I can't help but sigh from the bottom of my heart. Thinking of those people and things when I first came in. When I look back, only Wu Li was left. Most of the rest have fallen. Li Sheng's kind of luck is still good, and now I am afraid that all of them are out of the infinite world. There is a teleportation array in the outer assembly grounds to go out. There is also the Empress Fengshen, although he can't enter Wanlu like them. But his life was saved, and the strength has been improved. It's the best ending. If you go further down, you will probably die. Chapter 5907. And these two people have slaughtered the Belunga tribe. It's enough to save face if you don't trouble them. It'll lead the way. Jian Wushuang took the initiative to dive, leading everyone directly into the familiar deep ditch. Seen from above is a deep groove. Standing below is a mountain range. Wow! Go retrograde in the turbulent water. Just an instant, I arrived at the original blessed land. What's different from the past is that today's blessed land has become an Colosseum. When they came here, there were barren beasts fighting. It's just that there is no familiar face from the beginning. Jian Wushuang when they left. The matter here spreads. King Tianmu and several Five Tribulations realm powerhouses fell here. This matter is also spreading evil. It is said that there are treasures in it. Attracted a lot of attention from the Five Tribulations realm. Have entered here one after another. Indispensable is a fight. When they arrived, there was already a deep layer of bones here. Click, trample at will. Jian Wushuang looked up and glanced around and said calmly, Wu Li, it's up to you. Little things, it'll do it. Wu Li stepped forward, and the earth trembled. Those wild beasts still struggling here suddenly woke up. I also found Wu Li's breath, a breath of millions of supernatural powers. This breath directly frightened the many wild beasts in this place. It was the wood Dao Jianqi on Wu Li's body that was too late to retreat, instantly cut into several pieces. This kind of thing must not wait for Dan Bao to do it. He is the one who wants to be the of life. Don't get your hands dirty. The people below must do it. Such as Wu Li. Jian Wushuang is not good either. Because he himself has mastered the power of life, he can't go on like that anymore. Wu Li is the most suitable. After cleaning up those trash fish, Jian Wushuang raised his hand to condense the breath, directly evaporating the river water in the surrounding area. and a powerful barrier blocked the drinking water from thousands of miles away. Dan Bao took the others and then stepped in. This is the place. Looking at the withered bones ahead, Dan Bao's eyes were gleaming. Chenghui. The scepter points directly to the core of the blessed land. A green breath suddenly opened up. The ancient breath erupted from it. The whole Roman river was trembling. The opening of Wanlu is at this moment. The green light burst through the stone wall, and the place exuding the ancient atmosphere is the entrance. In front of everyone, the ground also began to crack. Sanjie, as well as Jian Wushuang and Dan Bao, felt most clearly. In the cracks on the ground, the power of life exudes. This is what everyone is looking for. The source of life force. The real innate origin life universe. The entrance of Wanlu universe. It is also their ultimate goal. The road to God. The ladder of God. It's inside. Go. Dan Bao took the lead. Be the first to enter the crack. The others dared to hesitate and immediately followed in. Jian Wushuang is after the break. After everyone had entered, he looked back at the outside world. In the distant sea, red light appeared. Emperor Bobby has already arrived with Qi Jioxiao. Looking at the crack again, he was in a daze. This time it was so unreal. Valley from entering the ancient moon time and space to now. It seems to be a reincarnation. Entering the ancient moon time and space, I heard about the holy meeting in Wanlu. Enter now. This span is very long, but also very fast. Finally, I went in. His figure flashed and followed. Go deep into the crack. Find the source of life. Where is a huge formation? The core of the formation is a tree root. The root of the tree is naturally the root of the willow sacred tree. From the bottom of the river to the formation, at least there are hundreds of millions of miles. Coupled with the depth of the Roman River, one can imagine how deep this place is. And the Wanlu divine realm is extremely far away from here. The roots of the sacred tree can spread to this point. When I look over the ancient wood continent, I can see any secret universe. Only one willow tree can be seen. This willow tree absorbs the origin of the entire ancient wood continent. It is also the origin of ancient wood continent. The reason why there is this continent is because of this willow tree. Enter the formation. After the people gathered, Dan Bao directly used the life force on the scepter to open the formation. At the moment when the formation was opened, Emperor Bobby also came here with people. Unfortunately, it was a little late. Did not catch up with the formation, but it is not inaccessible. Because of Dan Bao's hands-on, he was completely caught in the eyes of Bobby D. Life force. He has no shortage of this. After the formation disappeared, another formation came again. Bobby D also took people into the formation. Like Dan Bao, he used the power of life and also activated the formation. 90% of the strong on Gumu continent disappeared in an instant. This shocked the strong outsiders, especially those who were close to Gumu continent. They are coming. Wanlu Shenmu. In other words, Wanlu universe. At the moment of entering the universe, everyone felt the warmth of life. This warmth envelopes their bodies. It makes people extremely comfortable. It's like being wrapped in a warm current. If you look at it from another angle, they will be surprised to find that is really wrapped up. Both Dan Bao and Jian Wushuang mastered the power of life. Sober is the fastest. When he opened his eyes, he was also taken aback by the scene in front of him. Dozens of vines are connected to each other, like blood vessels, crossing together. And these people are wrapped in a white transparent film, and their bodies are also immersed in a green liquid. Jian Wushuang first checked his divine power and found that there was no problem before he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his supernatural power is still rising rapidly. This green liquid is not a simple life force. It's the power of life. Before he knew it, he actually increased tens of thousands of supernatural powers. If all these liquids are absorbed, I'm afraid it can increase by 100,000. Before waking up, it is passive absorption. After waking up, taking the initiative to absorb, the speed is much faster. Coupled with his swallowing power, it was just a stick of incense, and all the green liquid was absorbed. More powerful than he expected. After absorbing, his supernatural power increased from 1 million to 100 and 150,000. Why didn't you absorb it? When I turned around, I saw Dan Bao had broken the film and was carrying the bag of green liquid in one hand. Dan Bao gave a wry smile and explained, I don't seem to be able to absorb it, and am not a fighting type of Belungia, so these life divine powers are useless to me. That's a bit wasteful. He swallowed, indeed regretful. But his eyes were always staring at the green life divine power of the bag in Dan Bao's hand. Since the benefactor can absorb it, let's take it. Dan Bao used to be rather dull, but his brain is bright. How can he not know what Jian Wushuang means? Chapter 5908. Since it's useless to you, give it to someone who is useful. Jian Wushuang pushed back a bit. Seeing Dan Bao being really polite, he was not polite. After receiving the bag of life divine power, it was absorbed in one fell swoop. The divine power exploded directly to an astonishing 2 million. Just entered the life universe of Wanlu Shenmu. Just gave him a step. He directly raised a full 200,000 divine power. Moreover, whether it is cultivating divine power or absorbing the treasures of divine power, the speed will be very fast here. Those strong men around you haven't awakened yet. It's okay anyway. He simply took out the remaining bones of Dongjun and began to absorb it with all his strength. With 1 million basic divine power, he added 200,000 divine power. And by the way, he absorbed the life divine power that Dan Bao didn't need, and only then increased so much. If it is a strong person with a base divine power of 2 million, it may only increase by less than 1,000. Like the Wood King and the Old Monk. These two 8 Tribulations realm peak powerhouses have more than 10 million divine powers, and the increased divine power is even less. But for Jian Wushuang and Wu Li, this is a good start. More than half of Dongjun's bones remained. Absorbed a full hour. If you are outside, it may take a day. Here it saves 10 times the time, and his divine power also came to 5 million. The basic supernatural power is 150. In the super eternally changed state, it is 3 million. It was already at the threshold of the 8 Tribulations realm. It's almost the same as which Soul Heaven Emperor. His realm was the lowest on the court. It's just the 6 Tribulations realm. But in terms of combat power, he definitely ranks in the top 5. The first is naturally the Old Monk, and then the Shenmu King. The rest are the 2 top powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations realm, Left Yehue and Right Eye White. That superpower is also over 8 million. The top of the 8 Tribulations realm. After that, it is the Master of Hengmu, threshold of the 8 Tribulations realm. About 3 million supernatural powers. 5 million is the normal strength of the 8 Tribulations realm. At present, his current basic divine power has reached 5 million, and there is no pressure. If you have a treasure, you can force it to upgrade. The state of the 6 Tribulations realm might be able to raise the basic divine power to 2 million, plus super eternal change. In the Origin Dojo, his combat power is probably comparable to the ordinary 8 Tribulations realm. That sword against Qi Jiuxiao was enough to prove it. When it really breaks out, the instant increase in combat power is immeasurable. Of course, at that time, it was still because of freedom. This is still Weiss' reward, which reminds him of the great effort of freedom. When strong is strong, when weak is encountered. He had seen this number in Broly's body a long time ago. As opponents continue to grow stronger, their own combat power will continue to soar. It seems that there is no end. It's terrifying. Feel free to work hard. Far stronger than he thought. It's just one thing that it's strong when it's strong. There is also the body style that ignores time and space in the free Ji Gong. Valley time and space cannot be constrained. This is the secret method of God. Only God can create it. Previously, it was just fur. He had that kind of outbreak. If you get the upper half, that's not taking off yet. Others entered Wanlu to resurrect. He is different. That cat must be fattened up. Completed Weiss explanation and got the first half of the free effort. Going back to deal with extinction will be more certain. Ordinarily, now Fan Tianfeng is almost returning to Qishan Temple. I don't know what's going on. Click. Just now, the old monk completely absorbed the divine power of life and regained consciousness. Then King Shimu also regained consciousness. King Shimu was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed that his divine power had improved and there was a trace of joy on his face. Like Jian Wushuang, he felt that he had made a good start. Is this the inside of Wanlu Shenmu? He looked up at the green vines that were still dancing, and the space around it, somewhat in a trance. The old monk opened his mouth and explained at this moment. This is indeed the universe of Wanlu Shenmu. Haven't you noticed that the flow of time here has become faster? What? Jian Wushuang was taken aback first. Then a trace of origin entered his origin universe. Corresponds to the time flow rate. The eyes are messy. The division of time is very complicated, but there is one point for reference. That is the time and space of the master space and the time and space of one's own original universe. The time flow of the original universe is very fast, and the space is weaker than the main space-time. The current velocity of Jian Wushuang's original universe is 10,000 times that of the outside world. Gravity is also 10,000 times. When the time of the original universe is cultivated to equal the flow rate of the main space-time, it will be considered as complete time. But it's too far from that standard. At present, only on Tianqing Mountain, because of the existence of Weiss, the flow rate is the same as that of the outside world, where the space is more stable. It is even more stable than the outside world. And the flow of time in Wanlu, under his test, turned out to be millions of times faster than the flow of time in his original universe, plus 10,000 times the own universe. It is tens of billions of times that of the outside world. This is too far from the outside world. Even the universe of Wanlu Shimu does not repair time and space. It shouldn't be so exaggerated. Don't be surprised. Wanli's time flow is fast because of the serious passing of life. In this era, the outside world may be an era change. If you still have some memories of the outside world, you must hurry up and try to help our Lord become the person of life early. God! After the old monk finished speaking, he didn't forget to flatter Danbao. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang panicked a little. If you really want to be trapped here for an era, Qishan Temple will be over. Don't talk about an era. Even 10,000 years will not work. Danbao shook his head after listening, with a light in his eyes, and said, Not all. I can feel a force of time and space, which separates Wanli's universe by 2 layers, as if it corresponds to time and space are opposite, where the flow of time may be slow, but here is fast. It's my lord, I can feel it so far. The old monk raised his eyebrows at this time, and he became more excited as he said, It's opened. There are many ethnic groups on that continent. Of course, there are also your human races and dragon races. I have been there before. It is similar to the ancient wood continent outside. There is nothing special. I have not stayed much. I have always been in God in the universe. The continent below is called the ancient world. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed drastically when he heard the word God. He rushed directly to the old monk and said in surprise, You said God. That's right. It's the time and space we are in now. How do you know? The old monk was also surprised. The name God is just called it in the Wanlu universe, and people outside will never know it. Chapter 5909. Wow! The Lord of Hengmu also regained consciousness. After hearing God, he said indifferently, God is no better than Huanggu. It's all occupied by the guy called Qinding. It's better to be comfortable in Huanggu. You mean ancient Buddha of 1,000 lights? The old monk said with disdain. When I was there, he was just a shit. Jian Wushuang listened carefully, but his heart was extremely shocked. It is best to have the same name. If it is the same place as the god where extinction is, that's it. How can you see the shadow of extinction wherever you go? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Although he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't help asking, Old predecessor, in this heaven, is there a strong man called Extinction? Extinction. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was taken aback. The old monk's eyes flashed, and he shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. I usually associate with some powerful people in the 8 tribulations realm. What is the strength of this extinction, you said? Maybe I was wrong. I once knew a friend called Mieshing. He came from God. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile and shook his head. But the doubts in my heart have not been lifted. He knows the true background of extinction from the stars, and also brought Bobby D. This is what Bobby D said personally. But Emperor Bobby never said about God, and it was obvious that extinction had been to the 9th great space in the first place. Maybe I've been to Gumu continent, even Wanlius universe, moved God away from here. But now God is intact. Perhaps the extinction from the outside world comes from the future. Future. Everything is possible. If there is a super existence, master time and space alone, not restricted by the supreme rule, it is possible to travel through the future. The extinction of the outside world is the future. And now God is what he used to be. The two are not related in time, but cause and effect are additive. Really interesting. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. Take a look at Danbao. Perhaps Danbao is more suitable for extinction, because it is the future of life. If it is destroyed, it is also to become a god. In other words, extinction is originally a god? Grim Reaper. This is the oldest position. Master Weiss, is there a place of death in the northern space-time today? He couldn't help asking Weiss. Now Weiss wants to ask him. Asking a question shouldn't be a problem. At this time, Weiss is drinking leisurely on the biggest secret in his original universe, Tianqing Mountain. After hearing this question, he answered without any haste. Yes. Simple and clear. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and he became bolder, and asked, Master Weiss, is the name of this of death called Mieshing? I don't know. This little is not in my control. Little god? This left him speechless. The of death is a figure comparable to the of life. These are all little gods. Weiss pendulum is also big. Master Weiss, I have always had doubts about the existence of time and space, or the power of true gods. Can they travel through time and space? Weiss straightened up this time. He was boring at first, seeing Jian Wushuang's so many doubts and his sincere expression. He also opened the chattering box. First, this is not a true god that is called a god. Second, it is possible to travel through time and space, but it cannot change time and space. In the priesthood, there is also the existence of time and space. He regularly cleans up some of the time and space. Otherwise, isn't this world messed up? Jian Wushuang was even more surprised this time. Unexpectedly, there will be unexpected receipts. At the same time, it also dispelled the previous plan to travel through time and space. This is a story. He now wants to figure out whether the here has anything to do with the Mieshing said. In his opinion, this is the most important, and it's probably related, because here is the universe of life. Extinction and devouring him is for the power of reincarnation. The limit of the power of life is the of life. Then the limit of the power of samsara is the who masters samsara. This is obviously a better position than the of death. If so, then he has reason to suspect that Daixing is the of death. When he traveled through time and space, what Morwa time and space met with him was not the extinction of the past, but the extinction of the universe. He deliberately left this layout in the heart demon, waiting for him to put it on. For this illusion, let him think that the extinction had been laid out in the past. Actually not. This is simply a trap of extinction, coupled with him. He is the most promising to become the of life. If death is the of death, when he becomes the of life, I am afraid that the other party will show up, then swallow him, evolve to become the of reincarnation. He didn't understand God in the past. Think that extinction is for the power of reincarnation. But later, with the increase in knowledge, he found that even if he mastered the power of reincarnation, he might not be able to surpass the 9 tribulations realm. Now it seems his speculation is correct. Extinction traveled through time privately, ransacking the future god, and then moved to Morwa time and space. From when? Start the layout. Dan Bao was the power of all things at first. This is the same as the original Lord of all things. The Lord of all things fell behind. Miexing saw him through the future and cooperated with Qixin. Then there was something in Qixin Temple. Now he has reached Wanlu Shenmu. Everything has gathered to the position of God. It is not him that Miexing is staring at, but the of life. The purpose of looting the future God is to cultivate the Lord of all things in Moruo's time and space. God now. The high probability is where Dan Bao will be achieved. Perhaps this time he got rid of extinction. But Dan Bao couldn't run away. Just one more point. He can't figure it out. Why is the strength of extinction so pull the hips? When it's strong, it's terrible. But looking back now, extinction may be the top 8 tribulations realm. Because Dongjun's strength is not too strong. It may be to hide strength. This is just his guess. It might also be just like what Weiss said, just a little god. Seeing Jian Wushuang's sad face, Weiss opened his mouth and said, "Don't think too much about it. It's not that easy to travel through time and space. If it's your own time and space, you can travel freely and no one cares. If you dare to travel through the main time and space, it's a big sin. If you can report a person, I still have a reward." Real? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Perhaps the appearance of Weiss has changed some of the future scenes. The position of the of life was originally his. But with the appearance of Weiss, it changed everything. In the end, the position of the of life became Dan Bao. Extinction is also exhausted. Of course. Weiss stood up, the scepter tapped the ground, and said in a low voice, "The gods, after all, come from mortals. It is normal for some insurgents and thieves to become stronger. They have more control, sometimes they do not. Any bottom line, once found, I will personally obliterate it." Chapter 59:10. With this sentence, Jian Wushuang was relieved. If it is really an extinction plan, Weiss is the biggest trump card. With Wes here, he is absolutely fine. If the death is not for the of death, then he will die even worse. With his current combat power, extinction may not be an opponent. In addition, there are big men like old monks and Shimu kings. Give 10 courage to exterminate life. He dare not come. No matter what, you won't lose. Miexing is really of death. Then he is finished. Weiss shot. He was relieved. If death is not of death, it is even simpler. After the sense of threat was gone, he suddenly relaxed. By the way, he then inquired, "Master Weiss, the gods you mentioned are from mortals. Could it be that you are not a mortal?" "The gods come from mortals." He knows this. Dan Bao became the of life, and he was also promoted from a mortal. According to Weiss, is it possible that Weiss was born a god? Ho ho, you are right. I am born a god, and also a star in the starry sky. Weiss answered with a smile, while covering his mouth. Jian Wushuang blinked, feeling confused. Celestial god, star god, god. He knew the true god, and he once thought he was the true god. Unfortunately, he later entered the primitive universe. It was discovered that there were still emperors. When the emperor arrives, there is a tribulation realm, and there is a master of the universe. Now there are various gods. He is indeed a little dizzy. Simply leave it alone. As his strength grew stronger, the burden on him became smaller and smaller. Everything is so vulnerable to him at the moment. This is the benefit of being strong. Have confidence. Unlike the emperor, facing the coercion of extinction, he couldn't move. Can't do it without taking a breath. It's different now. In the state of extinction at the time, he couldn't hold a sword in front of him. Even if he is a late player, he is confident now. This time it is over, if extinction has no contact with this place. He will set out to look for other people, or return to Qixin Temple alone to completely eradicate death. As for the 9 great time and space, slowly explore later. He still feels nostalgic for his hometown and the world. Although the people who are nostalgic for it are almost dead, but after returning home, there will be an inexplicable sense of security. Guma Continent is not his home. After all, there will be a sense of distance. Although in Guma Continent, I also met a few more reliable people. But there is still not the kindness of hometown, or that kind of accumulation. For example, when he met Jin Wuyang, he was the immortal. Or when you met Hui Qing, the other person was also a child. Just like Danbao, the same is entrusted for life. This kind of friendship is much stronger than that with Wu Li. Wu Li's kind of city residence is very deep, so the friendship is naturally shallow. Only this time, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, Wu Li must be killed. Fudged by the one of the Lord of Hengmu. He still remembered. Consciousness returns to the deity. At this time, everyone awoke. The supernatural powers are slightly longer. The weak ones have obvious changes. For example, Wu Li. Now the divine power has reached 1.5 million. Valley, this is also thanks to his cheap father. Let his divine power grow so much. It is strange to say that a special being in the 8 tribulations realm, poking a black pill out of his body, is quite useful. Jian Wushuang could increase so much, but it all relied on Dongjun's bones. Afterwards, there was no treasure for him to swallow. He not only wants to improve his divine power, you also need to improve the source. It's just that I haven't had time to watch things about the chessboard. On the Guantian chessboard, there is still a lot of origins of the font size for him to devour. There are hundreds of sources. There are also handsome chess pieces. Each is comparable to the origin of the 8 tribulations realm. Origin. Suddenly his inspiration flashed. If you put these origins into your own universe reincarnation, you might be able to refine a group of powerful servants. It's just reincarnation, and it needs more than the force of life. He can do it by refining a simple magic servant. But the reincarnation of the 8 tribulations realm, he couldn't condense. This method needs some time to improve. It's just that he doesn't have time to do it now. After going out on the way back to Qishan Temple, he has a lot of time to study these. It is more important to explore Wanlu Shenmu first. Everyone follow me. This place should be somewhere in Wanlu. This is a test of the god of life. It must have been left by Lord Realm. There are better things waiting for us. With a wave of his hand, the monk led everyone along the vine. This space was indeed left by the Realm King. It's just that the intention is not to let them absorb those life divine powers. Some things are always different from what you think. Just like Jian Wushuang. When he entered Guyu time and space, he would definitely not have thought that he would become the Lord of the universe so quickly. Following the great monk, they soon came out of this space, cut through a larger film, and see the outside scene clearly. The god of Wanlu universe. The greenery is full of vitality. Everything is so wonderful. Let everyone's vitality beating, as if there are countless ants crawling and rolling on their hearts. At first, there was an uproarious and uncomfortable, and then that kind of hurriedly disappeared. Instead, there is a potential for life to stimulate. Everyone's eyes shook, full of confidence. It feels completely cut off the lifelessness of the past. Everyone lives and lives. Inspire the second spring. The feeling here is better than the space just now. Cultivating here, Jin Wushuang felt that he could survive another catastrophe. Many people think so too. It feels really good here. It's not in vain. I think you can improve your strength by practicing here without the secret technique of resurrection. Shimu Wang turned his head and glared at those people and said coldly, "Okay, can you be a little prosperous? Where is this going? You say yes, old monk." The great monk's face sank and he coughed dryly. It doesn't seem to be God. After saying this, everyone was just stunned for a while, and then they went on to talk about the specialness of this place. Did not take the great monk seriously, but the monk was a little anxious. He has never been here. He had never been to the last place. Just guessing, but I haven't been here before, so I can't keep pushing it to the Realm King. In fact, this is where the Realm King prepared. It's just that the great monk doesn't know. The great monk thought for a while, and felt that the matter was still a bit serious. He knew the direction of the ladder of God. The original plan was to take Dan Bao directly to the stairs of becoming a god. But now it seems that it really exceeded his expectations. If it is the Realm King who is making arrangements, then it will be troublesome for him. Little Lord, this place has exceeded my expectations. It is better to be careful. Let's go ahead. The great monk came to Dan Bao, his eyes calm. Chapter 59:11. Dan Bao said calmly, "It's okay, that's it." Everyone is not in nostalgia, keeping up with Dan Bao's pace. Then walked towards the new world. The green grass seems to want people to step on 2 feet. Along the way, they saw half a mess. Goodness covers everything. There is not even a barren beast. There are only beasts without consciousness. Flew for a full day. Comparing to the outside world may be the time of an epic. But this world has not changed in any way. If this is the case, that's fine. It can only be said that they have not yet gone out. But when Jian Wushuang saw the elk that had seen him several times, his eyes went cold. He was sure that this elk was exactly the same as the one he met half a day ago. The structure of life is the same. Dan Bao also noticed something was wrong, and his figure stopped. We are going in circles. Everyone was taken aback. One day is nothing to them. But Jian Wushuang always remembered the outside world, so he was very sensitive to the time of this place. Flew for such a long time. It is not a problem to cross Wanlu Divine Realm. Even the interior of Wanlu Universe could be comparable to the entire Gomu continent. There shouldn't be any changes. And according to the old monk, he has never been here. Think of it as a secret place. Then they should have flown out long ago. The result is still not visible at a glance. Fortunately, many people were brought this time. There are any masters. Lianqing took the initiative to invite Ying and stood up. "Dear friends, let me try." As soon as the voice fell, Lianqing took out hundreds of small flags and tossed them everywhere. 16 Star Flag. 72 Underground Palace. Now, the formula was spoken, and a broken voice sounded around. When I went to look again, the flag was gone. Lianxing's eyes were shocked and said in surprise, "This place is actually isolated from time and space." Jedi Tiantong. Everyone understands this. Suddenly panicked. If this is the case, it would be cut off from everything. It's impossible to want to go out. Jian Wushuang, Wu Li, and even the Lord of Hengmu have encountered this kind of thing. It is the entrance when you first came in, though they also met Jedi Tiantong. The time it was because of the roots of Wanlu. This time, the comparison is the same. Jedi Tiantong, not unbreakable. Don't be deserted, everyone. There is no threat here. We can explore slowly. The Lord of Hengmu stood up and presided over the situation. But just after speaking this sentence, a call from the ancients shocked them. Ouch! It was a shout that went straight into the sky. Definitely the most powerful alien beast. King Shamu glared at the Lord of Hengmu and said angrily, "You crow's mouth, you know you can't rely on you." He cursed along with the old monk. Two people who had already entered Wanlu Shenmu led the way. As a result, he did not recognize the way. "I'm stuck now, and don't say anything. There's also a threat approaching." After the howl, the earth began to tremble. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He knew it was not that simple. In the distant sky, a green boundary monument fell from the sky and hit the ground fiercely. The wailing also fell. And everyone was stunned when they looked at the boundary monument. Should it be smashed to death? I hope it's the same as I said. Jian Wushuang turned his head and leaked a smile at the Seven Tribulations realm powerhouse just now, and rushed towards the boundary monument in a flash. Everyone was not surprised, because after Jian Wushuang's figure rushed out, there was no change in his figure on the spot. It just rushed out to a Dharmakaya. This is too simple for Jian Wushuang, who has infinite life force. He is also willing to take this risk, really threatening to exist. Then it's time for those people behind to be busy. He can't fight, run away first. Adventure is also number one. The law body rushed out instantly and arrived in front of the huge stone stele. There is this green pattern on the top, and the traces left by some plants. Very old. The figure dropped, and he wanted to see if a barren beast had been smashed to death underneath. It turned out that there was nothing. Maybe I scared myself just now. After a careful inspection, there was nothing special and no clues. There is no danger. This is currently the case. Come here, he waved. Everyone dared to approach. Look around the steel 3 times to the left and 3 to the right. Just can't understand. This stone tablet seems to be nothing special. Don't be too arbitrary. Since it appeared in front of us, it must be directed at us. Since it doesn't move, then we won't move. You are really smart, Lian Xing said grimly. A living person has to consume dead objects. This is not cost-effective. Fellow Taoists, I don't want to take the initiative and let this fellow Danbao Taoist try. Try. Agree. There is no way. You can only look at Danbao's. He is the protagonist. Jin Wushuang had to go back a little bit. Take the initiative to give up your position and remind it in a low voice. Don't worry. There are no hallways inside the steel. You have checked all the ones just now, so you can use your life origin to explore it. Danbao nodded, and you read www. Akanshu. Calm stepped forward and touched the steel with the scepter. This is the result, and there is still time to explore in the future. The stone steel sided trembling. In Shangfen, a kind of obscure characters appeared. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked up at the sky falling down. He knew this character, but the character doesn't recognize him. This is the language of the Palunga people. He has seen some of the same characters, but he doesn't understand the specific meaning. Among those present, only Blue and Dan Bao knew each other. Brew glanced roughly, with surprise in his eyes. Brother Brew, how about it? What did the above say? To be on the safe side, he didn't directly say that it was Palunga's language, but asked Brew in private. The above content actually allows me to collect a plant-like treasure. Beulah's answer made Jian Wushuang a sigh of relief. Collecting treasures is the easiest thing, as long as it's not the kind of perverted fighting. Otherwise, it will be desperate and escape. How tired? After Dan Bao finished reading it, after pondering for a while, he said about it. Collect Heritium arenaceus. No one will be able to leave here, at least 3. That's it. Quite a few people had surprised eyes. There is nothing else but these. There is no reward, just for Heritium. After collecting, put in the stone tablet. It seems simple and straightforward. But there is one thing that Jian Wushuang and Dan Bao have noticed. This is indeed a test. Originally thought that according to what the old monk said, he entered among the willows, and he led the way to the stairs of God. It's fine now. The ladder is not found. I don't know whose pit I entered. They're all beginning to be tested. Chapter 59:12. Dan Bao explained to everyone about the appearance of the Heritium and the general breath. Only 3 are needed. It doesn't matter if you have more. Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. It was really that simple. Why both Dan Bao and Bulu are so surprised. Look at their expressions. It seemed unusual. He even used the most stupid method to count the characters above and then count the number of words the two said. They couldn't match it. Bulu also noticed his surprise, so he took the initiative to transmit his voice. Benefactor, there is one last sentence on this stone tablet. Dan Bao did Sait. The more Heritium I collect, the more rewards he will get. Treasures are a kind of life fruit that can increase vitality. Thank you. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly. This is good for others, but nothing to him. He doesn't seem to need the fruit of life to increase vitality. In fact, it's nothing to say. Once Dan Bao becomes a god, he will be able to obtain the secret technique of resurrection. Life is useless. When the time comes, the outsiders will not stare at him anymore. But then Dan Bao's voice transmission made him stunned. After Bulu finished speaking, Dan Bao also explained the whole story. The vitality contained in the fruits of life obtained here can become eternal vitality. It's precious. This kind of vitality can even revive the source. Of course, you need to have the source of the original source to be able to recover the original source. 3 Heritium Edota can exchange for a fruit of life. 30 are 10 fruits of life. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. Resuscitate the source. Resurrect the strong. There are so many super origins in the middle of his Guantian chessboard. If it recovers one by one, it will be a large number of strong people. Thinking of this, his interest came. For others, this is a fair competition. Anyway, 3 Heritium mushrooms are enough. so they are not very positive, just so procrastinate to collect. Dan Bao and Bulu didn't even need to take action. The old monk and Shimu King helped them both solve it. This kind of fruit is just a special treasure for others. It's even more useless for those who don't have the origin of the Empress. Of course, it can be sold as a mixed stone. Dan Bao has the origin of life. It is not necessary. After becoming a god, what do you want? The current fruit of life is a sesame seed. But for Jian Wushuang, this is a priceless treasure. When the body shape flew out of a stick of incense, I could no longer feel the breath of those people, and could only sense it according to cause and effect. He also felt relieved. Thousands of people in an instant. Run around. Look for Horitium. The deity is incarnate. The clone turned into thousands. Divide 100, 10, one more. It means searching for more than 10,000 Dharmakayas at the same time. In order to ensure sufficient thought power, he did not divide anymore. More than 10,000 clones. One can be found within 2 hours. This place is so big. I dare not say 10,000, but there is still hope for 1,000 Horitium. Doppelganger went to search for the Horitium arenaceus, while the deity was looking at the origin of the chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard. Under Tianqing Mountain, Guantian is on the chessboard. His figure appeared on the chessboard. Among the magnificent pieces, that has disappeared. He was swallowed up. Those who had recovered at the beginning were very poor in strength and were killed by the extinction. He also swallowed a lot of the font size. More losses. There are not many left now. These have no follow-up effect. But handsome fonts can be of great use. And that's all. He has to choose carefully. The weakest point of Jiang's name is the 5 tribulations realm level. The strongest is around the 7 tribulations realm. The weakest of the handsome font is the peak of the 7 tribulations realm. The strongest is reaching the peak of the 8 tribulations realm. As for the 3 chess pieces of God's font, he can't see through at present. In the chess pieces of the 3 gods, the origin contained is almost comparable to that of time and space. But the distance from the origin of time and space in the Guantian chessboard is still a bit short. What did the teacher leave me for this chessboard? Jian Wushuang's deity fell into deep thought. The Guantian chessboard has many functions. For example, Jiangjia. But Jiangjia is useless now, because it has mastered the super eternal change. He needs more powerful treasures in the follow-up. But the Guantian chessboard, he still can't fully grasp it. This chessboard does not seem to be a treasure. It's a decoration. Are these chess pieces a test for me? If this is the case, it can still make sense. His own origin turned into a chess piece, fell on the chessboard. Play against many chess pieces. This can be regarded as the first true king's usage. But it's not for him. Watch the sky. Checkerboard. Literally, make a chessboard with the sky. The inner meaning is still related to the origin. He is now recovering the chess piece, and he doesn't know that it is as different as the teacher's original decision. At this time, he couldn't think of any good effects. It seems to be this way. Complex origin. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but there was a flash of light in his mind. The origin is complicated. The origin of the chess pieces is different for each one. This is like life and death. The two seem to be unable to merge. But there is also a reason for integration. And after fusion, it will become more powerful. This may be an opportunity. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. Grab 2 chess pieces of the same size. Yu reading www.akanshu.com. Both are the origin of the peak of the 6 tribulations realm. 2 chess pieces turn into 2 origins. Wood, soil. The 2 sources of mutual improvement. With soil, wood will flourish. With the origin of soil, the origin of wood will flourish. This is a truth. The 2 origins are not in the opposite direction, but are combined smoothly. After the combination, the strength of the source is increased by a notch. Reluctantly reach the threshold of the 7 tribulations realm. Perhaps one-by-one recovery is not the maximization of benefits. If these sources are brought together, not only will I be more familiar with the source, but it will also be able to create a more powerful source to simulate future practice. Maybe this is the teacher's original intention. Jian Wushuang surprised teacher Xian Yi's long-term gaze. Of these origins, swallowing is the most stupid way, and it can only absorb and compare, but 2 or 3 layers. But if it is so integrated, it can immediately comprehend a kind of original usage. This simulation is like a practice. The help to him is the greatest. Moreover, the original chess pieces after fusion will be stronger after recovery. His eyes flickered. Start to classify these original chess pieces. Then merge. The first is the chess piece of the font size. Dozens of chess pieces of general size are mixed. For the origin of everything. As long as he condensed the source of all things at the pinnacle level of the 7 tribulations realm, it would be considered a success. It's a pity that he swallowed so many chess pieces at the beginning, and now it's a waste to think about it. Otherwise, the most perfect origin of everything can be condensed. Then, with the tolerance of all things, it is the fastest to integrate the handsome pieces of chess. Chapter 59:13. It's also to blame that the original pattern was too small. No way at that time I was thinking of raising my strength to the top. Now that I sink my heart, I realize that the best way is always the one pointed out by the teacher. Fortunately, his life force can also be used to transform all things. He could condense the origin of everything in front of him. Then the restoration becomes complete immediately. The missing rules can be added by yourself. With his current strength and realm, have mastered the universe. It can all be said to be of the creation level. Make rules and create everything. The chess pieces of the size of the font. Eventually the source goes to all things. The handsome chess pieces correspond to the ultimate of all things. Life is only one. This is what I saw in the Palace of Life. But it affects a lifetime. He already has the power of life. The power of death can be obtained by slaughtering life. He didn't think about reincarnation. The original space of oneself has been completed. Now it is time to practice. The future time and space can be regarded as having a framework. Reincarnation in time and space. If in accordance with Weiss said, both life and death are small gods, then reincarnation is considered a second-level god. The third level is time and space reincarnation. What about the time and space cycle? Maybe I think too much. He shook his head. Extinction wants to devour the power of life. Just for reincarnation. It is laying out the future. So grand. He is now the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. Even the cycle of time and space has not been looked down upon. It's a bit arrogant. In fact, the road can be walked one by one. But before you reach the end, be prepared to turn in that direction. Plan ahead. He has done this kind of thing in the past. It's all up to you. Now there is the great Weiss. I should also ask for advice. The clone is looking for Horatium. His origin is to enter the manor of Weiss leisurely. The manor, which occupies a huge area, covers 1/10 of Tianqing Mountain. The facilities have not been properly organized. Weiss was having a great time playing. The spring of the spiritual spring that was fetched was turned into a well. The spring column became the fountain in the center of the manor. It is also extremely luxurious. He looked a little envious. This is also his original universe, but his master hasn't arranged anything. There is only one dilapidated wind-riding pavilion, which is much worse than that of Weiss Manor. Although he can be transformed directly, there is no spirituality in that way. Some pyrotechnic gas is lacking. He walked towards a lake where Wes often stayed and saw Wes shaking the cat there. The purple-skinned cat is pitiful and thin. The first life in the universe was turned into a cat by Weiss. Jian Wushuang was also a little dumbfounded. Valley Master Weiss. When he came to the lake, he was not polite. He found a place and sat down. After saying hello, he watched where Weiss was teasing the cat. Not in a hurry at all. The cat appeared in his universe, but he couldn't feel the breath of the cat. It's really strange. You didn't enter the Wanlu universe. Why do you still have time to come here? Weiss said casually while teasing the cat. Let's talk about anything. I'm in a good mood now, and maybe I will tell you something very mysterious. This cat. Jian Wushuang did not go straight to the subject, but asked about the cat. He really didn't understand why Weiss had to make the first life in his original universe a cat. He is not a cat. He is the of destruction in the future. Wes picked up the purple skinny cat, put it in his hand, and then said, "You have to pay attention to your own words. He is very vengeful." God of destruction? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. What kind of is that? God of destruction. He had heard of it for the first time. A cat becomes a god. It's not reliable how to listen. Even if Wes has the means to change the supreme rule, he can't make a cat into it at will. Now I told you that you don't understand, but there is one thing I can tell you. The person who destroyed God would be you, but I see your performance is getting worse and worse, and... The last sentence reached his lips, and Wes swallowed it back and said calmly, "I can only say that you will have a better position. Could it be that I will really become in the future?" For a while, he forgot his purpose when he came, and he was very curious about his future. This is also inevitable. Everyone is curious about their future. Otherwise, how could there be so many fortune tellers in the ordinary? Speaking of which, Weiking's Zen machine can predict the future. He is the darling of time and the best practitioner of time and space. If there is a chance in the future, Huiqing has to make calculations for him. Don't think about this. Let's talk about your business. Weiss knew he was coming, so he didn't say much. This time, Jian Wushuang went straight to the subject and expressed his entanglement. After hearing this, Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. You don't think much. You should actually think about the starry sky above your own universe, so that your thoughts will be even bigger. Really? He suddenly became excited. I knew that I must be the chosen one. How could it be bad? But then, Wes poured a basin of cold water down. You really dare to think that there are indeed hierarchical divisions between gods, but this kind of division is fixed. If you want to become a stronger god, you need to improve as much as possible when you are mundane, and there is a pit for a carrot. The position you selected may not be empty, or don't be too greedy. After speaking, Weiss shook his head and set an example he saw. It is the creator of this ancient moon time and space. Which goddess? She used to walk a long way. The pattern is huge, but in the end it failed. Looking at the entire Guyu time and space, Jian Wushuang could find that there were many strange things. For example, the Wanlu Shenmu of Gumu continent. This is obviously a level of existence with the goddess. The goddess was able to leave this willow tree. There is also the secret realm of Wuhua. The things that exist there are also very special. It is a force of nothingness, obviously similar to Wanlia's side. These powers are all within reach of the goddess. If it is blessing in one fell swoop, how can the power of mastery be average? One level higher than reincarnation. At the beginning, this goddess had a lot of power, and the ultimate goal to break through is virtual life, which is to copy another virtual starry sky with the starry sky as the center. Jian Wushuang's eyes rounded when he heard it. This is a lot higher than what time and space reincarnation he is considering now. If it is to create a starry sky by yourself, he has the courage. But confidence is hard to say. But the goddess dared to replicate the same starry sky in the original starry sky. Chapter 59:14. This is a bit exaggerated. To put it bluntly, it means picking peaches. If there is a master in this starry sky, would he forgive her? No wonder it will fall. Since you have a lot of courage, you want to fight, go the way of the goddess. I will collect the corpse for you at that time. Jian Wushuang shook his head solemnly and said firmly, I don't want to go the way of others. I just want to go my own way. I didn't expect that the pattern of the goddess would be so big, and it would be a pity to fall. How can it be so easy to copy the starry sky and have the same two people and two similar flowers? Weiss shook his head slightly. There was still some regret in his eyes. The two flowers he is talking about here are actually two worlds. One flower, one world. People represent even more. This made him think of Jiangshang again. Tianwen and Jiangshang are inextricably linked. This is a scourge to him. It's a pity to die. Otherwise, he will die in the opponent's hands sooner or later. The latter are becoming in Wanlu now, as well as the origin of life force, Dan Bao has mastered it. It also means that the goddess is over, and there is no possibility of turning over. This example gave him a severe blow. In the past, he himself didn't believe in breaking the 10,000 laws with one force and stepping on the words of the gods. Now that I have finished listening, I don't believe it anymore. His pressure is actually not that much. In fact, it's good to be the master of time and space. He could endure time and space without traveling to the future. In terms of the current North time and space, the three eternal existences at this level are equally invincible. God can't control it, unless it's your own death, just like a goddess. As long as you don't die, you won't die. The one before him died. Kill the life, and it's over. There is no pressure. Later, I found Teacher Shwani and the master and disciple recognized each other. Perfect. It's just that the teacher has been investing in him, and there must be something that needs his help. He didn't want to disappoint. I don't want to regret it again at that time. That's why I give myself those pressures. Looking back, it seems, he still thinks more. The origin on your chessboard is enough for you to die. Anyway, it is not you who die in the end. As for your own origin, don't make too many adjustments. You are far from reaching the limit under the rules. After the 9 Tribulations realm, it's not too late to make plans. Weiss finally reminded him. Use the Guantian chessboard to simulate the original force that you need to merge in the future. At least one chance of failure. Jian Wushuang gave a respectful bow, then turned his head and left, back down the mountain, thinking about his future. First of all, it is time and space reincarnation. He first merged the origin of the chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard into a time and space cycle. Go ahead and make other plans. This is very difficult for him. The rest is just like Weiss said, and he'll talk about it later. Now is not the time for him to think about it. Can't follow in the footsteps of the goddess. The temperament of the font size is merged into the origin of all things, forming the power of all things. Later it will be transformed into the force of life. From everything to life, it needs to be integrated into one source. The chess pieces that happen to be handsome in size have their origins. This is a bit of a coincidence. Jian Wushuang's mind sank, and he immediately woke up and his heart shook. Could it be that it was the instruction of Teacher Xianyi? I am afraid that Weiss knew Teacher Xianyi, but he just didn't admit it. He can guess like that. It can also be treated as if nothing happened. Even Wes has to conceal and use obscure things to order him. Perhaps it is for greater hiding. He was a little relaxed, but he instantly felt a surge of pressure. Still have to fight hard. How else can I meet the teacher? He didn't want the day when his master and disciple met each other. It would be a world-destroying scene. A little bit of time passed. In a blink of an eye, he has been here for a month. There are indeed a lot of Horitium. He found thousands of Dharma bodies. On the side of the deity, a new source of life has been integrated on the chessboard. Click. The moment the chess piece of life fell into the Guantian chessboard, it instantly turned into a green armor. On the chest of the battle armor, there is a circle on which the letter G is written robbery. Replace the original general armor. I thought there would be a handsome and godly armor in the follow-up. Unexpectedly, Jie Jia appeared. He couldn't wait to summon Jie Jia, and instantly his upper body, an increased vitality force burst out. Let his vitality increase 100 times. Not only, after putting on Jie Jia, his divine power has also increased by a full 500,000. Directly reached 2 million. The increase is not the basic divine power, but he discovered that after wearing Jia armor, he can also perform super eternal changes. In other words, the super eternal change he is currently performing can soar to 4 million in supernatural power. It is already a conventional 8 Tribulation Realm combat power. This made him more interested in merging the origins of chess pieces. Now it is the Jia Jia dominated by the life force. If there is another force of death condensed, the two merge to become the power of reincarnation. The increase is the stronger power of reincarnation. This is the third sword of his star catalog, which will have greater blessings. Divine power blessing is only basic. The most important thing is the blessing of the source. This is more important to him. The role of Guantian chessboard was finally explored by him. It's a pity that he doesn't know much about the power of death. Otherwise, his sword of reincarnation would not pull his hips so much and would never be able to display its true power. It also needs him to find a breakthrough from extinction. In a blink of an eye, Daisheng was originally staring at him, but now he is staring at Daisheng. Take your time. Now he is not in a hurry. The Dharmakaya returned and gathered to the deity. Dan Bao had already notified him, and everyone had collected Horitium. He was left alone. 6,000 can be exchanged for 2,000 fruits of life. It's just that now his needs for the fruits of life are not so obvious, because he can't recover the pawns so early. Those chess pieces need to help him simulate his original endpoint. If he succeeds, he will recover, and everyone is happy. If it fails, that's it. He also needs to find other ways out. Of course, failing this kind of thing is thankless. He will definitely control the loss. Seeing that the situation is not right, he will stop, disrupt the order of the origin, and then recover. It's not a waste. He always felt that the 3 chess pieces with the size of God would be the origin of God. I don't know if the guess is right. If it is real, then he has to be more careful. If you lose one, you have to feel distressed. Step forward, shuttle. Soon, he came to the steel. We said hello to Dan Bao and the others, and stepped forward to hand over the ditch head mushroom. I saw a lot of people with a lonely look on their faces. He knew that these people probably already knew that there were rewards. Chapter 59:15. In fact, fortunately, there is no fruit of life, and it will not affect the road to resurrection in the future. It's just a bit slower. In order not to make these people jealous or resent Dan Bao, he deliberately threw a mustard seed toward the steel. Although these people had suspected that he had been out for so long, they must have searched a lot of Horitium. But no one dared to stand up and say anything. All these people present could tell that Dan Bao and Bulu both believed in Jian Wushuang more. It's more reliable than any guardian. They don't dare to take Jian Wushuang. After entering the steel, he got the fruit of life. It also means that the task is complete. After obtaining the Horitium arenaceus, it cannot be exchanged for the fruit of life. Wow, he's the last person. As he finished, the steel began to tremble and let out a hum. Everyone was shocked. With the steel as the center, the radius changed suddenly. In the next moment, everyone travels through time and space. Left here. After they left, another group of people came here. It is Bobby D and others. It was one step behind Jian Wushuang and others. When Jian Wushuang and others appeared again, they had already reached a quiet mountain forest. Looking up, the faint light beam descended, and the upper part was blocked by some giant trees. Great monk, do you know this place? King Shimu jumped and stood on the leaves of the top of the giant tree, scanning the surrounding situation. He was not familiar with the place at all, so he naturally looked at the super strong man who came out of the willow Shimu. Old monk, I don't know. We should have entered a special secret realm. It must have been arranged by Lord Realm King. As long as we follow the instructions, we are right. The monk shook his head and explained. The Lord of Himu didn't buy it and mocked. Then you have to give us a reminder. You can't stay the same as last time. Just wander around. Why don't we go and take a look on the mountain ahead? Dan Bao said at the moment, and the others were not talking. In fact, there are so many ways. Since there is a mountain ahead, go up and take a look. It's better than arguing here. For the sake of safety, Dan Bao used the shield of life to cover everyone and move forward carefully. Although I haven't encountered any danger, I can't be careless. In the previous space, they heard a howl. Although they could not feel the specific breath, the divine power contained in that howl was extremely terrifying. It's definitely the 8 Tribulations realm level. This place is Wanlius Universe, and it is normal for any level of powerhouse to appear. They still have to be careful. Jian Wushuang's thought power has been patrolling the surroundings. No abnormalities have been found. I feel that the structure of this place is deeper than that of the space just now. The power here is also extremely special. These giant trees are proof. The divine power contained in each of them has exceeded 1,000 times. At its peak, there is 1,000 supernatural powers. The life structure of the race is much higher than that of the human race. Don't look at them now that their supernatural powers are all starting with 1,000,000. But if it goes on average, certainly not as good as these giant trees. The universe, the origin of life, and the vegetation that it bred are so powerful. If it is material life, it will definitely be stronger. The mundane and mundane of the human race have less than one divine power. Only after embarking on the practice will you slowly accumulate divine power. They are all the pinnacles of the human race and naturally look very powerful. In fact, the true origin is not as good as these plants and plants. Of course, except for those special beings at the cosmic level. Jian Wushuang is actually a special life. It's just that he is special, incomparable to the special beings of the universe. Just like Qishui back then, the opponent was born with 10,000 divine powers. How to compare? He is an acquired special life. If calculated according to him, everyone is an acquired special life as long as their divine power exceeds 1,000 times. Let's talk about these special lives now. The Flame of Shirgua, top of the 8 Tribulations realm. It's on the same level as Zui Yehue. Divine power started with a few million, and when he was born, it might have exceeded 100,000. There is also the Lord of Hengmu and the Great Monk. The basic divine power is terrible. The pinnacle race group bred by the entire Wanlu universe, as well as the pinnacle powerhouse, must surpass the entire Gumu continent. There are few in the 9 heavens and 10 places that can be compared. The Great Monk and the 2 war beasts that only appeared. It's enough for Gumu continent to drink a pot. I really want to run out all. The 8-star sects of the 19th National Congress of the Communist Party of China could be suppressed if they were all out. Although there are threats, there are also opportunities. If you can go in and out at will, then the life here will face the strong in the entire Guyu time and space. In such a comparison, Guyu time and space was stronger. After all, which goddess created it? 9 heavens and 10s. The waves are magnificent, trying to replicate the existence of the starry sky. How could it be bad? Leaving the jungle that shades the sky, they arrive at the bottom of the low foot mountain. The peaks are not steep, and the side peaks do not enter the clouds. Can't see anything special, but when they stepped down the mountain, they felt the power of their bodies beating. There is a feeling that I really want to practice and retreat. Everyone is eager to try, want to set foot on this low foot mountain. Jian Wushuang is no exception, although he majored in origin. But the divine power has not fallen, and it is almost the same as the original source. The whole boat is one. 5 million supernatural powers are all active. The beast soldiers even aroused the local resonance. A long Ming sound erupted from all around him, shaking waves of ripples. Jian Wushuang frowned, and the beast soldier trembled, suppressed by a stronger innate beast god. Innate treasures of the universe, although rare. But here gathered the strongest group of existences in ancient Wood continent. Many of them are also treasures of the innate universe. For example, the Moyanting of the Shinmu King, and Wu Li. He also has the treasure of the innate universe. It's the wooden sword. It was the Lord of Hengmu who gave it to him. Now I feel the same resonance, followed by a strong coercion. Brother Wushuang, did you find it too? Wu Li cautiously leaned over at this time and whispered, "There will be no horror on this mountain, right? My wooden sword is a branch of Wanlu, and it is also congenital. Treasure of the universe. I have never encountered such a thing before." Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied vaguely, "I don't know, but since it can be related to Xiantan, then this mountain must have a great treasure, and it will be clear when I go up and take a look." This low foot mountain, not only does it give them the impulse to retreat, but it can also resonate with the treasure of the innate universe. Has aroused their curiosity. It makes no sense not to go in and take a look. What a treasure. Then it's up to you. It also depends on luck. Whoever gets it belongs to him. As long as it is not too outrageous, it can be kept. With Dambao, they also made their own vows. No one will turn his face. Chapter 59:16. Everyone has equal chances of encountering treasures, but they have different strengths. There's still a big difference, so no one will let anyone else. After feeling the call, everyone looked at Dan Bao. Now, they just need a word to rush in. Jian Wushuang was not so eager. After feeling the strength of the surroundings, he nodded at Dan Bao when he found that there was no danger. Indicates that there should be no danger here. It's better to take a look. There is no way anyway, and I have to go sooner or later. Simply let these people take the initiative to find the way. Of course, how can such a thing be said? They must take the initiative. Otherwise, it will defile the of life. Dan Bao was helpless. He was just a child, and he was taken into this position. Can only nod. But before these people went up the mountain, they gave everyone a lot of vitality. This has moved many people. Jian Wushuang was also very surprised and did this step. He really admired it, and it was impossible for him to do this. Maybe this is the gap. Go! Shimu took the lead and charged. He has Mo Yun Tung, which is equivalent to an additional 8 Tribulations Realm combat power. It's just that Mo Yun Tung's combat power is not as good as his deity. There are at most 8 Tribulation Realm peaks. But this is enough to explore. Mo Yun Tung extended to explore the road. By the way, look for treasures in the direction of that summoning. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and followed his forehead. The same goes for the others. Only the great monk and the Lord of Hunmu brought the 2 war beasts and followed Dan Bao behind the last hall. Shimu King and Jian Wushuang, as well as a large number of 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, were separated from Dan Bao's life shield. Even Wu Li rushed to the front, side by side with Jian Wushuang. Brother Wushuang, that feeling is very strange. Why don't we join hands? My 3-foot sword has been leading me. How about the treasures we get? Jian Wushuang smiled at the corner of his mouth, but he had a guess in his heart. Although his beast soldier was summoned, the feeling was not what Wu Li said. Able to guide. That's so much resonance. Okay, wait for a chance to escape from the Shinmu King and the others, but you have to tell which of your fathers to let them pay attention to us, and come to rescue if there is danger. Cooperating with Wu Li, how could he suffer? What is Wu Li's identity and strength now? The divine power is also the top of the 7 Tribulations realm. In danger, he still has to carry it. Fortunately, there is a backer which cheap daddy, but in the presence, the strongest existence. Able to crush Shimu Wang. Even if there is something horrible hidden here, the 2 of them will be able to save them if they encounter them unfortunately. This transaction is worth doing. It's all here, so what if you don't try to fight it? Moreover, Weiss had previously explained that he wanted to find some treasures. Maybe you can find it here. In the crevice of the mountain on the west side, Wu Li suddenly transmitted sound. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. His figure disappeared out of thin air after a meal. He even took Wu Li and left the team directly. Entered into a crevice in a mountain. The Shinmu King at the front was stunned for a moment and wanted to chase after him. Jian Wushuang was special. He knew it. Maybe you will discover something in advance. Moreover, the treasure of the innate universe on Jian Wushuang's body was a bit greedy. Uncertainty will cause the call to find the exact location. But then I thought about it. I was a peak powerhouse of the 8 Tribulations realm and went to follow the 2-6 Tribulations realm, and he couldn't hold back his face. And it's still a bit far from the top of the mountain. It's better to go to the top of the mountain first. Dan Bao and the great monk could be followed behind. Can't waste time. After weighing the pros and cons, King Shimu gritted his teeth and manipulated Mo Yun Tung to continue climbing towards the top of the mountain. Along the way, it is not that he did not receive the goods. He has all the treasures that have grown in the crevices of the mountain for an unknown number of times. Just a single herbal medicine. It is $1 million mixed stone. This money is too comfortable. It's the same as the one picked up. He is no longer the Lord of the universe, but it does not mean that there will be no universe after his resurrection. Either the Hunyuan stone or these herbs can enhance his divine power. The others did the same. All got some treasures that the Shinmu King looked down upon. Hunyuan stone with a value of around 100,000 yuan. This is already very good for them. You can pick it up at your fingertips without having to fight and kill. It's a star refiner and has no interest in herbal medicine. He collected a lot of expensive gemstones, and even after he didn't grab them, he bought those gemstones on the spot. Many people also sold it on the spot. In general, the various receipts are quite good. Dan Bao, who was in the back, didn't care. Dan Bao is almost becoming the of life, so naturally he is not interested in treasures. The same is true for Bulu, who is of the same clan as Dan Bao. Will he have fewer treasures in the future? As for the status of the great monk, the protector, but to protect Dan Bao, he would naturally not leave Dan Bao for half a step. And he is a special being, the pinnacle of the 8 tribulations realm. There is no shortage of these treasures. In the end, the Lord of Hungmu is left. He seemed to have suffered heavy losses this time, and took the initiative to give away his treasure. But there are also large receipts. 2 big beasts, all enslaved by him. Each is the top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. How could he admire those treasures? There are treasures, and they have to be used after he resurrects. At present, it is not good enough. The great monk also received Wu Li's voice transmission at this time, frowned, and did not say anything, but felt that Wu Li and Jian Wushuang were mixed together, which was very bad. A trace of thought power followed Jian Wushuang and Wu Li into the crack. The gap at the main point of Ajiashan is actually not a big one, but deep enough. The key is to go down to the ground. It will be able to enter the true core of Ajiashan. Jian Wushuang took Wu Li into the ground. It was dark all around. The cracks opened from halfway up the mountain, but there were no cracks on the top, and there was pitch black all around. After entering the crack, turning around and turning around, you have long lost sight of the light at the entrance. Isn't there yet? After Jian Wushuang went deep for a while, he felt a palpitation and a bad feeling after he felt the bottom. So he slowed down and wanted to ask Wu Li how. Wu Li directly took out his 3-foot sword at this time. He didn't know until not long ago that the raw material of this 3-foot sword came from the sacred wood of Wanlu. So it is also an innate treasure of the universe. The whole body is green, 3 feet long, but it is enough to cut the sky and the ground. Still down? Are you sure? How come I feel that the more I get down, the more desperate my heart is, and there is always an inexplicable pressure? He expressed his anxiety, and if he went deeper, he felt his heart jumped out. The feeling that made him want to practice again is gone here. Instead, it scared him. After Wu Li heard what he said, his eyes were surprised, and he was taken aback for a moment and said, "But I didn't feel it." You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.